hello. We are live. How's everybody doing today on this beautiful Saturday? Hold up. I'm going to do some troubleshooting. Let me see who's going to join today's live stream. I hope everybody is having a really great weekend so far. Hold on, y'all. Okay. I hope y'all can hear me. Let me wait for a few people to join. Let's see who's going to join today. Who's here? Hold up. I gotta get my chat up. All right. Hold on. Let me stop recording. What is going on here? All right. I think we're good. Okay. I'm gonna see who's gonna join. Allie, how are you, sis? Welcome to the chat. How's your weekend going? Happy Saturday. Hold on. I feel like I look short here. Hold up. Let me bring my chair up. I need to get a new chair, y'all. I need to get a lot of new equipment, new chair, new everything. Child, you know what? Just leave this alone. We just gonna leave it alone. Leave this alone. All right. Let me see who else is here. Yeah, I hope your Saturday is going well, sis. It's beautiful outside here. I'm pretty sure people are enjoying their time. Enjoying their summer, wherever they are. It's about to be, hold on, let me see how many degrees it is over here where I'm at. It's 17 degrees where I am. So yeah, everybody's outside enjoying the sun right here. Hold on, can y'all see? Maybe I should pull it up. Hold on, y'all can't see. Y'all see the little sun peeking. It's peering. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna see how everyone's doing today. I'll probably get into some housekeeping, to be honest with you, and then we're gonna get started, y'all. I can't stay too late. I know I say that every time, but for real, I'm trying to enjoy the spring weather. It's looking mighty nice outside. One more thing I was gonna say is that yes, the weather is very nice, very nice, extremely nice. Yeah, it's gonna definitely be different. Hi, some girl. How are you, sis? Yeah, I might have to switch my streaming schedule. I don't know. I'm thinking I might have to go earlier so I could enjoy the evening. But then the evening, like it's hard to know when to go. But then in the mornings, it's just a little busy for your girl. Sophie, how are you, sis? That's now. You said, did anyone see Glorilla shading Meghan? She doesn't have the pen game to go there with Meghan. No, I didn't, sis. And you know what? I'm glad you brought it up because we are. Oh my gosh. What more can we say? Glorilla is shading Meghan. Glorilla. I didn't even, like, honestly, this is hot off the presses. I don't even know what happened. Shout out to Elle who sent it to me on Discord. Shout out to Queen. Shout out to Sophie, Rhea, Audrey. You guys always send me stories. Thank you guys for sending them to me. And if you would like to send me stories on any topic, please send it to Discord. I forgot to put the link, y'all, but I don't know. Y'all will check it. If you're not in the Discord, let me know. I'll probably put the link after this chat. Glorilla is right? She's the last one. That's why I said that. She shouldn't be talking. You see, this is what happens when you talk too much. You can't. This is the thing. If you also and I actually I didn't want to talk about this first, but I guess we're gonna talk about it first because I was trying to figure out which topic I'm gonna talk about first. Let's talk about Meghan since we're on the topic. We're gonna talk about that. NBA stands for new bitches again. Listen, all I'm gonna say is this: like, you cannot laugh at another woman's pain. That will never get you anywhere in life. And we see it happen time and time again. And I think what it is she's trying to maybe dub. I notice some people, I would say some women, if their relationship is under scrutiny, they don't want people to focus on them because, you know, Glorilla and Meghan, one, they're rap girls or rap women, but you know we call them rap girlies. So Glorilla and Meghan, they're both in the same industry, and then Klay and Glorilla's boyfriend are both in the same industry. So I think that Glorilla is probably shading her just so people will not focus on her relationship with her man. But what people don't realize is that when you do that, it's just going to make people realize how immature you are. It's all immaturity, to be quite honest with you. So I personally feel like, you never laugh at another woman's pain, because it could be you next. And hell, well, how many case studies have we done? It could be anybody, including your girl right here. So we cannot sit here and act as if this is abnormal, right? You can't trust anybody. I mean, I gotta be honest. Like, I will say, don't put anything above anyone. That's it. But don't act like your house is clean when we all know what's going on in the background. Don't he got baby mamas too? So she should be the last one laughing and talking about Meghan. I'll say that. I'm going to miss the exclusiveness of the live chat when Romy blows up. No. I'm still trying to keep it small, y'all. I'm trying to keep it the way it is. I know, but I mean, to be honest with you, I'm still gonna be the same, and I'm still gonna talk to y'all like how I talk to you guys now. Nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna change on this end. I'm gonna still keep it 100. Isn't Glorilla allegedly pregnant? She's going to have much more to lose than Meghan if so. She is. That's what I heard. Word on the street is she's preggo, y'all. That's word on the street. I didn't even know that Glorilla was dating an NBA person. Yeah, she is. Oh, let's get into it, y'all. Okay, so let's do a bit of housekeeping, and then I'm gonna get into today's topic. So first things first, housekeeping. I have another part 7 of the Jay-Z Beyonce case study. It's coming out. Oh shoot. That's coming out tomorrow. Like I have 15 minutes already edited. I'm gonna spend the rest of the evening editing after this live stream, because it's only 3:00 for me, right? And then members only. Remember, I'm closing it down next week, so you will get your Diana in Korea the end. So I gotta speed through that. I'm gonna probably film the rest of it tonight and have it posted by Monday, and then y'all have until Friday to catch up on that, because I'm gonna shut everything down after Friday, and everything will move over to Rumble. So that's my assignment for the week. And then after that, members only will be closed next week. So just letting you guys know that. All right, let's get into it. On the brighter side, hey sis, you said the news lately has been crazy. Oh boy, too crazy, sis. And welcome, sis. How are you? Glad to see you today, girl. I didn't even know where to start. I was like, there's so much to cover. Like, even the man who had who pew-pewed his whole family in Louisiana. But I was like, you know what? The last live stream last Sunday was way, like, I'm telling you, after I did that live stream, like, it's a lot to cover those heavy topics. So I decided this week is gonna be a little lighter. And then we'll get into that slowly but surely. But yeah, and then even the scientists going missing, the war, just a lot going on. But I did want to highlight the scientists because it's very important, y'all. This is an extremely important situation that's going on. But I think I'll reserve it for towards the end of the live stream. Like, yeah, let's get these topics out first, and then we'll talk about that. Thirst Queen, how are you, sis? You said, hey, Romy was waiting for you to come on. LOL. I know. The reason I didn't come on, I was editing. Y'all, editing be taking so much time, but I love, I do it for you, for y'all and for everybody. The case studies are so important, so that's why I do it. But I ain't gonna lie, y'all, it be a lot to edit. I spent all morning editing. It takes a long time to edit and to get all the stuff together, but I really love what I do, so I was like, you know what, we're gonna sacrifice it. Yeah, so that's why I took extra time today. Usually I get on a little earlier, but I had some work to do. Lotto is going to catch hell too after she gives birth. That man is not his wife. He is not. Nope. He's not. And then she was even, y'all, I didn't even show y'all. She was at a concert. We might have to go show that clip. There was, after Lotto had announced her pregnancy, his wife, not ex-wife, 21 Savage's wife, went, like, I think he was on at a concert or something. She was in the audience and she was saying, my man, my man. Y'all, this gonna be crazy. That maybe they have an arrangement. We don't know, right? So, all right, let's get into the topics. I'm gonna stop yapping, but yeah, I hope everybody's having a great Saturday. We're gonna get into it because I don't want to take too long with this. So, let's do what we usually do. Let's get to business first. And the first story we're gonna cover, Meghan and Klay. Oh boy. You know, all right. You know what? Let's read the story first, and then I'll tell you guys what I think. How about that? I think that's a better idea because I also want to reserve my opinion. So let's get into it. Meghan and Klay. I think it's all over the news. It's definitely all over the news right now. Like, I had no idea. Like, if Elle didn't send it to me, I wouldn't have known. I haven't been online. All right. So, TMZ. Here we go. Megan Thee Stallion, Klay and I are over. Trust was compromised. Okay, so let's see what happened with her and Klay. And y'all know my sis Megan is an Aquarius. So I gotta, we keep it real. We gonna keep it real. She, tough love from an older sis, an older seasoned sis. Looks like Klay Thompson won't be getting a taste of Megan Thee Stallion's sweetest pie anymore. Because she just confirmed to TMZ she dumped him. Green flag. Yes, Megan. I'm glad that you walked away. And this is the thing that we all have to remember. And that's one thing that I always say is that it can happen to anyone. And even if you think that person may be good for you, or, that they appear to be in love with you. There's so many signs sometimes that people miss, right? And that happens. But not only that, I also love when you know your worth and you walk away. That right there has so much power, and she knows her value. So that's one thing I will say is that she's growing. Now, I am going to have to give her some type of accountability, because I do notice that she hops from relationship to relationship to relationship. Red flag. We got to give a red flag for that. And I used to be like that too. So I remember, I don't know how old Megan is. How old is Megan Thee Stallion? "31. She's still young. So she's born the day after me. All right. So she hops from relationship to relationship to relationship. That's never going to help you. That is never going to help you. She has had a lot of relationships in a short amount of time. And I think the last one was Party. And then she had one after that. I remember another player. I don't remember if he was a ball player or something, but I remember his girlfriend came out. I was like, well, I didn't know why. Like, he was dating one of them young, one of the young, like the Alabama Barker Bad Baby types. We just gonna put it like that, right? And she went on a podcast, was talking about, oh, like, I didn't know that, black women were his type. Like, that's basically what she insinuated. Then she dated some other guy. I don't remember. She went to a wedding with him, and then she ended up with Klay. But even prior to that, she has been rumored to be with many, many different people. And again, one thing I will say is that if you want to do it and you don't get your heart into it, or if you're the type of person who wants to date around, there's nothing wrong with dating. To be honest with you, you do need to date to see what you like, what you don't like, all of those different things. Now, do I think that you should be seriously committed to people? No, I don't think so. I think you should only reserve serious commitment for men who are serious. The problem is Megan was moving too fast. Way too fast. I remember we did cover her on a live stream, and she was already moving in with him. And I was like, that's a little too soon. And this is the problem when you go too fast. You won't have time to really vet the person, especially if he's a ball player. And especially if he has had past allegations. And especially being that she's already had a lot of, a negative situation with Tory Lanez. I forgot to mention his ass. And that whole situation, that took a toll on her. And again, she kept going. And I'm not saying that she shouldn't live her life, but at some point, if you are getting the same result and you keep hitting your head against the wall, then you're going to have to reconsider some things. And it may be a you problem. And that's one thing I had to do, y'all. Your girl went through it too. At a certain point, I was like, hold up. If I am dating all these men and then I keep having the same problem happen, then I have to think, okay, who is the common denominator? I am. And so why am I attracting this type of love? Why am I attracting this type of man? Because they're all the same men, but in different fonts. And the thing is with Klay, he did hide it better because he was, he was all about her, showing her around. He went to live where we saw the TikToks. They were cooking for each other. And he seemed like he really was into it. So we're going to read and see what else happened. Because I have a feeling that there was a lot that happened after she probably moved in with him. And this is another thing. It's more so like, again, when you haven't healed, I can say I believe she hasn't because of her pattern and her hopping and hopping and hopping. And like I said, I went through the same thing. So I can 100% relate to that. And I will never, ever, ever down someone for trying to find who they want to be or find themselves or trying to find themselves making mistakes along the way. She's still 31 years old. One thing I will say, though, is that at a certain point, if you keep getting the same result, then that means that there's definitely something there. And also that the person that you think they are may not be the person who they really are. And unfortunately, some men can hide it very well, especially during the dating phase because you don't live with them. And so they're able to hide who they really are. There's a mask that they put on. But once you start to get serious with them and you start to really see who they are, then this is where the mask slips. And usually that happens when you move in with them, pregnancy, marriage, any type of life decision that you make. As soon as they feel comfortable and they see that you are all in, that's usually when they start ramping up the foolishness. Red flag. But let's continue reading, y'all. I just had to preface it by saying that, whatever I'm going to say about Meghan is something that I went through myself. All right, continuing. The singer tells TMZ via her rep, I've made the decision to end my relationship with Klay. Trust, fidelity, and respect are non-negotiable for me in a relationship. Green flag. And I'm glad she said that, y'all. This is actually really, really, I'm proud of her for this. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm proud of her for not only walking away, but also respecting her values and respecting the fact that she had a boundary and he crossed it. And we're going to talk about that soon. Let's continue reading. And when those values are compromised, there's no real path forward. I'm taking this time. Oh, finally, you see, she's 31. She gets it now. I'm taking this time to prioritize myself and move ahead with peace and clarity. Green flag. So I don't know what it is in the brain around that time because she ain't lying. Around that time, I would say my last relationship before Dom was in 2014 when we broke up. And then from 2014 up until 2020, I did not date anyone. Done. So how many years was that? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 6 years. 6 years. Nothing. No, nothing. Celibate as hell. I was still, talking to people here and there. When I say talking, I'm talking about just talking. But we not nothing past that. No sexual relationships, nothing. I was like dry as a Sahara desert. So what I will say, though, is that when you are evolving and you really know who you are, this is the test for her. And she passed. Because I'm assuming that she used to accept those things. And now she's realizing that she no longer wants to. And I am also assuming that Klay was the first man who she was like, okay, I'm going to practice this non-negotiable new Meghan that is coming out, and she passed the test. And we're going to talk about hypocrisy in a minute with MJ Gray. Because if you have standards for yourself and you hold those standards for yourself and you're telling people that you have non-negotiables or telling men you have no non-negotiables, you better hold on to it. And he thought that she was going to let him do it because the old Meghan probably would have, but the new Meghan didn't. Green flag. And I love that for her. So let's see what she tweeted, y'all, or posted on her Instagram. We don't use Twitter no more like that. Cheating had me around your whole family playing house. They will do that, sis. Got cold feet, quote unquote, holding you down through all your horrible mood swings. Red flag. So he's on the chart, y'all. He's on the chart. And treatment towards me during your basketball season. Now you don't know if you can be monogamous, quote unquote. Bitch, listen, that's what she wrote. I need a real break after this one by y'all. Yes, you do. And please do not go back to him, Meghan. I pray you don't. And I don't think she will. Because she's an Aquarian. Now, if you do, you're not like the rest of us. Because ain't no way we going to go back. Once we're done, we're done. Finish. Case closed. So what I will say is that we're going to read this again. Cheating. So that's the first thing she wrote. Cheating. So she did not know. They did not have an agreement for him to be out with other women. So that's the first thing I noticed right here. She expected monogamy. Second thing, she was introduced to his family, but that doesn't matter anymore, y'all. And this is another thing we have to really understand as women is that, well, as the modern women, I should say, in this generation, if you are millennial, Gen Z, maybe even Xers, X, Gen Z, X, millennial, Gen Z, my goodness. And anything after that, because hell, alpha, beta, I don't know who else is after that. Y'all too young anyways if you're alpha. So if you're within those generations right now as we speak, which you should be if you're watching my channel, if you're not, like I said, you better exit out right now. I'm going to tell your parents. Then we are not like the boomers and the silent generation. That's their generation when meeting a parent meant something. Because at that time, when you brought somebody to the house, that was your wife or your husband. I remember my dad used to say that to us because he's a boomer. My parents are boomers. He used to say, I do not want to meet anyone until it is serious. Marriage type of serious. If it ain't serious, don't even bring them around the house. I don't want to see nothing. If you're from the Caribbean, I'm pretty sure your parents told you that. And not only that, but I know in Korea is the same situation even today. So traditionally speaking, like Dom would only talk about me. Well, he did obviously introduce me to his parents within, it was a very short amount of time because he decided that he wanted to get married to me. And so that's when you meet the parents in Korea as well. You will never, ever, ever meet a Korean man's parents until he is ready to get married to you. And if you have done so before he gets married to you, then that is an anomaly. Generally speaking, most Korean families do not want nothing to do with no girlfriends until she's really about to be a wife. So we have to really get with the times of now, because it may work in Korea because it's a general social norm over there. And it may work in other countries, but not in the US of A and North America and Canada. And I don't know about Mexico, to be honest with you, because that's North America too. So when we think about that, sometimes I do see that there is this importance placed on you meeting his parents, and it doesn't mean a damn thing. Red flag, it doesn't. Hell, I met my ex's parents, met them and everything, and we still broke up. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore, and it doesn't hold weight. Just because you meet his parents, just because you meet his sisters, just because you meet his brother, his friends, his homeboys, that doesn't mean that it's going to make him seriously consider you as a wife. It's not until he tells them, hey, this is the woman I want to be with, then you can start to assess whether he's serious or not through his actions, not through his words. Because one thing I will say is actions and words do not have to align with narkies. Especially sounding like this man got a cluster B personality. I could already see that. I could see it from on the brighter side, sis, if you're still here. Because she's a psychologist, y'all. She's in the mental health field. You gonna let us know, because you could clinically give us some indication as to where he falls on the line of the DSM whatever chart that is that you guys do for assessments and stuff. But this man is definitely on that, just based on what we're gonna read next. So point is, do not think that just because you play house, you have his baby, and also you meet his family, that don't mean a damn thing. He could still be a menace in the relationship. Continuing. So he got cold feet. You see, that was an action. That was a warning. As soon as they get cold feet. So think about it. She already moved in with him, cooking for him. And that's another thing. I got to drag us Aquariuses. Listen, we drag all the other signs. I'm going to drag my own sign today. Today is your lucky day. If you are a Scorpio, I know you've been waiting this whole time for this to happen. If you are a Scorpio, a Libra, who else I drug? Pisces. I done drug y'all so much. And the Cancers, the water signs. No, wait. Libra. No, Libra's air. Yeah. I done drag the water signs and the Libras. So today we're going to drag Aquariuses. All right. Let me tell y'all something. And again, you know, what I'm saying is general, guys. Like, if you're not into zodiacs and all that, that's okay. But I'm speaking generally speaking from the Aquarians that I know, myself, and others in my life. What I will say about us is that we do be suckers for love. We're very romantic, lovey-dovey. Don't get it twisted. Your girl is like that. And before, I used to do it to everyone that I was dating. And then I quickly realized that that part of myself should only be for somebody who deserves it. The problem is Meghan is still, like I said, she's learning about herself. Once we like somebody, we gonna be just like the Scorpios. Oh boy. We are just like y'all. The only difference between us and y'all, though, is that we know when to hop off the damn ride when it gets too crazy. And we don't act like that way in the beginning. We don't do that conniving stuff that y'all be doing sometimes. But the point stands here where I will say that she was moving too fast. And she felt that this man was going to be her man. Her knight in shining armor. Imagine after all of the things she went through with Tory, Party was also cheating on her too. And all the other men in between, she thought that this man was going to be different because he was showing her something different. So his mask was a little, it was a little nicer, cleaner. The other ones had bad masks, like, the ugly mask or the gremlin mask. And he had more of the, the knight in shining armor look. So she trusted him too much. And again, she was doing way too much. I got to be honest. But that's something, you got to live and learn. Holding you down through all your horrible mood swings. This is where the red flag comes up. Now this right here, I got to be honest. Mood swings. Treatment towards me. That means that this man was being abusive. So this is where the boundary should have been drawn. And notice how sis said, now this is where I'm going to hold her accountable here. She said that trust, fidelity, and respect are non-negotiable in a relationship. That should have been when you left, not the cheating. So, again, she will learn from this, and we will give her grace for that. And also, you got to remember, she lost both of her parents. And that's something that, I've never had to go through. So I know that when someone has a life change like that, it does change how you are. And you go through just because somebody is still performing and someone is still going through life doesn't mean that they don't have their dark days. She's lost a lot in the last few years. Her friendships. Remember, she was best friends with, what's her name again? Whatever her friend name was. I don't remember, her bestie. What the two of them that was with Tori. Oh, boy, that was a crazy time. What's her friend's name again? Okay, I'm going to check the comments. I forgot her name. What's her name? Oh, my God. Kelsey. Ooh, Kelsey. And then not only that, but again, she lost her parents. I think she lost her grandma, too. She's lost a lot, y'all. And then she went through the whole trial court situation. She's gone through a lot. And, healing takes a lot of time. And I really hope this time that she'll go through it. And so that's why I'm giving her a little bit more grace. During your basketball season. So basketball season, when was that? That was, basketball season was, let's check basketball season. Okay, so basketball season last year was from October to April. So this man was acting erratic. So he was probably blaming it. Oh, I'm stressed at work. And oh, no, that's no excuse for you to be disrespectful and having mood swings around your girl. Red flag. Continuing. And then she said, now you don't know if you can be monogamous. So you see, this is where, again, we got to hold sis accountable. You put up with that because you thought that you were headed towards marriage. And I am going to tell everybody right now, all of y'all, if you're listening to me, do not ever, 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 ever put up with any type of abusive situation at all. It is not going to change because once he does it once, the fact that he even did it once already should be, that's a non-negotiable right there. Run away. Because there's no reason why a man should have mood swings and treat you a certain way, period. I don't care if he's gotten into a fight. I don't care if he's gotten into an altercation with his teammates. He needs to learn how to emotionally regulate himself. This shows a lack of emotional maturity and regulation. And the same people that you was saying that you met when you was around his whole family, they are enabling this type of immature, demonic ass behavior. So this is where I gotta be like, look, sis, love you. But this should have never been a threshold at all. So now she said, and treatment towards me during your basketball season. Now you don't know if you can be monogamous. So she's saying, I did all that and let you do that. And now you still don't know if I could be a wife. That should not ever, ever have been a part of the criteria of standing by your man. Standing by your man does not mean that he can use you as his verbal punching bag. And I don't even want to know what other treatment she's talking about, y'all. She said mood swings and treatment. That means he was very erratic. So this right here, I would be concerned if she was in, close proximity to me. I had to have a conversation with her. Because let's say that he didn't cheat on you and he wanted to be monogamous, even though he did all of those things, I don't think it would have ended it. It would not have ended well, period. Because once they do it once, they will continue doing that. Continuing. Then she said, bitch, I need a real break after this one. Bye, y'all. Well, at least she did that, y'all. Oh, boy. Meghan, my Aquarian sister. The confirmation comes after the singer hopped on Instagram Saturday to share a cryptic note to her story in which she seemingly accused the NBA star of cheating. One thing I will say about it is that we gonna air your ass out. Don't you fret. Do not fret about that. If you did something wrong like this, we gonna air you out. Whether it's in public or in private to other people, you gonna hear the real story. There's no sugarcoating. Like, oh, we just amicably. We'll probably say it to the public, but look, she done told the public like, nah, this ain't it. But behind the scenes, best believe everybody knows the demon that he is. She wrote cheating. Okay, I already read that. TMZ has reached out to reps for Klay. So far, no word back. Okay. The pair confirmed their relationship last summer. I remember that. Damn, I did that live stream last summer. That's crazy. So last summer. So he didn't even last a year, y'all. They was coming up on the 1 year mark. Oh, boy. When Klay first appeared in the background of Meg's poolside thirst trap, they made their red carpet debut on July 16, 2025, at her inaugural Pete and Thomas Foundation Gala in New York City. The pair seemed to be going strong, but it looks like Klay might have gotten fouled out. All right, y'all, I'm going to read a few comments, and we're going to get to the TikToks, because I remember last time we watched the TikToks. We did watch the TikToks, I remember. We saw our sis down bad. Ooh, she was down bad. I remember when I used to be down bad like that. Lord. Whew, boy, thank God for growth and for wisdom. Megan. Let's get to it. What? Her page doesn't exist anymore? That's impossible. Okay. Something went wrong. What you mean something went wrong? Hold up, TikTok. Don't play with me. Is my internet not working? Oh, no, it's working. It's on. I know it's on because all right. Did she? Oh, she deleted. Did she delete her page? Wait, hold on. What's going on here? You see, I've been noticing a lot of this grifting behavior. Not saying that he can't love her, but what's going? Okay, how did I get on this page? We'll talk about that later. All right, Megan Thee Stallion. This is more of what I'm looking for. Sorry, I got distracted. I don't. Hold on. Is it me? Hold on, let me go on. Y'all, I might have to do this the old school way. Let's go on my TikTok. I'm just gonna go on my TikTok and see if I can copy paste her page. Did sis delete her page? Sis, don't delete your page off of this NBA bum. Come on now. Come on now. I know your team didn't make you do that. Okay, she still has her page. I don't know what's going on with TikTok. Okay. Here we go. Let's get to Megan's page. All right. Before we do that, let me read a few comments. Hey, whoa, I missed a lot of people. Hey, everybody. Hold up. And we're going to get on the Glorilla thing, sis. Thank you for telling me about that. Where's Devonda? I miss her in the chat. She's here. Well, she was in the Discord. I don't know where she's at today. Sophie, hey sis, how are you? North Cabron, 1995. Yeah, she's a Gen Z. No, she's a millennial. She is a millennial. Cart Kits, how are you, sis? You said I love Megan down and I'll always stand up for her because she's been treated so badly in the industry and by other men. But oh my God, I hate to say it, but her dating life has always worried me. I mean, that's the thing. And you know, I won't hold it against her too much because like you said, she's been through a lot and I can understand. She doesn't have guidance, guys. And it's sad. She doesn't have any type of guidance. Imagine the people that you should look towards are your parents. And even if your parents are alive, I mean, sometimes they are not the best people to get advice from. But her village is actually non-existent. And she's going through life alone. And she was very close to her mom. So you can imagine how the way she's moving lets me know that she's definitely she's still dealing with a lot of the traumas that she's endured. Because remember, the whole Tory Lanez situation happened after her mother passed away. So she's still dealing with the passing of her mom, who she was very close to. And that can definitely affect how you move in life. When you're going through any type of distressing period in your life, it definitely reflects and manifests itself on the outside. So that's why I give her a little bit more grace than I would normally give other people. Not because she's an Aquarius, but because of that situation. But I'm still going to hold her accountable in certain aspects, more so just being like, hey, like, you should never, ever accept any type of abuse. I don't care what nobody says. He should learn, just like you know how to regulate. Like women, we know how to regulate ourselves most of the time. I know there's some crazy women out there. But majority of women know how to control themselves. They know how to regulate themselves. If I get angry, I'm not going to yell. I don't think Dom has ever really heard me yell, to be quite honest with you. For me, it's not because I can't yell, but it's just because if we're going to have a conversation, we're going to have a conversation. And if I'm angry, I'm not going to take it out on somebody who has nothing to do with the situation. You got to learn how to take your walks, listen to music, meditate. There's a way that you can de-escalate and regulate yourself. It is not somebody else's responsibility to do that. But then you're dealing with a man baby demon. And this is what happens. Red flag. Because he's used to being coddled and sucking on his mama's nipple. They want you to be their new mommy because mommy used to do you and I used to be angry. Mommy used to rub on me, rub my hair, be like, it's gonna be okay, son, so you gotta do it too. Hell nah. Learn how to damn rub your own damn head and whatever you doing. Learn how to console yourself. Self-soothe. Hell, my puppy can do it. Why can't a man do it? That's crazy. When Mimi gets overstimulated and she's upset, she might have had a bad day at daycare. I'll never see her come in the house and rah, 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 barking at her mama like she crazy. No, she regulates herself. If she's scared, if she's, she's very reactive these days, she'll hide under the bed and be like this. She's not going to come to me and start barking at me like she ain't got no damn home training. If a dog can do it, why can't you, men? Come on now. This is craziness. The star that fell, hey sis, you said, where's my comment? What comment, sis? Oh, you wanted me to put that on the thumbnail? What comment you talking about? Hold on. Let me know. Where's my comment? Okay, you're gonna let me know what you mean by that. He probably thought that she would let a lot of things go because she was posting him all through her social media. Yup, that's what it was. And he probably operated like that in his old relationship too. She should date a woman since she's bi, in my opinion. I mean, you know what? I will say this. If the pattern exists with men, it will most likely still exist with women. Most likely. So I would say, yeah, like if whether she decides to date her women is going to be up to her, but she needs to heal herself first before jumping into any pond. Because hell, it's going to be a wild ride if she doesn't heal herself. Because if she's accepting this type of behavior from men, I can almost guarantee that she will accept it from women. Yeah. And that personality type is found in men or women. Men and women. Mm-hmm. Accent. Hey, sis. Welcome. You said, child, I heard the news and there was a blind item back in January about him cheating on Meg. We're going to find that blind item, y'all. I have not paid attention to, I haven't heard anything about them. So I was very shocked when you sent that L on the Discord. I was shocked as hell. You said, hey, Akos, you discussed stuff before monogamy before starting the relationship. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's true. But I think they did discuss it. Personally speaking, I think she gave him her deal breakers. And I think that because she put cheating as the first thing. And then she said, you have cold feet. But cold feet about what? Yeah, you're right. I ain't gonna lie. Were they actually together? Because now that you say that, actually, that's true. Hold up. I didn't even put two and two together. So I don't think, were they not exclusive? Because for me, cold feet sounds like you want to take it to another level. So if you want to take it to the next level, to me, that would mean marriage. But did they claim each other? Okay, this is sounding kind of crazy. Let me not find out that this was a friends with benefits situation. Red flag. We are notorious for this, Aquariuses. We gotta talk about this. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, y'all. This is where like I said, if we're gonna keep it 100, I'm gonna keep it 100. Aquariuses are known for FBF relationships. Here, I said it. You heard it here first. I had a big FBF relationship, a few of them. Thinking that's my man. Look at that Young Miami. Hold up. We're going to drag Young Miami into this too, since she's another Aquarius. Here we go. Young Miami and Diddy. Look at that. This is the quintessential Aquarian right here. But unfortunately, she's not learning, y'all. She doesn't want to learn. She's doubling down. She'll find her way. She'll find her way too. Look at this. Friends with benefits right here. This man has said time and time again, well, this demon, he's locked up in jail. Thank goodness. But he said, I remember before the whole allegations, whatever happened, he said that she's, what he said, she was like, what we is, y'all remember that video. Hold on, we gonna find it. Because that embarrassed me. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I was so embarrassed as an Aquarius, but you know what? We do that. I can't even front. I can't even lie to y'all. We are known for that. Known for that. Young Miami. What she said again? What are we? When she was, yeah, here we go.
I'm dating. I'm just taking my time with life.
All right. Mm-hmm. So what we is?
We date. We dating. We go have dates. We friends. Okay. We go to exotic locations. We have great times. We go to strip clubs. Church. I'm gonna take you to church.
I love it.
Yeah.
So, like, what you like about me? Because people be like, she ain't his type. He wouldn't talk to her. So, what is it about me that you like about me? Like, why you fucking with a city girl?
I mean, because you're authentic. You know? You're like one of the realest people I ever met. You know what I'm saying? And you're authentically yourself.
Real stupid. Red flag. The realest dummy. I was the realest dummy, too. Oh, yeah, I heard that, too. Oh, yeah, you just like, oh, it's like 2 in 1. You my homie and my friend. And you thinking it's a compliment. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you keep it all the way real. I love that about you. You real. There's something about you I like. And then I was sitting up here looking like a dummy like her ass. Aquarius things right here. We need to have a caucus right now. We got to get out of that. Well, I left. I've been reformed. Been reformed from FW. What was it? FWB. Been. You thinking it's notice she was like, oh, like when he said, oh, we go to church together, we do this together, we kick it together, and look at her, she was smiling like, yeah. And then when he said she's authentic, but then went and had a whole, mind you, the whole time somebody else was pregnant. Red flag. What's her name? Gina, whatever. I don't remember who he was messing with. And then she went to knucking and bucking with the other side chick he had, the Asian one. He had 2 Asian women on the side. And then a whole host of allegations, this deviant monster, Scorpio man. So yeah, that does happen. So I'm assuming either she was FWB. I hope she wasn't. Lord, if she was. Because it doesn't make sense. You ain't lying. He can't be monogamous. So were y'all not together? Because she said cheating was a deal breaker. So either they were FWB or she thought it was going to get to marriage and it didn't get there. He's getting cold feet for what? I don't know. But either way, why are you asking him, sis? You see, that's a problem. So I'm going to go with FWB situation. That's what I'm thinking. Y'all can let me know. Oh boy. Read a few more comments and we going to continue on, yo. That art girl, you said, I literally thought she would get engaged this year because of how much she posted him. Then no, that ain't. Hey, she's like, my man. But yeah, she posted him a lot. I ain't gonna lie. But did he do the same? I don't know. We gotta check his page. You said there's something I noticed about Meg when I watched her documentary. I think because she was an only child and all the immediate close family she had passed away, she wants a family. I think so too. She's a lover girl, y'all. Is it bad I feel like secondhand embarrassment, though? She went and made that love song. Oh, she did. You ain't lying. I forgot about that. Oh, my God. We got to read the lyrics, y'all. We gonna read the lyrics. I was hoping it would work out for her if she do something like that. And you see, this is the thing. Like I said, when I was back in the day, when I was a city girl. I was a city girl, too, y'all. Just a little low key. I wasn't out there, but I was still a city girl. But best believe I always had a man on the roster. There was always a man on the roster. Always. You could catch one thing you will catch is somebody on my roster. It was like a Rolodex. So one thing I will say is that like I said, when you offer too much to someone who is not committed to you in the way that you want them to be, then you have to look back and reflect. And that's what I had to end up doing. I took a long eat, pray, love journey, even though that heifer crazy too. What's her name? Elizabeth Gilbert. But I like to eat. I like to use her eat, pray, love journey. I had to really step back and assess my wrongs. Because that was the only way I was going to get to where I needed to be. And that was at peace. And then I loved being single. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Being single was the most amazing time because I learned to love myself. I learned about what I wanted, what I didn't want. I learned about, I self-reflected. I did a case study on my damn self and all the relationships that I had. And I said, okay, I will no longer accept this. I will no longer accept that. I said that if a man is not committed to me, and he doesn't have to do a day one, obviously we just met each other. But I had a timeline in my head. I was like, okay, if he's not committed to me within a month, we're done. I know some people have the 3 months rules, but I ain't got that type of patience. I'm like, that's way too much time to be doing shit. That's my opinion. That was my preference. And this man asked me to be his girlfriend in 1 day. 1 day. And you want to know what? In Korea, that is the norm. Because all my friends told me, I remember that. And also, you could read it up if you want to. Usually, they don't date like that. Like, they know right away if they're going to be with you or not. They're not going to waste your time. So, they will know. Well, most of them not supposed to. I don't know about this new generation. But yeah, usually in Korea, when a man knows, because remember I was in Korea, when a man knows, he will let you know within a day or two if he wants to be exclusive and wants to continue the relationship. If it's any longer than that, then he got other options. After the first date, he asked me. And I was like, okay, let's see where this goes. But we assess. I did my testing. And also, I will have to say that when I met his parents, I ain't gonna lie, it was an interrogation on both sides. Both sides. I had to see what his grandmama was living, what was her life like. I had some stories about his parents. I had some stories about, his childhood. And I asked his parents' stories and all that stuff with as much Korean. I mustered enough Korean as I could. I couldn't understand everything, but I understood enough. But the point is that, when you have a value that you want to hold on to, then you need to make sure he passes it before you do extra stuff. Writing a song about him and doing all that stuff, I wouldn't even do it right now, and I'm married to him, mind you. I wouldn't do it. Not saying that it's not something to love your husband or to show your appreciation. But to me, I feel like, especially with her background and especially with what she went through, she has to be more cautious. And that's another thing I had to learn too. I was just way too much, way too extra, way too forgiving, way too loving. And if I'm going to be loving, it really has to be with the right person. And it really has to be with the person that you trust the most. And she couldn't even trust him. And that's the sad part. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying with her. And it's going to be a learning journey for her. But I think she'll be fine. It's just, she got to just dust herself off. Take time, Megan. Please. Please, you need to do a few years. For you, I'm going to give you you need to do a few years. I don't know how many years. For me, it was 6. For you, it could be 1 year. For you, another person could be 2 years. I don't know. But you need to take extensive time. Because this too much. This way too much. You don't post them until you're married. And even then, you do that extremely, extremely sparingly. They will likely embarrass you if you do. Thank you, sis. There you go. That's the best advice I can give to y'all. No joke. I'm not even joking with y'all. Not even joking. And again, I know some women who post their husbands and, they do all that. And that's not knocking them. And it's a personal choice. Everybody is going to do their own, make their own decision. But what I will say, though, is when you start to idolize, this is the thing. Idolize a relationship, that's when things go wrong. And I do believe when you start posting a lot and you start putting him at the forefront a lot, it does give idolizing. I got to be honest. Because let's look at her page. Let's go to it. Let's get to it. Before. Well, she still has herself on that, so that's good. But when you start posting a picture, thank God she kept her branding. Oh, Lord. But I remember she did post him a lot at some point. I don't know. I can't go through all her dang on TikToks. But I will say, though, that, when you start posting a lot about your relationship and you start, idolizing the idea of being in a relationship, I think that's when it starts to get to that kind of like, you get in a sticky situation is what I should say. So you have to be careful with balancing that as well. And again, like I said, don't feel like you should hide who you're with. I don't think that that's healthy either. You should be proud of your husband. You should be proud of your boyfriend. I don't know if but you should be proud of your husband or your spouse or who you choose to partner with, you know? Boyfriend, if he's a long-term boyfriend, you should be proud of him or happy for him. You should be happy to be with the person that you're with. But again, like, there's a balance to it. And I do notice from women, it's more of the women posting their husbands or their mates or their spouses, but the men don't. And they know that there's a balance to it. Your whole life cannot be about that relationship. Your whole life cannot be about your children. Your whole life cannot be about, again, other people. Your whole life should be about you and those people, but you. It's balance, right? Because then when I see that, then it lets me know that you're compromising too much or you're giving too much of yourself. And again, that's what she was doing. Listen, my opinion. She was giving way too much of herself to this man. Making a song about him for what? And they had only been dating a few months. Now that's a bit too much. Continuing. Let me read a few more comments and then we got to continue. Deja Ru, how are you, sis? You said moving in together that fast told me they weren't going to last. She really wanted to be that man's wife down bad. She did. She did. There's no hiding it. There's no denying it. There's no denying it. And you're right. I think she did she wants a happy ending. And I think we all deserve a happy ending. However, your happy ending may look different. Your happy ending may not be what you envision. And that is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want a happy ending with your partner or with somebody, you should want a happy ending, actually, to be quite honest with you. If you're with somebody, why are you wasting your time if you're not going to have a happy ending, right? But at the same time, having a happy ending is one thing, but accepting the abuse is another thing. Having a happy ending, but compromising just to get it is where I have to give her the red flag. She was willing to put up with stuff, y'all. She was willing to do that. And I'm glad that she got out of that situation because it was going to be a nightmare for her. How many stories have we seen just last week alone? These men do not care. You had one rapper who literally shot her in the foot. He was found guilty of that. So that's not alleged. This is according to the court of law. In case I got some free Tory supporters in here, get them the hell out of here. Red flag. We don't support abusers. So now this man done shot her in the foot. And she put up with a lot, y'all, with that leprechaun. And then now you have this one who was, she, in her words, this is not alleged. This is in her words. I'm not making up stuff. She said he had mood swings and his treatment towards her. That's a problem. You should never, and she said, even after all that, you still had cold feet and didn't want to be monogamous. That should not be this should not ever be a bartering system where, okay, I give you this, then you give me this. No. He should do it because he wants to do it. And also, if a man starts treating you like this, that means he does not respect you. Once the disrespect comes in, that means he doesn't love you. Period. And he needs to get diagnosed. ASAP. Continuing. Elizabeth Gilbert is crazy as, and Lord, I didn't even get to her tea. She crazy as hell. And you said she should be with a woman. Elizabeth Gilbert, she broke up with her husband, or they got a divorce. She went on Eat, Pray, Love, and she ended up with a woman. Demonic as hell. Elizabeth Gilbert is the demon, by the way. She ended up in a whole lesbian relationship, and she caused chaos in that one, too. So that's why I was saying you got to be careful with men and women. We thought it was going to be better with a woman, and that lady was, oh, Lord. He's really out here collecting these ladies like Pokemon. Oh, you talking about Klay? Ronnie, hey, sis. It's been a minute. How are you? Hope you're good, sis. I don't think she'll do years. I fear Romy. No, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt, y'all. Maybe she's going to be on her journey. I'm pretty sure there's other people who have taken years. All right, let's continue watching, y'all. I'm gonna watch something with this whole situation. What? Okay, this one keeps coming up for me. I don't know why. This is really weird. Why is my YouTube not coming up? All right, let's see what we can find out about Klay cheating on Meghan. Okay, let me watch this, sis, because I do like her TikToks. Okay, maybe we should watch some TikToks. Hold up. I'm seeing too many Nick and Landrias here. Hold up. Okay, let's go to TikTok and let me watch some commentary.
Shut up.
Okay. Meghan and Klay. I hope I spelled her name wrong, y'all. Name right. What is going on with my TikTok? I don't know what's happening, guys. I don't know what's happening with it. And it works. I don't know. Did TikTok block me?
And I'm married to a woman and we...
Did TikTok block me? Okay, I don't know, y'all. All right, let's get on YouTube then. But then how am I going to watch the videos I want to see? Uh-oh. I think there's something wrong with my server. Hold up, y'all. Maybe I have some cookies I need to delete or some stuff. All right, let's go. Klay Thompson, Meghan the Star. Okay, somebody here. Somebody
say it ain't so. Meghan was getting cheated on allegedly. Cheating had me around your family, playing house. She was making dinners, trips. Did y'all see what she did for his birthday? Only for what? Okay.
For his birthday? For his birthday? Okay, sis, thank you. When is his birthday again? Hold up. Let's see here. When's his birthday? Oh, he's in Aquarius. Oh, yeah. I remember. Oh, my. Oh, no, sis. No. Two Aquariuses. Don't ever do yourself this disservice. Public service announcement. Do not date your sign. Try not to anyways. I know. Some people like, I might be married to my husband. We're the same sign. Okay, you're the anomaly. Especially if you're an Aquarius. Red flag. He's an Aquarius too. I forgot about that. No wonder. Oh, boy. The attraction is crazy, though. But it's like you're dating yourself. Let's just put it that way. All right. Here. Klay Thompson. It's birthday. All right, let's do this. That's his birthday. Okay, Klay Thompson's girlfriend, Megan Thee Stallion, surprises him with what? Bone Thugs and Harmony birthday performance. Dang, she did a... You know who did the same thing? A birthday performance was Jeezy and Jeannie. And y'all saw how quickly that turned out. How that was a... What was it? I remember she had Tevin Campbell. Yeah, Jeezy had Tevin Campbell perform at Jeannie Mai's birthday party. Oh, boy. But Megan had Bone Thugs and Harmony perform at Klay's birthday. So we got two millennials here, y'all. Because, yeah, if you like Bone Thugs, I'm pretty sure you're a millennial or Gen Xer. Now, one thing I'm going to check, too, is did he do anything for her birthday? Because that's what I need to see. Hold on. Megan Thee Stallion's birthday. Did he do anything for her birthday? Nope. Everything I see is... Okay, Megan's 200K gift from her boyfriend. That was February 18th of this year. Okay, we're going to read this. Listen to that. Watch it. Y'all know what I meant. Okay, shout out to 9mag TV. Thank you for your services.
Meghan Thee Stallion surprises Klay Thompson with a Bone Thugs and Harmony birthday party.
That's beautiful. Oh, by the way, another thing I noticed. Let's run it back. I think she felt safe with him because he's a lighter-skinned man. I gotta be honest. He's biracial. And he seems like the nice guy type of man. He seems like he's going to be the good guy. But sis, you see, you didn't watch this channel. I know you probably don't know anything. You don't know I exist. But sis, I could have told you that they're the worst ones. Red flag. The ones that always look nice and the sweet, nice guys. The quiet ones, the lanky ones, them ones, you think they're going to be better than a Tory, and they're just as demonic. It doesn't matter his skin color, his skin tone, his ethnicity. A demon is a demon is a demon. Continuing.
Surprises Klay Thompson with their Bone Thugs and Harmony birthday party.
That's beautiful. Is that his daddy? Oh, is that, which one is that? Wish or Crazy? Y'all know Crazy, Wish, Busy. What was the other guy's name? Lazy? Yeah, Lazy. That's the Bone Thugs, in case y'all don't know their music. See you at the crossroads. I still got some of their songs. It's Bone and Biggie. Yo, Bone Thugs was a thing. Wait. Let's fast forward. Then she had all them up there. Crazy, Lazy, Wish, and Busy. Yeah, Busy was a little crazy too. Maybe because of Busy Bone. Y'all know Busy Bone, by the way. Busy Bone was on America's Most Wanted. He got kidnapped by his stepfather, and then he was touched. Yeah, he went through a lot in his life, y'all. Shout out to Busy and the rest of the Bone Thugs. It was very sad. Okay, so yeah, they're all out. Oh my God, that's Wish. Wow. Oh, Crazy almost passed away a few years ago. Oh my gosh, like it's so crazy seeing them now. Yeah, Crazy went through a lot of health issues. Oh, she really supported her man here. How much you paid to have them perform? How much did you pay? Yo, Wish always had his braids on lock. Yeah, that's Lazy right there. Lazy always looked like he on something. Okay, is that his daddy? Is that his daddy? Yeah, they got the same nose. That's his daddy, y'all. That's his dad. You your daddy, son. No DNA test required. That nozzle right there. Yeah, that told me all I needed to know. Is that his daddy or his uncle? Hold on. Klay Thompson's dad. I think that's his daddy, y'all. That looks like him. Thompson's father. Is he light-skinned or biracial? I think he's biracial if I'm not mistaken. Not girlfriend. Ethnicity. I think he is. Okay. Let's see. Let's check. His father. That's not his dad? Who is that? His uncle? They look just alike. Hold on. His father was born in Nassau? Wait, that might be his dad. His dad's probably lighter skinned. His mom is from Washington. Oh, okay, yeah, his dad is the Bahamian one. Okay, so basically his dad is light skinned. So his dad is biracial too, because his dad got blue eyes. Hold up. Let's figure this out, y'all. You know, I mean, when the genetics definitely play a role, like, especially, yeah. His dad got light eyes, y'all. He looked like he maybe a white Bahamian. That's what I'm assuming. He's a lighter skin. You know, sometimes that does happen in the Caribbeans. We have white Haitians in Haiti too. It's like they're kind of like the Louisiana Creole. So he looked like Tina. So yeah, he's black. Probably passed on generation because they just marry within each other, amongst each other. That's what that is. Okay, and his mama is a white American. All right, got it. So let's see Klay Thompson's mama. Let's see his mother. I thought she was a black. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. His dad's definitely. Okay. I could see it now. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Wait a minute. That's not his daddy then. Hold up. Who's that man? That looks like him. They have the same nose. Oh, that could be her dad. Okay. My bad, y'all. That's his mama's brother. Okay. That must be his mama's brother. Because there's no way that man that I see in the pictures could be that man that we see in the video. They don't even look alike. Yeah, that's not him. Okay, my bad, y'all. He is Bahamian. I could see it. I could definitely see it. Yeah, okay. So it looks like it's the mama's brother. Okay, now mystery solved. Because, yeah, that must be his uncle. That looked just like him. The nose and all, nostrils and all. All right, they know. Oh, go Bone Thugs. We can't hear you because I don't want to get the copyright. Okay, they probably singing at the cross. Wait, what they singing? Oh, they singing. Are they singing Wake Up? Yo, Let me tell you, the best song to sing from Bone Thugs, if you want to pick me upper, especially Mondays. No, not Mondays, Fridays, whatever. Whenever you want to get paid, you must listen to Paper. Paper's a good song. Paper's a good song. You want to get money, you need motivation, listen to the song Paper. It's a really great motivator. And then if you really hate your life on Mondays, wake up. It's the first of the month. Get up. And it's time to wake up. There's a lot of motivational songs right there. They tell you to wake up to go to work. All right. Continuing. So we just saw Bone Thugs. That was it. All right. Whoa. She cooked him dinner? Oh, she did the cater to you. Oh, boy. Oh, Lord. Megan, sis. You know, look at that. She was ready, y'all.
Thompson and his dad.
The other night she made some baked beans.
One thing I will say, though, I will vindicate Scorpios today. One thing I'll give y'all. I don't see y'all in friend with benefits situations. I gotta give y'all that. I don't see my water signs like that. It's always the air signs, y'all. We gotta do better. Why is it? I don't know. I don't know many Scorpios who are friends with benefits. I'll give them that. The water signs, I don't see that happening. It's usually us air signs. We always friends with FWBs.
Baked beans, best I've ever had in my life.
Look at this.
She made a brisket the other night with some special sauce that she cooked up.
Oh, my bad, y'all. My bad. I wasn't supposed to do that. My bad. I was trying to put the volume up.
His dad.
She did what? She cooked dinner for him and his daddy. Red flag. Hold up. Wait a damn minute. Hold on a second. For him and his father? Wrap this up. Hell, I barely made... Hold on. Honey, can you come here for a second? Are you busy? Hello? Okay, he can't hear me. I don't know where he at. I wanted Dub to tell y'all something. I would never. And I say never. But no, I say never. I would never. I'm sorry. I'm not built like, I gotta be honest. No, I'm sorry. Never. No, I just don't. It's not my ministry. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. I just can't. I'm shocked, y'all. Sister made dinner for not just him and his daddy. And they're not even married, y'all. Oh, she wanted to be a wife, y'all. I could see it as clear as day. Hold up, let's finish watching this video.
The other night she made some baked beans. Baked beans, best I've ever had in my life. She made a brisket the other night with some special sauce that she cooked up. Megan is a chef. She's talented. I don't know. It's up to them. You gotta ask them then.
My ladies out here. Oh boy, only an Aquarius would do something like this. Y'all gotta be honest. Y'all. Yes. Okay, I was calling you. Did you have your headphones on? No. Can you come here for a second? I couldn't hear you. You couldn't hear me? Oh, because the sound is loud. Okay, so Megan Thee Stallion,
What is that?
Just chicken. Don't worry about that. Megan Thee Stallion cooked dinner for her boyfriend and his father. Do you think I would ever do that for you?
You?
Wait, you gotta come closer to back. Mimi, come here. I don't know. Can you hold her? She's very reactive, y'all. She's hearing noise in the background. Hold on. So you guys probably can't hear it, but in the living room I play a Spotify playlist of like rain sounds. That's why it's loud in the living room. You can't hear it. Let me Let me put it on the first one because it's loud. It gets loud. I gotta put this girl. I gotta take her to training. Yeah, past our door. I gotta put her in training for that. Doggy training. Her reactivity is out of this world. And she has separation anxiety. But okay, that's neither here nor there. Do you think I would ever cook food for you and your dad?
No.
Would I even do it as a wife?
I mean, you can do for me, but I don't think you can do for my dad.
But would I? It's not can do. Do you think I would offer to do that?
I mean, you always offer to do something, but not cooking. Cooking.
Not cooking.
Cooking is enough for my wife, no. And it's horrible. Okay, it's not horrible.
I don't care if you say it's horrible. I don't cook. I mean, I gotta be honest. Listen, he's.
But actually, recently, her cooking skills actually got better.
My preparations.
I actually enjoy pretty much all the food. Actually.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to argue, but I don't think you're gonna do for my dad. No.
No, would I do that?
And my mom gonna laugh a lot.
No, that's not the point.
And it's gonna take her forever. My dad gonna get tired. Anyway, my dad gonna eat something first.
No.
Until you're cooking.
What I'm trying to say is offer. Would I offer to go to your house to cook food for your parents?
My mom and dad are gonna say, yeah, it's okay.
No,
sorry.
but no, would I do that naturally? Like, would I say, hey, I want to cook something for your parents today?
You? Mac and cheese, maybe, but
no, I'm saying, do I have the personality to
you don't.
go
You never.
and to
No,
say?
no,
That's
no.
my point. Would I ever in your existence would I naturally like willingly go to your parents and say, hey, I'm gonna cook something for you guys
Nope.
today?
Impossible.
There you go. Unless somebody asks me and then I'll say, oh, I'll bring something.
You're gonna buy something, but you're never gonna make something for my parents. No.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. That's all I needed you to
But what is
answer.
that about?
No, because I want them to understand that you don't need to do all this to get married. Like, this is not a criteria for many people.
Oh.
That's my point. It's like, I'm trying to show them. That's the reason I have him here, y'all, by the way. It's not to be like, oh, I didn't. It's just to show you that you ain't got to do all that. That's too much. If you want to, go on ahead and do it.
No,
But
I'm
for
gonna
me,
tell
it's
you
like,
something.
yeah, it's
We
too
are
much.
new generation. New generation means we can buy something
Yeah.
for why you have to make it.
There you go.
And that is something you don't have that skill. Why you have to do something you don't have a skill?
Did I ever offer to cook you something when we were dating?
Oh hell no. No. And even if you offer, it takes forever. So eventually, I'm gonna eat something snack first, or I'm gonna be so hungry.
Point is that there are men out there. If we have like people who want to
So,
find a mate.
My
or
point
spouse,
is that
this.
point is that I know you guys have a beautiful mind like my wife, so want to offer something. But why you guys are thinking that offer something that you don't have? That skill you don't have it. You don't have that skill, but why you have to offer? Because other people just offering to the other people. You're gonna find your potential, like something, your skill first, and then offer that something you can do it.
There you go. Yeah.
If you have
sorry.
money, it's a way better idea to buy the food in the restaurant they offer it
Yeah.
instead of just making
Doing all
yourself.
this. Yeah. Take them to a restaurant. I'm not doing no labor. I'm so sorry. Like I try not to.
Making this
yeah.
food and offering to the parents or other family.
That's too much.
It's just a kind of the traditional way to me. Why you have to cook? You can buy cooking. You can buy meal from outside. Way better from professional people. That's it.
Yeah. There you
But
go.
is it something problem? You're
No.
still offering.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, he cooks better than I do. So, oh yeah, shameless plug. Dom is about to launch. Well, he's already on his channel, Dominic Bjorn, but he's gonna start cooking, doing live cooking content.
I didn't actually announce that, but thank you for announcing it.
Yeah, I'm gonna announce it to y'all. Y'all got to sneak.
Oh,
we were
okay.
talking about food.
But I didn't decide it yet.
Well, now you gonna have to put cooking
What
on your
the hell? I
content.
didn't decide it yet.
He cooks like he actually cooks really well. Like he's good at cooking. I'm not.
But
that's
why?
not my
So
ministry.
I have a question. The Meghan is good about cooking.
Yeah, but the problem is she broke up. They broke up.
My point is, she's good cooking.
Yeah, look, she can cook. Look at her. She's doing all
The other
that.
night she made some baked beans. Barbecue baked beans.
Look at that,
Best
she's
I've ever had
cooking.
in my life.
Oh, so she know
made
how
a
to.
brisket the other
He
night.
Yeah,
looks
she know how to
like-
cook.
He looks like she doesn't know. He looks
No,
no.
he
Some
said-
good people never make the damn mistake.
No, but she said he said
He
she
looks
made,
like a social media things, like
No,
you're gonna
but-
try something, show it to the people, like, oh, I actually know cooking.
No, but it says here she cooked brisket. You didn't hear the daddy. He said, hold on,
The other
listen.
night she made some baked beans.
She made baked beans
Barbecue baked beans. Best I've ever had.
And
in
why
my
she
life.
and
looks
she
like,
made brisket.
Why she looks like a rich Khalifa?
Huh? What the red flag? What are you talking about?
The video.
Oh, because she's doing this?
No,
Made a
her
brisket the other
face
night with some
looks like a
special
rich
sauce that she
Khalifa.
cooked up. Megan is a chef. She's
Hold on. Let's see. Hold on.
Only that video I'm talking about.
No, I'm gonna put a face to face to see.
Rich Khalifa has that face.
Hold on.
Not that kind of the face.
Which face?
I don't know, just a feeling like.
Oh, the
Rich
facial
Khalifa-
expression?
Yeah.
Oh, facial expression. Yeah, you better tread lightly. I was gonna have to drag your ass real quick.
It's up to them. You gotta ask them that.
Yeah, see, this kind of the situation, like, man is passing and then just try to help and then making them. No, look at that. I don't think it's just something that she know how to cook.
She does. No, but it says here.
Everything is just like a social media thing.
No, but she said Klay Thompson's girlfriend, Meg Thee Stallion, cooks dinner for him and
Yeah,
his
for
father.
one-time social media,
Okay, here we go.
in my opinion.
No, she's really cooking for him. I'm not joking.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
What does that sound?
That's somebody else's video.
That's what. Oh, actually, she know how to.
She know how to cook.
Yeah. So
She can cook. I'm telling you, she
Well,
can
what
cook
is
very
that food
well.
about? Do you
I
know
don't know
that
what
food?
No, I don't know. I don't know what she's cooking, but it looks good.
I have a question.
Hmm
She's from Haitian or
She's not Haitian. She's American.
So whole family is American.
Yeah, she's Black American.
I mean, American is American, but
Mhm. She's Black American.
We have a long journey of our ancestry.
Hmm
So you always say Haitian family.
Yeah.
What does she?
She's American.
Oh, okay.
From America.
Okay.
No other. Well, I mean,
Like a what I ask is something. You guys always talk about some country, even if it's American. You guys are American, but just saying, like, you are Canadian, but you are not. You never say Canadian. You just say.
yeah, but she's American.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Usually, like, if somebody doesn't say their background, like if they say I'm Canadian, like usually, like I'll say I'm Haitian, so people know that my parents are from Haiti. Like I have a Haitian background.
That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, but she's American. She doesn't have any type of background.
Oh, she doesn't have a.
No. She's straight American.
So even her parents is also
everybody
is from America.
generations. We even have people on the chat. Their parents, generation.
Is it
American.
all from America?
Exactly.
Oh.
But okay, so now we get into history. Hold up a second. So in Korea, they don't teach that?
Because we have only one generation.
Oh, for Korea?
China to Korea, Korea to Korean, and
Yeah.
we have a very very long history, like 1,000 years.
So
experience.
think of her like you in Korea.
So we can't figure it out which genetic just mix up together between that one, like couple of 1,000 years. I don't think it's just happened in China and Korea. It landed connected each other. We just had a very long history each other without any country. Without any country, that means we are all from either Chinese, Korean genetic. That's
So
it.
just like her. So for her, it's
But
similar.
American history is not that much long like China.
But it's the same thing, because when the Black Americans arrived in America, so think about it this way. We all came from Africa, right? And then some of us were transported to different places. So, for example, my parents were Haiti, or my generation, not my parents, but my generation was Haiti. Her generation, America. Only difference is she landed in America. My generation landed in Haiti. That's it. But same.
Okay.
Same concept.
Okay.
But they were there.
Okay.
But think about it. Black
Got it.
Americans were there from the beginning with all of the other. So think about it that way. When you see a white person, like a white American person, it's the same thing. Their generation came from Europe. They're not American.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So so everybody came at the same time, but it just so happened that the black people, or the black people that left Africa and came to America, or not left, stolen. We got to make it clear: slavery, stolen. The black people who were stolen from Africa to come to America, they were the ones who settled or were in America to do the labor. But my parents just went to Haiti. Everybody just got dropped off to different places. That's all.
Oh.
But they were there around the same time that the slave owners came, and their generations came. So they are actually the same as they came at the same time.
Oh.
The only people who were there before were the indigenous people. Exactly.
That's yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a difference.
So they were there from way before.
Yeah, that's a
but
different
when you're
story,
thinking, so that's why when you asked what's her background, I have that's why I said she's American. But it's so interesting that they only ask people because you will never ask a white person what their background. Not you, but Koreans. I'm saying in general, or you don't think to ask a white person their background. But to be honest with you, you should, because they came at the same time.
I actually ask to.
No, you do, but not other people don't do that. That's what I'm saying.
Most of the time, I think I ask.
You do, but I'm saying other Korean people don't do that. They won't ask a white person, where is your family from, or where are they from?
Oh, really?
Yeah. But you asked her because, I'm Haitian. But usually, if somebody says they're Black American, then some people question, oh, are you sure? Are you sure your parents don't come from somewhere else? But then for white people in America, they should be asking that because it's the same thing.
But then it also happened in Canada?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same exact history, same history.
Well, because I never met some black person who the parents came from Canada.
Oh, you're talking about, okay, that's Nova Scotia.
So it's kind of like the same situation,
with
like
Meghan?
Meghan's parents, grandfather or something like that. They, when, as you mentioned it, Africa is stolen. Many black families spread out and then just had to go some country.
Right.
Some country choose like Haiti, Jamaica, or some people choose America.
Correct.
Some people also choose Canada.
Yeah.
But why I'm not?
No, not Canada. So what happened is, I told you about this before, where Canadians, are the white Canadians came from America, from Europe. They just got into a beef, and then they decided to split because they didn't want to go against the queen or the king. So what ended up happening is a certain group of people went over there.
Canadian history is less years than the America. I'm sorry, you guys, because I'm learning about this kind of history.
Because you want to know why?
Because I never went to like a middle school, high school in this country, so I never studied about it.
Wait, not only that, but he used to sleep in his history. You see, that's why you don't sleep in history class.
In Korea,
that's why you don't sleep in history
Korea,
class.
we don't have a lot of long classes about North America. It's kind of like a 1 or 2 subject and then move on. European, China. Even we making more long history or learning process about China because China is actually from us.
No, that's very true. And when they talk about American history, it's more like white American history, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and we never talk about black people in our classes. So that's why I'm just asking. But basically, generally, I don't know about long history about Canada. I actually have to know because I have to have a test soon, so I gonna learn it, but still I don't know about it.
Okay, so then boom. So then you have the split between America, Canada. Some of the Canadians who wanted to be loyal to the Queen, we call them loyalists, or the King, they went to Canada to start the before Canada became Canada. But wait.
Yeah, I have a question. Then in that when the situation happened, so then most of the black people who living in Canada is actually came from America then.
Yes, exactly.
But why we are not telling we are American?
They do.
My parents just came from America.
They do though.
But they normally talking about like, oh, another country.
No, because you haven't gone to Nova Scotia. They're in certain places,
Oh,
so
no,
you got to go to
okay.
Nova Scotia, and some of them were in BC.
If I go to Nova Scotia,
yeah,
it's going
there's
to be
a
different.
there's a whole black. Hold on, y'all. We segueing just quickly, and then
I'm sorry,
I'm gonna wrap
guys,
him
because
up.
I just curious. But I actually interesting about history because, but the reason why I sleep because the teacher is so horrible.
Here. These are the black Nova
That
Scotians.
my history teacher always were humble,
Here.
which is
They were in
no,
Canada.
I'm saying something.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Listening.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listening. I'm explaining why I had to go sleep because that grandpa always were humble and then only explain about Korean traditional history. Like, it's so boring. I can't understand why you keep saying about Korean. I'm Korean already, so blah blah blah. And
So
then
now
I fell asleep.
So now, you see, this is the thing. It makes sense now why, like, well, I already knew it, but that's why I always tell y'all, like, in
So
Korea,
they are from
you
Nova
can't.
Scotia?
Yeah, they're from Nova Scotia.
Okay.
Yeah. So during slavery time, black people in the South, because the North was free, South was enslaved. So a lot of people from the South would go to the North to be free. So some people would go all the way to Canada.
It sounds like North Korea and South Korea.
Exactly. It was like that. Exactly. So not like that. It was worse, but like, yeah. But anyways, they were escaping to be free. So they would go to North and then to the North all the way to Canada. And they settled in Nova Scotia and also in British Columbia has black history too. So even, not Pandora, Douglas Street, he was black. He was from this history. He was half black.
Oh.
I believe James Douglas. I forgot his name, but yeah, there was a black community in Nova Scotia and also in BC as well. So yeah, but they all moved to Nova Scotia and then they spread out. But then majority, you're right. A lot of Canadians black Canadians came during immigration, open immigration.
Oh.
So that's why we don't have the same concept as black Americans here, because that's why you don't see it that much, because most of the black people you're going to meet came during the immigration time. But in America it's different. They were already there.
History is also not too long.
Not long ago. Yeah, exactly.
1921 is
Yeah,
not
so they were there.
too
They were
long.
there. And remember, immigration happened in the 70s, like mass immigration. So they were there since that time. Probably way before then. Yeah.
Even we have one of the cafe in downtown which calls Murchis, right?
Yeah.
Murchis just started businesses 1892. So actually that cafe even has a more history than black people history in Canada.
No, wait, 1892. Hold on. Let's find out.
I think it's in 1892. I saw that.
Wait. So okay, let's figure it out. When did black
history?
No, black people arrive in Canada. Here we go. Black
I'm sorry,
immigration.
Is it okay to
No, we're
talk about
gonna
this
we're
one?
gonna cut it soon. But here, during the War of 1812. No, first of all, it's not refugees, so this is wrong. But black people, we should say, not refugees, but they were seeking free. But no, red flag. Whoever wrote this.
Well, who is this one?
I don't know who they is, but they said refugees from. It's not refugees. They were escaping slavery. So this is crazy. So since before Canada was ever a country, there has been black immigration too. No, it wasn't immigration. It was migration. So this is all types of wrong. We're not even gonna read this source. This is craziness. It's not immigration. What are they talking? I mean, the country wasn't even there to immigrate to. They were escaping. It was black escape, not immigration. Okay. But anyways, they had the timeline. Damn it. I don't want to go through too much. But anyways, here. They had the timeline, y'all. We just gonna skip whatever the hell they wrote. So anyways, from individuals who were forced to work as slaves. Okay, so they wrote it. In Upper and Lower Canada to the loyalists who settled in places like Nova Scotia, those who came to Canada and their descendants would shape Canada in many extraordinary ways. So this was 1812. When was Murchis?
1892?
So black people were there.
Okay.
There you go. And then when slaves were fleeing the states. Okay, so they were talking about different people. And then 800 black Americans settled in Vancouver Island here.
Oh, Vancouver?
Between 1858 and 18... I told you, there's a history. Because the guy who... Douglas Street, he was half black, and his ancestry
But how
came
come
from
they
here.
came to here?
They were here.
All the way from...
BC had a whole black community. Vancouver had a whole black community. but they left because there's too much racism. We gotta keep it honest. Yo, Canada's not clean.
Racism
either.
in Canada?
Absolutely.
Like Vancouver?
Absolutely. Black community
From who?
in the. Who else? Who else? Here, Hogan's Alley and Black Strathcona. And it was Vancouver's working class, was home to multiple immigrant communities, but largely known for its black population. By 1871, there were more than 500 people of African descent living in Vancouver and BC.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's why I said that my family wasn't there. My family came in 1970s, but they were always there. So here, there goes history for you. All right, I'm going to make him learn, y'all. Read books. Oh, Lord. I'm going to read some comments, Lord
I'm
Jesus.
sorry, guys. I
Oh, wait,
just-
somebody. Oh, hi, Harper Polo. Is the membership in YouTube still ending? Yes, it is. Last video will be posted. Last few videos will be posted this week, y'all.
I'm
And then
sorry,
we wrapping
guys.
it
I
up.
just spend the time for you guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
But probably you guys gonna know about some history here.
You said, you said some of the white Canadians I've seen know their European ancestry. It's usually the Irish and French through
yeah.
grandparents and Irish, French,
Scottish.
Scottish. There's a lot of
We
Scottish
have a
people.
very long history Irish culture in Victoria.
Oh, you read the chat. Okay, hold on. You gonna let me read. Oh boy. I'm sorry, y'all. I got distracted. Where Meghan went wrong in her relationship is she used too much seasoning. Thank you, Mary. Welcome. Sylvie, hey sis, you said she's a Southern woman. That is part of the training. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Just black. Okay, you wrote this. She is Southern. Just black. Some people's roots are only in the U.S. Yes, that's what I was. I explained it to him. Same. Yeah, you see, Deja Rue, her family. She said, her people are from Louisiana. We're expected to cook, and I can't. I just don't enjoy it. Yeah. Mental health. No, you're not late. We segues. Ooh, I got lost in the sauce here. My fam is from South Carolina and came up to NYC during the Great Migration. I cannot cook and wasn't taught to do that, so I won't do that. Yeah, you see? So they're all from America.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm reading, y'all. Tell him slavery and roots is only in the U.S. Yeah, I told them. I told them before. That's why I told you that before.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
He knows.
Yeah.
He just
I'm
needs
running,
repetition.
I'm running.
Repetition.
I'm sorry, I'm running. And I'm pretty slow about history.
Yeah, so yeah, PSA, he knows this. We have had a lot of conversations about it. And that's another thing I must say. Like, I think I said it in one of my videos. If you are going to date somebody from another country or culture, this is expected because their education system will not include us. Most people's education systems do not include
especially
black
Asian family. No.
Yeah, so
No.
most of what he's learning is new to him from forever, right? So there's a lot of things that, like, you know, I taught him about Canada, Canadian history, about Haitian history, Black history, but I'm really happy we actually had this conversation because now he knows that.
I mean, it's fun. It's fun to know about these things.
Yeah.
Actually, but my brain isn't that naturally working about history well. I always good about sciences and math, but language and history, I'm sorry.
So Sophie said if you do your ancestry test, you can know or not. Yeah, I can know my background, like where my family came from. I
always want to ask this question that if you guys done already, then just please let me know how much is it.
It's like 100 something, but I don't want to do it.
And where we have to go?
I don't want to do it online because there's too many data breaches. I don't want people having my dang on.
Yeah,
private
that's my
information.
point. There's so many people steal the generic and they use them different way.
I would only do it through a geneticist. So you can actually do it.
I want to know how much is it.
It's very expensive if you do it the way that you're supposed to do it is through through an organization here or something, like a private organization.
Oh, okay.
You said that L. Yep. You said there aren't any records about our ancestry to confirm 100%. Exactly. We don't know. I don't know my ancestry apart from that they landed in Haiti. That's it. And then they landed on, and I told them about Haitian history of how we were like the first Black independent country in 1804. Yeah, so he knows about that. I just want to make sure, like, make it very clear because I don't want people to think, oh, she's not teaching. Yes, he knows, but he just needs to know more, especially with Canada. let me read a few comments here. I didn't learn about American history in school either, as I went to school in Jamaica. Some girl, I didn't know you went to school in Jamaica. Shout out to Jamaica. I used to watch a lot of history documentaries, though. That's how I know. Yeah, and you know, that's another thing is I'm sure that there are there's a lot of things I didn't even know about Korean history. So that's why I can't fault him either, because I didn't even know about Korean history. I didn't even know about like a lot of the world history, because in America, because I went to school in the States, we only learned about American history, pretty much. World history was like small sections, like, oh, the Korean War. And then we helped the Koreans. Done.
Same thing.
I actually didn't know anything about Korea until I went to Korea. So, you know, for me, it was like the whole world looks so different versus North America. And so when I went to Korea and I saw, oh, shoot, their technology is way better, I realized that, I was like, you know, I opened my eyes to so many different things, and that's by making friends with different people. I had like, you know, friends from different countries, and then, yeah, just opening my mind up. It wasn't until I went to college I started to really learn about the world. So yeah, so just wanted to put that out there too. There are a lot of things we don't even learn either about other countries as well. So it's a learning opportunity. You said, okay, we're going to move on, yo.
Anyway,
they said,
yeah.
no, they said they hope the lesson was interesting.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, go. Yeah, we sorry, we segue, y'all. I was just trying to say, let's segue back to Klay and Meghan.
Well, anyway,
bad,
I'm
y'all.
gonna say one more time, like, you are not going to cook for my parents.
Yeah, I'm never. Okay, basically what I was trying to say is that you don't have to do all of that. You don't gotta do all that. But then you guys said that it's Southern training, and that makes sense because her family's from Texas. So, okay, let's continue. Ooh, boy, that was a history lesson. Okay, that food look good. All right, let's continue. Food looking good. All right, let's see the taste test. That's his daddy. All right. And another thing I must mention is, I think today is just crazy, y'all. Mimi's going crazy. Hold on. Hold on a second. Give me a second, y'all. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, no, it's a little crazy in our household today. Another thing I want to mention, though, is that Meghan, it looks like, does his mama know how to cook? I don't know if his mama knows how to cook, and maybe she took it upon herself because she's a, you know, sister to, you know, give his father some good food or something. I don't know. There are some black women out there, I gotta be honest, some black women out there who feel like compelled to, you know, give that hospitality. I know she's Southern as well, but there's another element of his mama is, you know, she's Caucasian. So it's quite possible that she doesn't know how to make this type of food. So just putting it out there, y'all. Just putting it out there. Oh, excuse me. Okay. All right. So she cooked for him and his daddy. Did he talk? Do they talk? Okay, that's it. Oh boy. All right. We gonna have to wrap them up, y'all. Let me finish watching that video. I got sidetracked, y'all. We got a whole bunch of other topics to talk about.
Allegedly be cheating with somebody in the league. Now, it's sad that Meghan once again thought she had the nice guy, but it was just an image. And I think so many people can relate to dating the nice guy in public, but behind the scenes, it sounds like he was really mean to her, treated her like crap, and still she stayed. Did niggas buy a house also? It just shows you that sometimes men, sometimes more than sometimes nowadays, really put out this image for the public, but behind they are treating you like crap. And it's not just Meghan, it's women every day who can relate to being out there with somebody, give them your all, only for them to use and abuse.
You see, that's the problem. You give them your all. Red flag. You don't ever give somebody your all. I am so sorry. No. You notice, like, that's the point I was trying to make when we deviated into the whole historical lesson. But the point still stands. You do not need to overextend yourself and to be a sacrificial lamb to get what you want. I gotta be honest. So doing all that is not going to guarantee you a prize at the end. we got it all twisted. We think that pain and sacrifice is going to be the end result of like the victory. Sometimes you're going to be doing pain and sacrifice and you ain't going to get nothing. So if you're going to go that route, do it for you. Do it for you. Hell, do it for your children. Let me tell y'all something. If people spent as much time as they do trying to please their man, and they reverse that energy to themselves or their children, if you have kids, the world would be it would be a better place. If you're gonna do all of this, if you're gonna do all of this, do it for yourself. Not saying you can't treat your husband good, but you should also be yourself as well. If you know that that's not your personality, you don't know how to cook, why you gotta do all that? If you know that you don't have time to do that, she's a performer, y'all. She ain't had to do all that, but she did. And I guess it's to show her love and appreciation, but he's not even giving her half of what she's giving him. That's the problem too. So then we have to really get to the point where, hold on a second. Honey, can you leave the door open, please? Mimi, come back. Oh, he gave you a treat. Okay, that's why. Y'all, Mimi's here. I think her daddy got tired of her. So yeah, so if you are going to overextend yourself, don't expect anything in return. And this is another thing. It's like, stop expecting people to give you something just because you did the most for them. No. If you're going to do something, do it because you want to do it, not because you think it's going to get you somewhere with somebody. Especially a man. Red flag. Don't do that. And it goes for friendships too. I'm not going to go over and beyond if I don't want to do it. Oh, I was a good friend, so I expect you to be a good friend. No. Be a good friend because you want to be a good friend. But don't be a good friend expecting the same type of treatment that you give out. And if somebody doesn't fit that requirement, then you need to leave. But don't keep doing it just for them, just to prove your love. For what? If people are not matching energy, then you could go on and skedaddle somewhere else. Go where you're valued. Oh my God. Yo, that's dumb. Y'all saw that shadow right there. I thought that was somebody. All right, y'all. There's too much going on here. I did not know he went on the balcony. Oh, boy. All right, let's continue.
You, okay? Wasn't he saying that she might be the one? This is so sad, but let's talk about it later in the comments. Say it ain't so. Meghan was getting cheated on allegedly.
All right, that was it. Hold up. I just realized y'all couldn't even see what was going on in the balcony in the back. There was, yeah, it's just one of those days, y'all. Okay, let's continue. Let me warm up my leftovers. Let us know what you end up eating, sis. Let us know what you end up eating. All right, continuing. Hell, I need to eat what Meghan made. I ain't gonna lie, that chicken looked real good. All right, y'all. I think that's it for Meghan and Klay. I don't know if there's anything else. We gotta speed it right along. How long have I been talking? Oh, 1 hour 47 minutes. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not too bad. Yeah, y'all. Yeah, I think I gotta be careful with time. All right, next time I'll just ask a simple question. All right, I'm just gonna check real quick to see if there's anything else about Meghan and why is Jane Fonda on my screen? Meghan and Klay. Let's see if there's anything else about these two. You said they moved in together. Let me see. I think they bought a house together. I don't know if they moved in together though. I know they moved in, but they bought a house together? No, they just moved in. I don't think they bought a house together. Yeah, she's moving in with Klay. I don't think they bought a house together. Yeah, they just moved in together. So they met last summer, allegedly. Or no, they popped out last summer. And then in October, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. In her finger is a key and yellow chain, perhaps implying a new home purchase. This is craziness. So, oh boy. Elsewhere in the carousel set to Meghan's Lover Girl, the performer includes snaps of her side by side with her NBA player boyfriend. In the song, the artist said she's made her man's house into a home. Okay, we're going to read the lyrics to Lover Girl, y'all, because I don't think I ever read those lyrics. Yeah, I don't think I read those lyrics before. In one pic, the rapper wears a black hoodie and leans in for a sweet moment with the Dallas Mavericks guard. In another photo, the couple walks hand in hand in a sports arena tunnel. Okay. All right, let's read the Lover Girl lyrics. Oh, Lord. All right, let me read the lyrics. All right. I think I did read it. I don't remember. Hold on. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's read the Lover Girl lyrics, y'all. All right. So this was when they were lovey-dovey. All right. So kiss me, oh, kiss me, my man, my baby. Dicking me down, spoiling me, driving me crazy. My man, my baby. Dicking me down, spoiling me, driving me crazy. Oh, boy. Hey, yo, N-word fantasy. My man, reality. Yeah, you see, this is the problem, sis. Red flag. Why you gotta do this? Why you gotta boast? You can't be doing that, sis. You gonna get hemmed up. I had to lock in when I found out he could handle me. This is a problem. Some N-words call me extra okay. My N-word call me pressure. Yeah, I think he accepted her how she is, and I think she took it to the head. That ish be easy when you find somebody on your level. Oh no, this was too soon. Oh boy, I know people gonna use this song against her. My N-word say my lady, he never say my B-word, and he should never do that. Red flag. But then when he had his mood swings, though, sis, was this before or after the mood swings? That's what I need to know. When did she write this song? Most N-words want attention. Yeah, my N-word give me his. Yeah. He know he a star, but he my biggest fan. Okay. Continuing. Hey, let's skip the small talk and make big moves. I know you feeling me, you know I'm feeling you. A very freaky girl, you heard what Gucci said. First I give you my number, then you give some head. So what? Did she pursue him? That's what I need to know. Red flag. We are also known, Aquariuses, to be pursuing people, not me. Reformed. I did it once with the, I ain't gonna lie, with my FWB. I had a little shown back in the day, FWB. I did pursue him heavy. I told y'all, I was out. If anyone can give you their lore, it's me. I will never come on here in front like I never did something. Guilty. I sure did give a guy. I sure did chase a FWB once. Got me nowhere, but headaches and trouble. So yeah, this is very on brand for us. Don't need no GPS. I know what's going down. You got that Love Jones, baby. You 90s fine. And you see, this is the thing. When you chase a man, and this is where I learned my lesson. I was hard-headed as hell. I was 24 years old. No, 20. I was younger than that. I was 23. And you know where it got me? Nowhere. I learned my lesson real quick. The chaser always ends up being the one to chase the whole time. This is why these red flags exist. It's because I went through it, y'all. I've been through it. I've been through the trenches. You 90s fine. No, the hell he ain't, girl. I'm from Splash Town, okay? And you know I keep it wet. Might have gave him that good, but I gave him the best. Okay, pop that pussy for your man. Oh, boy. Why you effing people N-word? Need to find your own man B-word. Pop that. Oh, she did a lot. Oh, this is very embarrassing. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Kissing you is all that I've been thinking of. Kissing you is that's she put the total song in her lyrics. I didn't even peep that. He get me so deep in that pussy, it's like he looking for something. A tight squeeze, but he still gonna make his way through the tunnel. Yeah, I might bend over, but I ain't folding for nothing. Oh boy, Megan, this is awful. I turned his house. Okay, that's where this lyric is. I turned his house into a home. I'm one hell of a woman. See, that's one thing I would say. You can't go that's too far for me. Everybody should have a boundary. This right here is too far. So that was his house. That's what I'm assuming. I'm so beautiful, gorgeous, he tell me every morning. I'm the type of fine, make a N-word, run to the altar. Okay, I think this is what she was, yeah. This was what she was hoping for. Took me home to his mama. Make him empty that wallet. He be running to that phone. F around trip when I call it. All right, y'all. Oh boy, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Megan, because now, oh boy, now I see why Glorilla was shading her. Okay, Glorilla shade. Shading Megan. Let's see if this exists, and then we're gonna wrap this right up. Okay. When was this? I don't see anything recently. Shading Megan post breakup. Okay. Let's put post breakup. If I can't find it, I'll have to find it another time. Yeah, no, it's only telling me from 2025. All right. I'll have to see, y'all. Moving on. We gonna wrap Megan up. I'm so sorry it happened to you, sis. It happens to the best of us. Please take time healing. A few years. Please and thank you. Do not take any more time than that. I mean, no. Do not take any less time than that. That's my order to you. Let's move on. All right, and then I'm going to read some comments after. Men ain't ish till you get picked. Okay, next topic. MJ Gray. We're going to talk about sis. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I don't really know who she is, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't know her. I think it was Sophie who recommended that I watch her. Or sorry. You recommended this. I believe it's you. I don't know MJ Gray. I've never watched a single video from her. But this topic intrigued me. So here we go. We're going to listen to this video. So according to what I've seen about her, is that she's I think she's Gen Z. Hold on, let's find out. I believe she's Gen Z, but I don't wanna put generations on people. Okay, MJ Gray. What is her birthday, y'all? Oh boy, Leos. Y'all are not doing good this week. Oh, what's going on, my Leos? Leos, y'all not doing good this week. Oh no. Didn't we talk about a Leo recently? I think that was last week. All right. And then the Diana and Korea case study. She's a Leo too, y'all. I know, sis. There's a sis in the chat. Elle, I know you're a Leo too, sis. Oh, boy. All right. Let's get to it. She's a Leo. And she's from Texas. All right. She's known for sharing her thoughts about dating, relationships, politics, and current events. So I think she was one of the people who said to decenter men. And I believe she's one of them, the decent to men crew. All right. So she told people not to get married. Okay, let's watch her infamous TikTok. I'm going to see if I can find it, y'all. Of her telling women, do not get married. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Or maybe he has it. Okay, you know what? Let's shout out to Foreign Fridays. Let me see if he has it on his in his breakdown, and then we'll see. Let's see if I can find that video, because I don't want to waste time. And then we'll put 1.25. Let's speed this up.
My man. I take it my man. And my man.
It's the same as this.
I've never trusted a man. I've never met a man.
Hold on.
It's time we admit that this.
Wake up.
Oh, shout out to Elle. No, it wasn't Sophie. It was Elle who sent this to me. My bad, sis. It was you. My bad. I just remembered. It was you who sent it. My bad. Not Sophie. But Sophie, shout out to you too. All right. Let's hear, usually I don't listen to men's perspectives on these type of topics. But Elle, I trust you. Sis, don't let me down. I trust you. So I'm going to listen to him. And he's been okay so far. So we're going to see if I need to red flag what he's saying, okay? But I trust you. I trust your judgment. You see, I'm starting to trust people now.
It's time we admit that this.
Wake up, my man. I take it my man. And my man. Thank you to my man.
It's the same as this.
I've never trusted a man. I've never met a man who was not driven by his lust.
Just with different fonts.
Okay, all right. Let's listen.
Of MJ Gray. She is also slim, like MJ. These guys would be so thin that they could slip in between the air vents if they ain't careful. The outrage with MJ Gray is indicative of a deeper truth.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. I can't speed him up. He got an accent. Love you, brother. I cannot speed you up. When somebody has an accent, I gotta be careful.
That we need to wake up,
Okay.
which is
Because I gotta
the
listen to
fact
everything.
that the anti-man mindset. Y'all get mad at me for this one. We need to address the fact that the anti-man mindset is still man-centric. We have a gaggle of girl grifters that we have to examine today.
This is my scolding hot take, and you're either going to be ready to hear this or you're not going to be.
Okay, let me preface this by saying that anti-man mindset, that is very, how can I say this? He's right. So when you have a decenter men mindset, I think that there's, again, a balance that's missing here. You can live your life peacefully as a single woman. I wholeheartedly believe that. Why? Because I lived that life for a very long time, many, many years. As I've said throughout this whole dang on live stream. You can also live a great life as a married woman as well. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! You can live your life as a single mom, a great life as a single mom. And you could also live a great life as a mother who's married with children. You can live a great life, as a mother or somebody who's childless. Everybody can live the life that they want or that they deserve. The problem we have is that now it's either all or nothing. I personally think that this is a very dangerous mindset because then you're not giving people the choice or the option to choose what fits them. I've said it so many times where there are women out there who are born to be mothers. They want to be a mom. They want to take care of their kids. They want that family and that life. There's nothing wrong with that. There are some women who are meant to be moms. I see them all the time. They love being a mother. It suits them. And then there are other women I would not recommend have children. And I don't know how they were able to. There are some women I think that should not be mothers, personally speaking. They don't deserve to have children because they can't take care of them. So does that mean that all women should just suddenly not have children? No. You just know the risks. Weigh out your options. Make sure you pay attention. And not only that, but make sure that the person that you are with is worthy of you bearing their child. So it's very interesting to me how we can understand, like if we put in a career mind perspective, there are some people who are meant to be entrepreneurs and some people who are meant to be 9-to-5 workers. The reason why I have told you guys time and time again, I will not quit my job. I am not changing my mind on that. I will not quit my job. If I get laid off, that's another thing. I cannot control that. But me, myself, I'm not quitting my job. I'm not quitting working, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm not going to quit working to become a full-time entrepreneur. Why? Because it doesn't suit me. It doesn't suit my lifestyle. I prefer to work. Why? Because I need that balance. Being an entrepreneur is already too difficult. I can't imagine being on that high level of stress. I just can't. It doesn't work for me. I like to go in somewhere. You let me do what I need to do. I get paid every 2 weeks and we good. And then in my spare time, I enjoy doing live streams. I enjoy controlling content on this channel. Actually, you guys help me control content, to be quite honest with you. So it's a shared experience here. I enjoy doing live streams. I enjoy doing case studies. I enjoy doing that in my own time. This is where I could dabble into entrepreneurship at my own leisure. And even then it's too stressful for you, girl, but I'll still do it. As long as I can manage it both at the same time. But don't expect me to shut that down and come here full time. I'm not doing that. Why? Because it doesn't suit me. But then I know some other women where they're wonderful entrepreneurs. They're amazing. Very organized, very successful. It works for them. So the point is that you cannot put someone else's life on yours. And removing options for people, to me, it negates the whole women's suffrage movement, because the whole point of us going into that was that so all women would be able to do what? Make their own decisions and choices as they choose. So if you decide that you would rather stay single, there is nothing wrong with that. The problem, though, with a lot of people who say they want to be single is that they internally don't want to. Not all. But some women, they'll use it as a way to kind of compensate. I gotta be honest. Because it looks like that's what sis did. But just be honest with yourself. Just say, I'm single right now, but if I find the one, then I don't mind being. You gotta stay true to yourself. But you sitting here telling other women that you don't want to get married. You don't ever want to get married. You make content around and surrounding that. You have basically led some women who are looking up to you astray because they look to you for that. They're looking for a community because their decision is solid. They realize they don't want to be with a man. They don't want to be in a relationship, and that's okay. But you can't do that and then turn around and get engaged with a man. Red flag. Your content is compromised at that point. You got to be honest with yourself. That is it. That is all. Continuing, because we know sis was not honest at all. And you know, I love y'all, like I said, but remember in the Diana and Korea case study, I said, you know, Leo do like the fake, the funk. I gotta be honest. Elle, I know you here. I love you. I'm not saying you though, sis, but I'm saying some people in your ilk, your clan, the Leo clan. Continuing.
Women historically have been slaves. I understand there's different forms of slavery, but women, in the true definition of the word, have been enslaved.
I know what she getting at. I'm probably going to agree with what she getting at. Wrong messenger for you to be saying that and to say like, yeah, I know other people were slaves and there's other definition of slaves, but white women have always been slaves historically.
Marriage was the act of...
What she said?
Wrong message.
What she said?
I understand there's different forms of slavery, but women, in the true definition of the word, have been enslaved.
I know what she getting at. I'm probably going to agree with what she getting at. Wrong messenger for you to be saying that and to say like, yeah, I know other people were slaves and there's other definition of slaves, but white women have always been slaves.
How do we unpack this, y'all? I feel... Okay, we're going to shorten this for time and purposes. Red flag, number 1. And number 2, slaves. So you are dismissing the transatlantic slavery system and what that did to that, how that transformed everything to where it is now. We're going to negate from that. We're going to negate from all the other events that have happened historically, genocides. And you're saying white women have been enslaved. Not saying that there are not white women who are being abused. That is very real. There are a lot of white women who are dealing with abusive situations. But when we're thinking about it in the system that we're in right now, you could have chosen a better way to say this. That's all I'm gonna say. There are other ways to say what you're trying to say and get your point across without you done pissed off a whole host of people right here just by your opening statement, ma'am. Continuing.
Historically,
marriage was the act of making women property. Marriage was the way of exchanging women as property. Marriage was the property transfer of a woman between her father and her husband. Regardless of how you feel about it, that's the fact. That was the original purpose of marriage as a construct. The reason why you see divorce rates rise is because women finally have...
So it depends on... Wait. I gotta be honest. It depends on what lens you're looking at it from. So yes, historically, that was the truth. Correct. She is right. Originally, marriage was... I mean, if you're looking at it from a religious standpoint, if you're looking at it from a spiritual standpoint, and if you're looking at it from a legal standpoint, there are many different standpoints. But regardless of the fact, there are a lot of women, especially our ancestors, we got to be honest, where marriage was not for love. It was for monetary purposes, an exchange and property. She's correct. However, we also, like I said, we're living in a time right now where you can choose who you want to be with. Remember, that's the reason why we had the whole women's suffrage movement, is to abolish that, which is the same reason why Black Americans fought for the civil rights movement, to abolish that, which is the same reason why my ancestors in Haiti, they did the Haitian Revolution to abolish slavery. There's a lot of things that were wrong in our history, 100%. But again, that was then, this is now, and we still have to use history as a lesson to not repeat the same mistake. The problem, though, with what she's saying is that in this time, you can choose. So again, even with all of the stories I do about the men who are negative and red flags, the reason why I focus on red flags is just so you can have a chance of, when you're making that decision, to make it consciously and make it strategically. That's the only point. But I cannot sit here and tell you that I am oppressed as a married woman. I am not at all, in the slightest. Y'all heard him? I don't even cook. Barely. Right now, I'm sitting here on live stream. My puppy's right here. She's living an amazing life. I can't lie and say that, oh, my husband is the worst. Oh, my God, he's awful. I would never sit here and tell you that. I think that there are some wonderful men who can wonderful men who can be amazing husbands. 100%. I'm proof of that. I'm letting y'all know right now. Is he perfect? Hell no. Were there times where I wanted to just end everything? Absolutely. 100%. And I'm telling you, it's not because of abuse situation or anything like that. It's because of cleaning. Yeah, and then we found out he was diagnosed as OCPD. He was driving me crazy with all of this. Oh, you left a little scratch here. Yeah, that's what we was arguing about. Scratches and egg stains. But moving on. If that's the least, basically telling you, if that's the least of your, if that's the most that you're going to argue about, then you're okay. In my book. My point is that there are some people out there who are living amazing lives. They just don't go on the internet and share it. I'll be honest with you. They want to keep it private. I have a cousin right now who, well, I mean, you can't trust people, I gotta be honest. But I have a cousin who's pregnant now, and she's so happy. And she looks amazing. And you can see it in the skin, in the face. If you see a married woman come on here with bags under her eyes, she looking all types of stressed out, I can almost guarantee you something's not right here in the background. If somebody's trying to overcompensate online with their man showing him everywhere, my man, overcompensation, red flag, that's a problem. But best believe there's some people at your job, your workplace, in your church, wherever, they're living amazing lives with men who care about them and who take care of them. So we gotta be honest. Just like there's some men out there with the best women ever. That's like the red pillar. Honestly, the equivalence to me is the red pillars. All women are bad. All women are awful. You can't have success with a woman, with a wife. And mind you, there's a whole bunch of success stories right behind you. It's seriously the same thing, I'll be honest with y'all. The red pillars in them, same.
Agency over whether or not we stay in these marriages. The reason why you're seeing marriage rates and birth rates decline is because for the first time in human history, women have had more agency than we've ever had on whether or not we get married in the first place.
That is true.
And whether or not we decide to have children. There is a reason why women have been socially conditioned into believing that if we don't have children, or if we're not married, or a man didn't choose us, that's like the biggest insult to our identity or our value as human beings. I personally disagree with the entire construct of marriage.
Okay.
I believe that marriage signifies the ownership of women, and I disagree with it as a concept as a whole.
And that's okay. That's fine if you do. So then how did you end up engaged, though? You see, that's the problem. If you're going to believe on something, you stand on it.
I have no intention of ever getting married. I relish in the idea of being single. I do not want to have any children. And I relish in the idea that for the first time, I'm one of the first generations of women who have the freedom to not participate in any of those things. So to me, not only is it not an insult to my identity and does not dictate my worthiness as a human being, it is a privilege that I get to choose not to get married. It is a privilege that I get to choose not to have children. And I believe that as a woman, you should avoid getting married. You should avoid having children.
There's a conversation to be
had. Okay, so you see, this is where she went wrong here. She was saying all that, and then she said, you should avoid getting married. You should avoid having children. This is the problem. Red flag. Your decision to not get married and have children is your personal choice. But you telling other women not to get married and not have children, that's a problem. You can get married. You can have children if you so choose. All I ask is that you do it safely and you think about it. And you are financially, emotionally ready to do it. I talk about that all the time. There is not one video where I ever said don't have kids, ever. Y'all better never have kids. Y'all better never get married. You just better be safe out there. But why wouldn't you if that's what you want to do? Just like if you want to work at a certain, you have a dream to be something or whatever you want to do in your career, why not do it? If it makes sense to your lifestyle and it's something that is actually benefiting you, why not do it? She's a red pillar. There we go. Grifter. And there's a lot of them popping out, y'all. I'm just letting you know.
I get to choose not to have children. And I believe that as a woman, you should avoid getting married. You should avoid having children.
There's a conversation to be had about the ethics of marriage and the way that society penalizes single people specifically. There is an attack on single folk. There's ways in which people are incentivized to get married, like housing and taxes. The foundations of marriage have nothing to do with love and has more to do with business, with transactions, with kings trying to aggregate their wealth and marry off their daughters to princes of fathers who also have wealth and who also have kingdoms. Studies have shown that we live longer and we live better when we're coupled and we're partnered, and women don't in comparison. Yeah. MJ Gray.
And you want to know another reason they don't is because the workload. This is why. Workload. So as a woman, and the way, this is what I will say though, and I will insert into the conversation. The way maternity leave is implemented is a problem. In the US, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you only get 6 weeks of maternity leave. Y'all let me know in the chat. That's a problem. Daycare prices are astronomical. In Canada, we get 1 year of mat leave, but guess what? You still have to, if you take more than 1 year, you got to pay back the extra money or extra taxes that they, I don't know how it works, but somehow you have to pay back if you take more than a year, because then the taxes aren't taken out of your unemployment. So how it works is that there's unemployment and then also your job, working together to give you the salary that you have at a certain percentage for the year that you're going to take off for mat leave. And then after the year, if you want to top up, then you are going to be responsible for that. And you got to pay back the money they give you. Red flag. Not only that, but then you got to put your kid in daycare. There's a whole wait list in my province. Basically, what ends up happening is that you got to put your baby on that wait list. And you just better hope that you get called. Usually, most of the time you do. But you're also going to have to put your kid in daycare if you don't have a village around you. It's economical for me and Dom. So that's why we do not have children yet. And we cannot foresee that right now. But anything can change. I have never said I will never, ever have kids. I said it's stressful to raise a puppy. I ain't gonna lie to you. But if our finances can get to a place where we are comfortable, and not only that, we are comfortable, but you know what I mean. And not only that, but we can see that, okay, it makes sense right now. Let's decide. I have no problem doing that. So when we think about those things, you have to weigh out your options. See, okay, what's going to work, what's not going to work. Is this feasible for us in this time? But sis didn't do that. And another thing is that, yes, marriage, single people definitely are getting taxed more. I'll be honest. When I was single, I got taxed way more than now when I'm married. There's a lot of credit given to marriage and married people. And I believe it's because it just is better to promote marriage for government purposes, right? And even in Canada, when you live together, like let's say y'all are shacking up, I gotta be honest, that's what we call it. You're cohabitating together. After 1 year, you're considered a common law couple, which means the government can go after both of y'all as a married couple. Like a pseudo-married couple, but you still have the same like legal standing as a married couple. So what ends up happening is that once you have a common law couple who's been together for a year, then they start to integrate everything together. According to the eyes of the law, you guys are married, even if it's not signed on a paper. So when you break up, you're going to have a problem. So we do have to talk about those things. And it's more of a systemic thing. Because why can't women have childcare provided to them? Why can't women be able to work and not have to worry about having their job taken away from them while they're on mat leave? Just until I would say it hasn't even been that long where women were able to work were able to get pregnant without disclosing to their employer right away. You can't get fired now for being pregnant when back in the day that was the norm. So these are the things that need to change, to be quite honest with you. Because now we're living in a different time. But anyways, that's another conversation, y'all. Let's continue.
It says much of what not only I, but many Black women specifically have said countless times. And that's the next thing. Black women know, because they are in the intersection of dual marginalization, like they are Black and they are women, so they don't have the luxury or the privilege at all to benefit from the systems that she's talking about. It's definitely being late to the party. And often...
I'm so happy that he mentioned that. I'm so glad, my brother. Because we've been doing it through this whole time. There's never been a time where Black women have not been working. Ever. Except now. Now probably this new generation with the trad wife life and stuff. But we never had that luxury, y'all. We didn't ever have that option. So the system was always operating against us. And guess what? We still made it work. I gotta be honest. That's the truth. Was it the best environment? No. Because I talk about it every day. We gotta do better by our kids. And when I say our kids, I'm talking about the kids in the village. We have to do better for them. But at the same time, yeah, he's bringing up a good point here. Now keep talking, my brother. All right, you're good for now.
Sometimes Black people, they're often early to the parties, and what ends up happening is that they have to set up the party. They have to be not only early to the party insofar as that they're right and that they've been trying to tell you this shit from time, but they also have to do the emotional labor of being right and being gracious and walking you through it so that you don't get offended, so that you could then aid in the liberation of everyone. MJ made a career off of discouraging women to get married, anti-consumerist content, and dismantling the patriarchy. But her approach to attacking the patriarchy is by being anti-man. The anti-man mentality basically boils down to some strands of radical feminism that has been bastardized to focus more on hating men than liberating women. And it gets to a point where I'm not comfortable calling the pedagogy feminism at all anymore. In fact, it bears some likeness to femcel culture. So with asterisks, because obviously there's no femcel Elliot Rodger who was carrying out mass violence against a specific gender. But the rhetoric these anti-male groups, grifters, and forums, they range from being a support group, niggas anonymous, if you will, if you've been harmed by...
But I gotta disagree a little bit with him here. Okay, I understand his point, but anti-men rhetoric exists for a reason. We cannot bypass that. I can see why some women have been radicalized. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Because of what is going on out there. We have seen it, even in our own families. So we gotta be honest when we have this conversation. Where is that anti-men rhetoric coming from? And it's coming from the constant kind of submission required to be in relationship with a man. And that is promoted within cultures. We'll talk about it in another video, in another live stream, I mean. We have to be honest. I've done countless stories about DV on this channel. There's stories I haven't even touched upon because it just gets to be a lot. There are countless stories even within our families of women being treated as mules, labor mules, while their husband's sitting there all day long on the computer doing nothing, and the wife is out there working and making it shake for the family. There are countless stories of women and children who are expected to do the most while the man does the least. Red flag to all of that. Women naturally, and I gotta be honest, when you decide to get married and you decide to have children, there are expectations that your family has put upon you, and sometimes it can be not only just your family, you put that pressure on yourself to be a good wife. Megan, we just saw her in the video, Megan Thee Stallion. She was just a girlfriend cooking for Klay and his father because that's what we're socially conditioned to do. Oh, if you wanna keep a good man, the way the man's heart is through his stomach. Well, my man is starving, I guess, in that case. I guess y'all saw him. He was grinning, skinning and grinning right there. Skinning and grinning right there. And I guess if the way that his heart is through his stomach, then he's in starvation mode right now. Starvation. Because there's no, these hands don't do that. Hell, matter of fact, yo, just a plug right here. I'm gonna go back into gardening, guys. I've decided not to give up because, you know, I remember I said I quit and I'm not a green thumb, but you know, we had a little tutorial last week and, you know, I feel very confident after, you know, she done told me what soil to use. She gave me a whole bunch of tips, and I'm going, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about that. Last year, I decided I wanted to try gardening. Got a whole garden plot right there. Oh, sorry. Got a whole garden plot in my apartment building. And then, you know, I bought the seeds. I'm thinking I'm doing my big one. I'm like, oh, I got the seedlings and everything. I even filmed the video. I don't know why we didn't upload it. I forgot. Maybe I'll upload it as like, I don't know, on the in the Rumble or something. I got the seeds. We were planting the seeds. I'm thinking, oh, it's going to be a fresh, nice garden. It's going to look like this or something, you know, a little garden. Wait, can y'all see it? Oh, sorry. I didn't have the paper up. We going to have a little nice garden or something. Y'all, I watered that garden every day. Every single day. I came right on time. Lunchtime, watered it, went right back in. After 2 months, nothing grew, y'all. Nothing but these damn mushrooms. Red flag. I didn't even buy mushroom seeds. I bought kale. I bought asparagus. I bought other stuff. Actually, we bought because Dom did I ain't gonna lie, Dom did all the labor. I just was there like, you know, holding the camera. How you doing, honey? But, you know, that's besides the point. I was responsible for taking care of the garden, and then he was, you know, we kind of did it together. He lined it up. He put the little seeds in there, whatever. And then it didn't grow. I was very disappointed. I'm like, I did all that damn work, and it still didn't grow. And my point in saying that, though, is that it's, you know, we have to think about when you sign up, because remember, I signed up to be a gardener. So it's going to come with the disappointment. I got to be honest. Now, should it come with disappointment as in, like, you know, there's a whole bunch of, like, weeds growing in my damn garden plot and, like, rabbits are eating through the damn garden plot or something? No, it shouldn't come with that. There's something that's kind of expected. But if I tend to my garden, then most likely it's going to grow. But I had to be honest with myself. I didn't really educate myself on growing a garden. I just watched one YouTube video and I thought that was it. The work was done. And then I realized a lot goes into this. Sorry, this is the pamphlet here. A lot goes into being a gardener. And now that I'm educated, I can make a better decision. I said, okay, let's try this go around. The point is educate yourself. That's the whole damn point of what I'm trying to say. If you're going to be a wife and you choose to be a mother, work is going to be involved in that. I got to be honest. However, your husband or partner or baby daddy should be helping you. There should not be a time where you're the only one doing all of the labor. But there are going to be some times where, yes, by default, you are the one who's going to do the labor, especially when they're young. When they're a baby, they need you more. You're the one giving them the food if you're using your titty. And even if you're not breastfeeding, you still got to pump the milk or something. There's going to be a time where it is going to be solely on you. You are going to be the main one because you're home more, or you have the resources that the baby needs. But does that mean that your husband could be a lazy ass bum the whole damn time? No, red flag. He should be doing other stuff for you. That's the point. Educate yourself. Just like I had to educate myself about this damn garden. I had to hold myself accountable because all I did was do a little shallow. She told me what I was doing was shallow watering. I need to do deep watering. And I was like, oh, damn. I said, wait, so I can't just stand there for like 2 minutes and water? Because I used to just do a little spray and I'm gone. She's like, no, deep watering means you got to stand there and actually check. And sometimes you have to put your finger. I was like, oh, I ain't do none of that. And she said, sometimes you got to change the soil, because compost and stuff. And I was like, oh, wait, what? I got to change the soil. I was using the same damn soil I bought months ago. She's like, yeah, and the more compost it has in there, the more your garden's going to flourish. And then she taught me how to make mint and thyme and stuff on my balcony. So I'm going to try it this time, y'all. And this time I'm going to have better results. Let's try these hands. But I'm not going to front and act like I know how to do something when I don't know how to do it. And if you don't know how to do it, educate yourself. Continuing.
Aman, then you could come into this coterie where we will commiserate on our experience, our shared hate for men. But the problem is, instead of rehabilitative and transformative restoration coming from those support groups, it descends into exacerbation of the trauma. They don't get past the anger part of the healing of grief. There's other notable critiques of radical feminism, such as the fact that it's exclusionary towards some experiences of women. Rad femmes think they're feminists until you ask them what their definition of a woman is. But MJ Gray here built a brand off a hating man. Oh, that rhyme. So you can imagine the surprise when this happened.
You never wanted to be anybody's girlfriend, and now you're somebody's wife.
It surprised me too.
I don't think I'll ever understand that.
I mean, congratulations, sis. But your content lives on the internet. And your fiance, I'm pretty sure, has watched your content. And there are some men out there. You see, this is what I was talking about with education. There are some men out there who will try to conquer you as a kind of mission. Ain't that what happened with Wizard Liz? Pew pew, land and conquered her. Remember, he was watching her channel. Like, I can be that man for you. Let me topple this woman down. How many times have we seen that? We've seen that so many times. Where, and even in real life, I'm going to give y'all an example, and I'm going to read some comments. I got to read more comments now. What time is it, y'all? Yeah, my meds done ran out. It's 5 o'clock here. Yeah, that's a wrap with the meds. The meds done been ran out. So there are some men out there, even in real life, like, the women, like I've had many of friends who were on a good trajectory, especially in high school, by the way, y'all. When we graduated high school, there's some girls, or I would say young women out there who had it all together. They were just starting their career, or they started to make more money, or started to become themselves, started to really understand who they were, and then boom, got pregnant. There you go. Red flag. Not saying that it's wrong to get pregnant, but they get pregnant by a bum. We've heard those stories time and time again. She was supposed to be our way out. She had so much life. Or she was the one that you never expected. It's always those ones that be the worst ones. We didn't expect her to do that. We didn't expect her to do this. And yet, they've just met the wrong man. And then boom. Whole life's trajectory done shifted. Whole life's trajectory done shifted. So, at least with the anti-feminist, I can understand where it comes from. The red pillars, I will never understand. Red flag, I don't get it. Why this hate towards women when your whole entire life you have been placed above women? I will never understand that. I could understand it if women were being placed on a pedestal and women were like the ones running. There's a matriarchy out there, and the men were they were upset because they done lost their place in the patriarchy. But guess what? The patriarchy still exists. We just have a little bit more rights than before. But it still exists. So I don't understand the red pillar content. That I will never understand. I can't. Oh, because I gotta pay. I have to be responsible to pay for dates. Get a damn job. How about that? Hell, we gotta do it. Why don't you guys go skedaddle over to the damn unemployment line? I mean, there's no line anymore because that doesn't exist anymore. But go online and check a damn job. Get educated. There's no reason why you should be a red pillar. The whole world is full of women, even the radical feminists. You could get one too. Look, your hope is right here. MJ done taught us that. Look at this. You got a radical feminist who accepted an engagement. Quote unquote, because I don't think she ever was. So hell, there's hope for you. There are women lined up out there right now who will do a For My Man write-up for you. There are women out there who will fold your clothes, let you cheat in peace, do your laundry, cook for you. We saw Meghan with the seasoning. All you gotta do is act right and act like you give a damn at least a few. Some women bare minimum. You don't even gotta act. You just gotta call a few times a day and say, "What you doing, honey? What you doing?" And then she gonna be all up for you. She'll do the most for you. Meghan got him a whole Bone Thugs and Harmony party. And then this man was in the background with mood swings and giving her mood swings and bad treatment. Red flag, but it's still available for you, for your taking. There's no reason why men should be red pillars. But anyway, segueing back to feminist radicalists. I understand the concept and I understand why they get there. So I can't sit here and say there's no reason for them to be like that. There is definitely a reason for them to be like that. But should you be? If you want to be, that's your decision. But there's more out there. And you need to be able to expand your worldview. Go and meet more people. Hell, maybe get out of your own damn country. Maybe the man, he ain't it. But even in other countries, hell, you really got to be careful, y'all. I got to be honest. Even in other countries. You know what? How about this? Just live your life. Just live your life. And then if it finds you, it finds you. Let it attract you. And then you're going to do your red flag assessment. Anyways, continuing. Hell, she done proved to us that radical feminists can get engaged. Here we go.
The fact that they're butchering my racist goat Morrissey. Oh, God. MJ seems to contradict not just a one-off anti-marriage TikTok, but a career built on it. In the comment section, you had people commiserating about how they feel betrayed because they cancel their own engagements based off of the fact that she made a career trying to tell people not to get married.
Hold up, let me read some comments, y'all. Let me read some comments because I'm about to go off right now. Rose, hey sis. Sarah, hey sis. Okay. L, whoa, Mary, okay, hey sis. L, you said this girl was a grifter from the beginning and was bitter because she didn't have what she's speaking against. Now that she has that and a rich man, she's changed her tune. So it is a lizard wizard situation. He's rich? Oh, we gonna get into that. We gonna find out who her man is. Hold up. Let me put that here so I don't forget because y'all know. The meds done ran out. Hold on. He's rich. What's the name again? MJ Gray. And boyfriend. I mean, fiance, sorry. I'm so sorry, y'all. Who's her fiance, y'all? I need to know. Let's see what Reddit had to say. Let's see what Reddit had to say about that. Okay. She said, hold up. I remember last year she said all men cheat and said her male friend agreed. Now she's, you see? Oh boy. I would never lie to y'all and say that. I'm just being honest. If I felt like all men cheat, I would never get married. I'll be honest with you. Just like there are women out there who don't cheat, I believe there are men out there who don't cheat. I gotta be honest. And there are people who can control themselves sexually. There are a lot of people out there who can control themselves sexually. Now, is it a quest to find somebody who can be monogamous? Yes, absolutely. I mean, especially in the world that we live in. And you have women like this one right here. You got the grifters of all races and kinds who will just give it up and let men. You see, this is another thing too, socialization. So you have women out there who want any type of piece of man. So they're willing to accept the bare minimum or the mistreatment, which includes being in a polygamous relationship when they don't agree to it just to keep him. There are a lot of women out there who do this. And now the expectation socially is that this is accepted because, you know, the mama did it, grandmama did it, sister did it, their exes did it, and they expect you to do that and put up with that red flag. Don't put up with it if you don't want to. Then I'd rather be single. If that's the case. So can a man cheat on you? Absolutely. 100%. Do I believe all men cheat? No, I don't. I do not believe so. I believe that we as human beings can be accountable to ourselves and we can have sexual discipline. And that's whether you're a man or a woman. It's up to you. But do I think that there are some men out there who cannot sexually control themselves? Absolutely. 100%. But there are also women out there who can't do the same either. So it's all about, again, you got to choose wisely. And also, there has to be a level of trust out here too, y'all. And this is another thing. Don't think that somebody can't do it to you. They probably can. But do I think all? That's too absolute. And I don't trust people who speak in absolutes. Red flag. Don't ever trust someone. Anyone who speaks in absolutes and says all or nothing, like I said. Be careful.
It got to a point where MJ went into damage control and began to delete anything that exposes our hypocrisy. But luckily for me, the internet is forever.
If you marry a rich man, your life will be controlled by him. It's not worth the Chanel bags. It's not worth the Cartier bracelets. It's not worth the fancy vacation. Avoid getting married. Make your own money. Do your own thing with your life. I'm staying at the Ritz in Paris. Went on a shopping spree in Paris.
Shopping in Paris. Have you ever been in love?
Oh, wait, I was supposed to read a few more comments here. I got distracted. My bad. I done told y'all the meds ran out. Miri, you said, like, while white people are allowed to change their minds, there has to be, while people are allowed to change their minds, there has to be accountability about the hypocrisy, as it were. Absolutely. 100%. I'm glad she's being held accountable. Because look at her. She wanted to, you see, this is the problem I have. Just be honest. Say, if I have found, there is, like I said, I will never knock someone for being very cautious and hesitant to date in this market right now that we have. I don't think that there's anything wrong with saying I want to be single at all, because based on what I'm seeing and the patterns I'm seeing, it doesn't fit me. I think it's too dangerous. I don't want to do it. That's your decision. It's actually showing me that you're observing things and you're not going in head first. That's actually very wise of you to take time and to reflect. The problem is that we have people out there who actually secretly want that life, but they don't want to admit it. It's ego. You know, I done told y'all about Leos and the ego. Not you, sis, not you. Devonda's my favorite Scorpio too, and I got my favorite Leos, but I gotta be honest. If we're gonna be honest, we gotta be honest. Sometimes our egos can get in the way. Just admit you want that. Why not? I want that, but I can't have that right now. I haven't found the right person, or I haven't found, what is wrong with her saying that? You can say all of that and still hold your values. But nope, you want to go and be a grifter and lie to these, deceive your audience and have them breaking up engagements. Why would you do that? That, to me, that is the worst part. To me, is knowing you secretly want it. And also, you're leading people astray on top of that. Acting as if you are like them and you know, they're breaking up engagement, even though that's crazy as hell. Red flag, I ain't listening to nobody on the damn internet about no damn engagement unless it is something that is serious and there's, like I said, abuse. That should never be tolerated. But other than that, what if sis had found somebody who actually matched her? What if sis had found somebody? I mean, we don't know. But she's not taking any... like, she done found her man, and then now it's, like, off to the wind. Just like Wizard Liz. We need to study that. Is MJ from the same background as Wizard Liz? We gotta... all right, let's continue. I'll read 2 more comments, y'all, and I gotta keep going. Baby, I have OCD and ADHD. Yo, by the way, excuse me, segue. If you are a neurodiverse girly, or you are suspected of having it, you better go get tested. That's number 1. If you don't know if you have it, but you might have it, go get clinically tested. Y'all, it took me a while to get there, but hallelujah, thank God for provision. If you're not neurodiverse, you need to be careful, even more than anyone else, even more than neurotypical people, because you already are at a disadvantage. That's number 1. And number 2, more than likely, you're going to attract somebody else who's also neurodiverse. Usually we can understand and empathize with people. We may not even know they are, but you can see something a little different about them, and you like that. It kind of attracts you. So you got to be careful with that too. Because hell, you got 2 people on the spectrum. It's liable for anything to happen. That's another tip here. But anyways, let's get back to the topic. I'll read one more comment, and I gotta segue out or continue. A lot of these white women are performing when it comes to marriage and children because they were placed with the option. You need to get married. They would take it. They wouldn't say no. You know what, Rose? I gotta keep it honest. You're right. I have noticed that the socialization is different for Black women specifically. We're socialized in a different way. Now, especially now more than ever. I would say Caribbean women are a little different. Caribbean women are socialized like them in a way where you have to keep up with the image of having a good husband and a good family in order to keep things going. But I have noticed, though, collectively, though, like, a lot of Black women, especially Black American women, I gotta give y'all your props. You will not all, like I said, a lot, though, will not put up with that. You can do it on your own. That's where that strong, independent woman trope came from. I can do it on my own. And people was clowning Black American women for years, even till now. Clowning. Well, now they not clowning them no more like they used to. But yeah, they were clowning Black American women, saying that, oh, like, you don't have a husband. How many times have you heard that? You don't have a man. You don't have a man. You need a man. You need a man. You need a man, trying to get them to bow down. Even though a lot of women, they realized that the man was not helping them at all. And so they were like, I don't want that. I would rather just, you know what, had the baby, just charge it to the game, move on, raise my kids alone. And society, or not society, but the village, at least communally, other Black women didn't really look down on them for that. I would say now, though, it's been a little different. I mean, you have the half and half. Now it always gets to a point. But either way, it was, if you think about it, it's kind of revolutionary when you think about it. The fact that as women, as collective women, Black American women were choosing to be single in a society where marriage is prized. Just leave it at that. We're going to leave it at that. And I think that's where, socialized differently. Socialized way differently. Miri, you said I sent a video on Discord. Maybe you can bring it up next week or tomorrow. It pertains to MJ Gray, but I know time is of the essence. Oh, okay. You have another video about her? We'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I only picked some videos. I probably didn't even see it. You're late, EXO. No, you're okay. I'm still here, yo. I'm still here. I'll probably be here for another hour. Karma, hey, sis. It keeps freezing. What happened? Refresh, y'all. That's why sometimes I go in the living room, because I feel like the Wi-Fi here sometimes it might be in and out. Just refresh and let me know. There's no info on them? Okay, we gonna find it. Oh, did I miss your commentary on Meg? Yeah, replay. I said the commentary. I said the commentary on Meg. I might have more to say if any updates come about.
Hello?
What's up? I've told other creators that have lifestyle influencing careers, read the room. We ain't have it right now. Even if you have it, don't show it right now. Even the sex workers, them having a hard time right now because the niggas them broke. Oh God. They trying to haggle now. They could settle for some head for $150 rather than the full service for $300. I say, raw. I'd rather beat my meat. Not only did she do exactly what she discouraged her female followers to do, but she also preached anti-consumerism and not being a materialist, all to do this. She made a TikTok saying, your values and your behavior matters. Cancel culture and nihilism.
Be committed to your values. If you're still buying luxury goods, I don't think you're paying attention.
I bought this bag for $3,000.
If you're not making your food at home, I don't think you're paying attention. We need way less than we think we need.
Losing money if I didn't buy it, frankly. You know, you guys were upset because you felt like that room was not worth the cost. And I hear you, but it is.
Chanel bags are not worth $5,000, but people are going to continue to buy them.
I bought the entire outfit from the Del Rey Prada, the Chanel boots outfit.
I've been buying clothes secondhand much more often.
How old is this woman? Young? Is she young? What is she? How old is this girl? Sorry, y'all, I'm just texting. Hold on a quick second. I gotta send a text. But how old is she? How old are you, ma'am? 95. Okay, she's a millennial or zillennial. I think she's a zillennial. Yeah. More Gen Z side, I gotta be honest. If you're 95, you're on that little window right there. But yeah, we gotta keep it honest though. Like, sis, like, why did you have to do all that? Like, it's really too much. It's a lot to be. It takes a lot to be scamming like this. Like, I don't think people realize how much work goes into scamming, because you have to keep up the facade. If I'm going to talk about consumerism and being anti-consumerist, then I got to look the part. Look at me. Y'all ain't never seen me with no damn name brand other than, like, you know, whatever. And even then, I would not recommend that. Like, if you like to buy luxury things, then that's your prerogative. There are people out there who like the feel of the clothes. There's different reasons why they like it. It's your option. I just prefer not to spend my money on that, personally speaking. But that doesn't mean that I don't like the finer things. That just means that I just don't, I just don't see it right now for me. I just never, to be honest with you, I just can't. I'm a little frugal, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I'd walk in there and be like, how much is that? That's me. That's just my personality. This is me. Just me. And like I said last week, goals. If our goal is retirement, then I gotta be careful, right? Ma'am, you sitting out here saying all that and you...
I'm staying at the Ritz in Paris. Going on a shopping spree.
I cannot, y'all.
I do not want to wear designer things at all. I'm selling everything designer that I own. You set the example. That's going to promote change.
Either MJ Gray think you're stupid or she's totally void of self-awareness. If you could be this blatantly hypocritical, at least hide it, my lord. The fact that she flaunts it in your face after preaching the exact opposite for years. Foreign, people in the vision, she's a feminist anti-capitalist by redistributing that man's money to herself. Queen, you ironically saying that, but she will literally say, I'm just beating the patriarchy by bleeding these men dry. Which, again, the risk of sounding redundant, you can't hate men into freedom. You're not going to men ain't shit yourself into salvation. Using a man for means and then marrying and tethering yourself to that man that you are using for means, especially if that means that you are then therefore dependent upon that man for means, and you're in proximity to your apex predator at that point because now this man actually has a reason not to like you. God forbid you actually have a child for this man. You are laying next to your worst enemy. There's nothing smart about bleeding a man dry, especially if you got the knife in your hand, because then he can know who to hit. She's been preaching the exact opposite of what she's doing right now. And it shows how strong the urge to compete in romantic capitalism is. Because again, she didn't have to say this. She didn't have to post this.
At all.
She could have had her girl grift, pumpkin spice latte, feminism grift, and also had the man that's splurging on her, taking her to Paris and everything like that. She just had to go and take time off for mental health every time when she went off to Paris. But she chose to come online and show both the very thing of which she discouraged in other women.
No, this is the thing though. Like, I disagree with him on that. I'm actually glad she did that. So it just shows that sis is not smart. That's number one. But number two, people, it's okay to change your mind. I don't think that there's anything wrong with changing your mind. Maybe you have a stance that you had and then you realize that, hey, I actually want this. I actually want that. I actually want, it's okay. The problem, though, is that she discouraged others. That's the issue. If you are working something out on your own and you're going through a journey, it's okay. If you wanted to get married, you wanted to have the white picket fence life, and then all of a sudden you got a divorce and you decided marriage is not for me, that's fine. If you were single and you said, I will never ever date another blank man ever again. Let's say how many times, let's use Haitian, because I'm Haitian. Haitian ancestry. Somebody said, I will never date another Haitian man ever again. Haitian men don't do it for me. And then all of a sudden, you end up married to a Haitian man. There's nothing wrong with that. But then why would you discourage others to do that? Red flag. That's the problem. You are not giving people the option to choose. This is where the problem lies. I'm not going to lie to you all. I never in my life thought I would ever marry a Korean man. I wasn't on that. If anybody knows me, I was into Chinese men. Chinese men were my kryptonite. Gotta keep it honest. Men from Hong Kong, to be specific. I know they was my kryptonite. I just never saw myself being with a Korean man. Not only that, but I heard that they was cheating. They like to cheat. Not all, obviously, but there was, I heard that they be slinging their things. They be slinging their things. That was the rumor. Word on the street from all my Korean friends. They were like, look, Korean man. Because I remember when I was about to move to Korea, I done got so many PSAs. The ladies done did a solid one. They're like, look, you got to be careful with Korean men. They're like, gotta be careful. They're Casanovas. They will tell you anything. They're really good. Like the K-dramas show you. They're good at, getting you to drop your panties. And then sometimes they be going ghost. Like that's their MO. And so in my mind, I was like, oh no, I can't. I will not. I was like, nope, I'm not interested. And then look at me now. There we go. My sister. She just did not like Haitian men. She's like, I only like American men, like black American men. That's her thing. She only dated black American men. She had dated Haitian men when we were younger and stuff, just like I did. Like, I mean, you're gonna date who's in proximity to you. But as soon as she, started, she had some experiences with Haitian men. I don't know what happened, but she's like, they don't do it for me. I like black American men only. From then on, she only dated black American men. I gotta be honest. She was like, no Haitian men, they don't do it for me. She is married to a Haitian man right now, y'all. I mean, he's Haitian American, but she ain't even want Haitian American. She was like, no Haitian at all. No, not on my radar. She's like, I'm just not, this is not for me. That's what she used to say. Not for me no more. And they ended up married to one. It's okay to change your mind. It's okay. It's okay. I remember I sat at that table when my parents, when I told them that my the ex that I had, because we were engaged. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. And I talked about that story a long time ago. But anyways, I'm not gonna go hash it out. But I sat there and I told my parents, I'm never dating anybody again. I'm never gonna be with anyone ever again. I'm never gonna do that again. And then fast forward. But did I ever encourage my friends not to? Hell no. Matter of fact, I matched one of my friends. I matched so many people up while I was single. They might as well call me the matchmaker. I matched so many people up while I was single. I attended so many weddings while I was single. I went and, contributed to so many baby showers. I did all of that, even with the intention of staying single forever. And I allowed myself to go through that emotion. And then eventually that turned into, I don't ever want to get married to, maybe if I find the right person, I just might. It turned into that. But I never said, oh, girl, you shouldn't get married. Marriage ain't for me. Don't ever get married, sis. Hell no, I never said that. Why would I? If she found somebody she loved and he was good to her, why not? But this one right here is a liar and a grifter. Not only that, but she probably learned from her ancestry. She learned the wrong things, the scamming ways.
Because there's this compellent in participating in the desirability Olympics. Desirability in this case is shown by how much someone else is willing to spend on you. I know women personally who buy themselves the soft life and say that their man got it for them.
They sure do. He ain't lying.
I know women who give their card to their man at dinner so the man can pay for it. Oh, God. There are some women that are very much infatuated with the idea of performing desirability. And in a romantic capitalist society, a man paying for you showcases your desirability, your value, your worth. A woman spending on herself suggests that she isn't desirable enough for a man to do it, which is the reason why a woman would work dead hard and then buy herself flowers, send the flowers to her office job so her colleagues, the gals in her office, think that she got a secret admirer or her man buying her flowers when she buy them herself. When there is a virtue in the fact that you got your own to begin with, mind you.
Like designer things are just tacky. They're just played out. Like, can we do something creative? I guess I just don't like the wealth signaling of it.
All of this was projection, by the way. So this is another thing I have learned, is that when somebody is so radical about anything and they are like, I could have quit. I gotta be honest. When people talk about gay marriage, I gotta be honest. And they have this hate for people who are gay and who are living their life proudly. And they hate them to the point of, like, you know, making videos or saying that, oh, I don't want that. Oh, I can't imagine I can't imagine a man that's projection. They want that. They want it. They just can't live that life. So it's internally eating them up inside because they can't do it. Or they don't want to. They have the choice, but they just, for whatever reason, don't want to do it. And I can use another example. When somebody is upset with you for wanting to go back to school, there are so many people who say, oh, I would never go back to school. It's just not for me. School's not for me. And then lo and behold, you get your degree and then all of a sudden they go to school too. That happens so many times. So many times. Or you have people who, you know, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I would never live that 9-to-5 life. Y'all can't sell me on that. Next thing you know, they're right back in the 9-to-5 grind. Projection. I also believe racism is projection as well. I got to be honest. There's no way that you sit here being obsessed with a group of people that you do not like. If I don't like you, I don't think about you. You never cross my mind anytime. Not at all. Not even an iota. If I don't like you, I don't F with you. You don't even cross my radar. You're not in my orbit. You do not exist to me. You will never exist in my life. If I don't like you, I don't like you. You will never have rent-free access to my mindset. But you know who would have rent-free access to someone's mindset? Is obsession. She secretly wanted to be the women who live the soft life wife. That was the problem. All the time she saw the content. Sorry, the sun's going down. That's why it's setting. That's why I'm the ring light's not working, whatever. All the time she scrolled on TikTok and saw the content of the soft wife life. It ate her up inside. So then she would go on her rampage because she couldn't find the person who would be able to fund that soft life lifestyle. Red flag. Just be honest and be truthful to yourself. But now she done ended up probably with a demon because he done watched all her damn videos. Good luck, sis.
Shopping spree in daddy.
I do get tired of the self-infantilization of just a girl. But the hypocrisy is mounting. It's one thing to change your mind, but it's another thing to change your whole life after you've built a brand off of not only decentering man and being anti-consumerist, but criticizing other women that do so as well. However, this is something that most black people can see coming because we're far too acquainted with the pumpkin spice, BuzzFeed, Ugg boots on the ground white women feminism. Oh God. Mind you, I gotta go and take accountability because white women and black men have found camaraderie, because if you go back to women's suffrage, if you go back to Carrie Chapman, they didn't want black people to be enfranchised at all. Let's start there. But they did make concessions for black men getting enfranchised. White women have historically excluded multitudes of experiences. White women have always been deputy white men. But black men had this similar configuration because white women were women, so they got misogyny, but they were still white, so they benefited from that white system. Black men got racism because they're black, but they also benefited from patriarchy because they're men.
Okay, I gotta be honest though. What he's saying is accurate, but Blue said it the best. So I'm gonna shout out Blue Centric right now. Love her content. She spoke about that. Oh dang, maybe y'all could let me know. Blue Centric. Black men, white women. She said it the best. I gotta be honest. I'm not saying that, not to take away from what he said, but I gotta give sis her flowers. She explained it very well. Let me see. Blue Centric. Let me see if I can find. Maybe I can find something about that. She had a viral video recently. With the was it with the men. Okay, I'm gonna look for it after, but I don't know if it's on TikTok, if it's on YouTube, but she had a really good take on that. But yeah. So basically what he's saying in a nutshell is accurate. And it's historical. They get to, like, basically Blue Centric, what she said is they get to switch spots, men, because they're a man, so they get to get higher on the patriarchy. They could get higher on the list, but they also they switch places, being oppressed and being the oppressor, whereas we never get to switch places. We're always oppressed. Red flag. We are always at the bottom as the oppressed. We can never be the oppressor. We can't. When it comes down to the human chain and when it comes to adults. That's a fact.
They had this symbiotic privilege, but also penalty. And that's the reason why.
And if I can't find it, I'll play it tomorrow. I'll see if I can find it after the live stream, and I'll play it tomorrow.
In the Black Panther movement, one of the most militant forces in the civil rights movement, still only fighting for the liberation of black men. It's the same way in which when the Declaration of Independence was made and they interpreted John Locke's life, liberty, and the pursuit of property, really, but in the United States version, they said the pursuit of happiness. When they made that declaration, they were not talking about you, whether it be the Americans trying to free themselves from the rule of the British, white women trying to free themselves from the oppression of men, black men trying to free themselves from the oppression of whiteness. You also had that very group vying for enfranchisement, also using another group of people that are marginalized to be ladders into enfranchisement, which is the reason why I always say, make sure that you listen to the most marginalized group. And again, it has always been black women, specifically dark-skinned black women. MJ has this liberal aesthetic, and I've said this before, liberal is a slur. Being a liberal isn't given the demolition of the building that is America, where racism, sexism, bigotry incorporated, bigotry TM, if you will. Liberals, much like Republicans, don't want to destroy the system because they benefit from it as well, and the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. Liberals want to change the furniture and put a fresh coat of paint on the walls. They ain't trying to tear the building down. And white female feminists are able to gain success off of this aesthetic because MJ Gray ain't saying nothing that black women ain't say before, but much like Charlie D'Amelio and them being famous for a dance that a little black girl made, TikTok will promote MJ Gray saying exactly what a black woman has said into success. But the danger, MJ Gray and the white female feminist, is the very hypocrisy that you see, because it's hard to tear the building down when you have one foot in the door. MJ may be a woman and therefore she experiences misogyny, but she's still a white woman, which means she benefits from white supremacy. And because she's adorned this progressive aesthetic, she now comes off as an ally, which gives her the best of both worlds. All to switch when she got picked, and now she sees herself as the exception of the very gospel that she preached. It's rules for thee, not for me. Enter the wizard Liz saga, explaining the Wizard Liz and Landon situation to non-chronically...
Y'all watch my case study. I did a whole breakdown on Wizard Liz. Did she have her baby yet? I think she did have her baby. I don't know what's going on with her and co-parenting with Landon, old trifling ass. But yeah, Wizard Liz was definitely on that.
Online people.
Liz met Landon the twink.
Okay, we're going to fast forward because we already know what happened with them. Watch the case study. Watch the case study.
With Wizard Liz, it's necessary to know when listening to how MJ Gray responded to Liz being cheated on while pregnant.
Oh boy, a lot of you are asking me to comment on the whole Wizard Liz situation, and I don't want to feel like I'm like profiting or like exploiting someone's tragedy. I think that's absolutely devastating what's happened to her. I can imagine how she's feeling right now, especially considering the fact that she's 4 months pregnant. And I feel like, you know, what can I really say? I feel like anything that I could say in the situation, like how I genuinely feel, is going to get me into trouble. But what's new? I could never trust a man, and I would never judge or condemn a woman for trusting a man. I personally could never trust a man. I absolutely not. I've loved men, and I've cared about men, and I've had, you know, I care deeply about my ex-boyfriends, and we're still friends. Like,
this shouldn't be a hot take, right? But you can't love who you don't trust. You have people that...
Okay, I get where you're coming from, Mr. Sir, but he's right. You cannot love someone who you do not trust. That is very true. There has to be a level of trust, especially if you're giving somebody your life, especially if you're giving somebody your resources, especially if you are giving someone your labor and your basically your whole entire you're giving them access to you. However, I gotta be honest. You can trust them, but you should never put it above them either. Gotta be honest. We gotta keep it real. That's why I say trust yourself the most. That's the only person you can fully trust. Because at the end of the day, you cannot control someone else's actions. So you can trust your husband. You should trust your husband 100%. You should trust him around your children. But, like I said, I say that all the time. Trust with reason. Do not be foolishly trustful. That will get you hemmed right up. Do not be overly trustful of anyone. Anyone. For example, I trust my husband. Let's say that I trust him with Mimi 100%. He goes on walks with Mimi. That's his baby. But if one day I come home and I see Mimi with bruises, and I know that he was the only one who was with her, and I ask him, hey, why does she have this bruise on her? And he starts acting shifty. Why did you ask me that? He starts acting a little funny. That trust, I'm not going to be like, oh, let me give him the benefit of the doubt. No, what'd you do to my baby? Cops caught. I go over the top. If you can't give me a clear answer, you acting shifty. You acting as if there's something wrong. My intuition is screaming. Something's off. Oh, it's baby. It's World War III here about mine. That's my point when I say do not ever trust somebody that you are blinded by that trust. Because you cannot control the actions of other people. You just better hope that the same person that you fell in love with is the same person that they'll always be. Consistency is your friend. And vice versa. If ever Dom sees Mimi is scared of me, she doesn't want to be around me all of a sudden, she starts getting, I promise you, he will start asking me questions. And that trust is slowly going to break down. Trust and believe me. And this is something I had to work on, y'all, before we continue. I gotta be honest. When Dom used to make meal plans for me, when I used to ask him, oh yeah, I want to go lose weight. Not because he wanted me to. I wanted to for myself. I was like, oh, I need to lose this belly fat, whatever. I told y'all, we made a joke about how I would, I said I had to work on myself, and I was joking, laughing. But it was because of this, because I would lie to him. Just small lies. I would lie for no reason, y'all. Red flag to me. What the hell was I doing? I don't know. I was just lying for no reason. He'd be like, did you eat healthy today? Yes. And then all of a sudden he found like Cheeto crumbs somewhere. Where does Cheeto crumb come from? Oh yeah, I did eat a bag of Cheetos. And he, at first he was laughing about it, but then one day he sat me down and he was right. He was like, I don't want to lose trust in you. Because if you could lie about something small like this, I don't know what else you would lie about. And I want to build this trust with you. It's okay if you if you ate Cheetos. I don't want you to feel like ashamed just because I don't want, like, just because, you're doing a meal plan and I did it for you and you don't want to, disappoint yourself or seem like, trying to keep up a image or something that you're doing something right when you're not. And he was right. Even the small little lie could chip away at the trust that somebody has for you. And then I realized, I was like, I don't know why I'm lying. There's really no reason. Y'all, I had a problem with lying for no reason. No reason at all when we first got married. And for me, it was because I thought in my mind that, okay, like, it's just Cheetos. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. But it is a big deal when you're trying to build trust with somebody. That's the point. But did Dom put it against me like she would never lie to me? She would never do this? No, because even now, if you ask him, would she ever lie to you? Yeah, she has before, and I'm pretty sure she could do it again. But now, again, the trust has been built. So you can see in someone's behavior when that trust changes and you have a serious conversation about it. Or you can see in signs, whatever. Point is, though, that you should never 100% fully trust somebody where you think they're not capable of doing something or lying or doing human behavior, because it will happen. The severity of it and the gravity of it depends on who you're with. But at the same time, don't put it against them. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, don't put it past them is what I meant to say.
That will lay down and not have any type of trust. And I'm not even saying that, like, even with casual encounters, do you need to know everything about this person? Do they need to sign a waiver? But nothing about casual encounters means that you need to distrust or hate this person. It's almost like in our guidelines, the book of rules from Fairly the Odd Parents, to hate the gal afterwards, bro, and like not acknowledge her existence afterwards.
I've had love for men. I've never trusted a man. Ever. Even the men that I've loved in my past, I would not trust them. I've never met a man.
You didn't love him then. By definition, love is the commitment to another person's spiritual nourishment at the expense of your own.
What? What did he say?
Trusted a man. Ever. Even the men that I've loved in my past, I would not trust them. I've never met a man.
You didn't love him then. By definition, love is the commitment to another person's spiritual nourishment at the expense of your own.
No. I'm sorry. Red flag. I'm sorry. Love you, brother, but no. Not at the expense of your own. Get that out of your vocabulary. No. I mean, yes, I know that's how we were taught. And I know the Bible says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. I can love the neighbor as I love myself. 100%. But I'm not going to sacrifice for said neighbor just blindly. It's just not going to happen. I am so sorry. I think we got it all twisted, to be quite honest with you. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Yes. There's also a line that Jesus said where no greater love than someone who's willing to give their life for you. 100%. Somebody who's willing to give their life for you, that's somebody who cares about what is like, that's somebody who deeply cares about humanity, especially a stranger. For example, people who go into the military, they know that there's a risk for sacrificing for the greater good of the country. But guess what, though? There's another element to it. They also understand that being in the military can bring about benefits as well. Nobody's going to willingly die just for nothing. There has to be a reason. For example, if something happens and then I see a child about to get hit by a car and I run there and I save said child, it's because I believe that that child is innocent and I believe that that child should be helped. Just like if I see a burglar going out there or whatever, I believe that it's for the greater good of the humanity or whatever, that we stop this burglar. There's a moral code to it, 100%. But at the same time, I'm not going to self-sacrifice and overly sacrifice myself for somebody else. I'm sorry. I just gotta be within reason. It's gotta be within reason. Within reason. So, would I take a bullet for my husband? Absolutely. 100%, because he earned that. Would he take a bullet for me? He better. I believe he would. 100%. But at the same time, though, we're not going to self-sacrifice. Like I said, case by case. So I'm not going to overly sacrifice myself this whole entire marriage if my husband is also not sacrificing as well. We got to be honest. Got to keep it 100. Because some people might think of that definition. That's why I got to be honest, and I gave him the red flag, is because it should be mutual. And I hope he says that. Maybe I cut him off too soon. Because that's what has gotten us in this situation, in this pickle where we are today. You want to keep sacrificing, loving to people who do not even deserve a crumb of your love. Red flag, you got to be selective. Very selective. I'm not going to sit here sacrificing myself for a damn racist. Why would I do that? Why? If I know somebody to be a habitual racist, and then they go outside and something happens to them, I'm sorry. I might, I'm going to help you a little bit because, I want something bad to happen like that. But I'm not going to sit here and sacrifice myself and jump across. I'm not doing that. I'm just going to be like, well, I hope you get the help you need. I'll call 911. Please go help the brother. Go help the demon. I'm not sacrificing nothing for me because it's got to be mutually beneficial. Sorry, I disagree.
You need to be vulnerable in order to love someone. Also, that goes with hookup culture as well. Because if you're hooking up with someone and you can't be vulnerable, you're not gonna be able to nut. Oh, God. That's the reason why there's an orgasm.
What he talking about? Okay, brother, I don't know what you talking about. He said you can't be vulnerable and nut. I know many a men who are nutting right now and they didn't even say a damn word. If that was the case, there wouldn't be corn. How is that even possible? What are you talking about? You see, this is why I said I gotta be careful with what I watch. Sometimes I do that. He was doing good up until this point. How can we have a whole corn industry? Men sitting inside of their house. There's no vulnerability. All they see is people going to Pound Town. Pound Town. Get to get down. They all going to Pound Town. There's no emotional connection whatsoever. One scene, the girl's like, what are you doing here? The next scene, boom, 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 boom. And then somebody sitting in their home basement, and then gone. Y'all remember, you know what? I'm talking too much. How long I've been on here? 3 hours, okay. And let me tell y'all something. I remember one day that there was, y'all, we used to have AOL chat rooms. Like, y'all, if you know, you know. Back in the day, we used to have AOL chat rooms. I was too young to be doing some of the foolishness I did. But anyways, my cousin found a chat room. And, them chat rooms were wild. It was crazy. You could end up in crazy-ass chat rooms. But anyways, she ended up calling a man from the chat room, y'all. That's how I know that we were wild. We needed to be... When I tell you, like, the 90s were a wild time on the internet, it's similar to what Discord is now, except it was on AOL servers. So it's like you could hop into anyone's server. It's not like you needed permission or anything. It was kind of weird. But anyway, she got somebody's number. And then all of a sudden, like, we were playing with this person. We were like, yeah, like, what do you want to do? Because my cousin was a teen. She was like 19 or something like that. And then I was young. I'm like 4 years younger than them. So then, 3 years. So then my cousin was like making these little sounds like, yeah, you want it hard. Literally, we're sitting next to each other laughing our butts off because we were just prank calling people all the time or whatever, being on chat rooms and calling people or whatever. And then he started his breathing was labored and getting heavy. And I was like, ew, this is gross. And then my cousin hung up the phone like this, boop. But that man did that without any type of vulnerability. So I don't know what you talking about, Mr. Sir. Well, I don't know what the hell you talking about. But anyways, I'm gonna read some comments after, y'all. We might have to speed through this, but I don't know what he talking about.
The y'all don't trust these niggas, and rightfully so.
I've never met a man who was not driven by his lust. If there's one theme that all of the men that I've ever known, whether I dated them or otherwise, there's one thing that they all had, is that they are absolutely controlled by their lust.
Okay, so real quick, that's a you thing. Oh God, you can't say
That I
that
agree
all
with.
niggas is a slave to their call.
I agree with that. Like I said before, that I've met men who are driven by their lust, and I've met men who are not driven by their lust. Exhibit A right here. We didn't even smash. It was like, I was so happy because he was the first man I really truly dated, like seriously, after I was, when I was on my 6 year journey, single. So it was really interesting because it was so different. And why? Because again, mindset was different. My mindset was way different, and I didn't tolerate much things. So there are a lot of people who can hold on themselves, and they are emotionally able to do so. So we got to keep it real on that one.
It also adduces to this idea that boys will be boys.
That's why I would never marry a man, and why I think if I am going to enter some kind of relationship with a man, I have to be getting some kind of, what's the word for it? Collateral. If you would like to date me, I need collateral. I need to look back on our relationship together and feel like I got something out of it for when and if you betray me and waste my time. And that is what I preach to you guys. So when people are like, oh, MJ, why is she giving relationship advice? She's not in a relationship. I don't want to be in a relationship. I sleep like a baby at night because I don't worry about some man running around and cheating on me.
This is what I was saying earlier in regards to rad femme, anti-man, niggas ain't shit mentality. Sounds a lot like incel rhetoric.
Yeah,
it's not as violent. However, it has a situation right here like this where you have like this inverted inceldom. How can I manipulate men to get what I believe I want? How can I thrive under patriarchy? As opposed to understanding that this is a system that not only marginalizes me as a woman, but also marginalizes the men, because they, of course, have to uphold this stoic, emotionalist persona. But what this response from MJ reveals is that her perspective of the utility of men in her life is that they are just means to an end. And the idea of hypergamy is fraught with problems for many different reasons, and the most basic being that it treats men as a means rather than ends in themselves, regardless of how much...
Okay, another correction I have to make, my brother. Being hypergamous is not a problem. You can be hypergamous and want more from your relationships. If you expect men, if you expect a man to pay for stuff, if you expect a man to have more of the traditional role in the relationship, there's a lot of women out there who do it, and they want to date a man who earns more than them, a man who has more status than them. There are women out there who want to date up. The problem is not dating up. The problem is if you're too focused on the materialistic things. But that's not, hypergamy in itself is not a problem. So we gotta be honest. Like, again, maybe I don't know if he watches a lot of content or something, but there are women out there who are practicing hypergamy and they are in good relationships. We gotta keep it real. Not every relationship ends up in the situation like Ashley Janae. Not every relationship is going to end up in a situation where you are going to be running for your life. However, you should be prepared. You should always be prepared. You should always be ready. But if you weigh out your options, you go strategically, then the chances are less and less. Like I said before, you can get car insurance and still get into an accident. Does that mean that you will never get into a car accident in your life? No. Just means that you're insured. So then if an accident does happen, it's not going to impact you the same way that it would for someone who doesn't have insurance and who's driving dirty. Okay? So that's what we have to talk about here. Hypergamy is not bad in itself. It's how it's practiced. Just putting it out there.
men may deserve your rage, it's more effective to direct said rage towards the patriarchy as it hurts men as well. The quicker we could get men to also understand that it hurts them and that they should divest in patriarchy as well, the quicker we could begin to part with patriarchy. But beyond the fundamental issue with hypergamy is that this method of marrying is not available for all women. Not all women can use hypergamy to get themselves.
What is the definition of hypergamy? Hold up. Because I don't know. I think he's getting it twisted, y'all. I'm going to read it here. Hypergamy. I was right. Okay. I know what I'm talking about. It's colloquially referred to as dating up or marrying up. Is a term used in social science for the act or practice of a person dating or marrying a spouse of higher mating value than themselves. That's it. So you could be hypergamous. Let me tell you an example in like our world here, the 9-to-5 world. It's like I as a 9-to-5 employee, let's say I'm making like $80K. And then I marry a doctor who's making like $130K. That's hypergamy in itself right here. He's making way more than I am. That's hypergamy. Why does it have... I think what it is it's being used on the internet as this like, oh, he's going to pay for it. He's going to be this opulent, wealthy man. No, it could just mean you're dating somebody who makes more than you. Or you're dating somebody who has a master's and you have a bachelor's. That's dating up. He has a higher education than you. That's like you being in a marriage or you marry someone who, who has more savings than you or who has more access to resources. That's all it means. It's not meant to be you marry a wealthy man and he just spends on you. Red flag. Where did this come from? We done got it all twisted online, and that's because people don't know how to balance. They take it all the way to the furthest degree. They think divesting means that you are only going to date white men. And it can mean you can date other nationality of men. Let's check the meaning. Deprive someone of rights, power, rights, or possessions. Men are unlikely to be divested of power without a struggle. So if you divest from black men, that means that it's not only black women and white men. It could also be black women and Asian men, black women and whatever men, black men. The point is they're divesting. Or it could be a black woman with another woman. Come on now. Can mean so many different things. But whenever you see the term divester, they're always talking about black women with a white man. That is not true. And if anything, black men have been divesting from the black community for ages. So if anyone is a divester, it is them. So why are we using that term only for women? There are a lot of men out there who are practicing divestors as we speak. Been divested from the community. Been divested. And yet I don't see that term on there. That's what I'm saying. People learn a term and they only use it for certain people. But in actuality, it can be applicable in so many different scenarios. We got to talk about that. So anyways, sorry, I had to give him a little bit. Listen, if you watch this Forum Friday, I'll be honest. I had to give you a red flag for that because we got to get to the definitions, the proper definitions. Thank you. I'm very keen on that.
In a different social class. It ignores the systemic barriers placed in between certain women and wealth. The people that are telling you to go sit or go to your local country club, work at a high-end hotel, you got to really audit those people and if they have the best interest at heart for you. There's a reason why rich men normally marry within their class rather than outside of. You ought to be very wary of men that don't do that because 9 times out of 10, they're engaging with you to exploit you. When there's such a stark dynamic difference between your partner insofar as race and class, it's not impossible to partner with someone that are from different walks of life than you. But it's important that you audit the partnership early for intentionality. But the very things MJ criticized Liz for right here, mere months later, she is admitting that she got engaged with a man that she knew for 9 months. The person replies, oh my God, that's fast. She says, I'm 30, he's 36. Neither of us have been engaged or married. I've always said men know when you're the one very quickly.
9 months is really not, like, the time frame is not the problem. I've known people who got married in one day in Vegas and they lived to tell the time. I wouldn't recommend it though. Red flag. You need time to get to know somebody. So yeah, one day is crazy work. But 9 months, her getting engaged in 9 months is the least of my concerns. My concerns is, why was she telling people not to get engaged at all? Red flag. That's the problem. She was telling people not to do it and she's doing it. I've always said men know you're the one very quickly. No, all I heard you say was you was never going to get married. And that you can't, that is never for you. You said all of that. You never said that men know when you're the one quickly. Good night.
That's actually perfect timing. And this person says, it's really not. Getting married when you haven't even known someone for a full year is not perfect.
That's not true. That is very not true. And again, it's all or nothing mentality right here. This is not true at all. Not at all. Not at all. There have been people who've been married, who dated for years and still ended up with a monster. There are people who've known each other for a long time, since childhood. Oh, I knew him since he was a kid at the church. I know him, and then get married to him. Demon. And then there are other people who've known each other for 3 months, married, been together for 20 years, have a really great relationship. We have to stop putting timelines on everything. Now, what I'm going to say, though, is that with more time, yes, you do get to know someone a little better. And don't rush is the point. When I say don't rush, it's like you're not even looking at the signs. You're not even looking at the person themselves. You don't even know anything about them. You haven't met their family to assess the situation. You are just believing whatever they tell you. And then you decide to get married to them. This is what I'm talking about here. There's no type of assessment. There's no type of, okay, this man is consistent. Is he inconsistent? He hasn't shown any type of wanting to be committed. He hasn't shown any type of wanting to be with you. And yet you are sitting here rushing to get married. That's what I'm talking about when I say do not rush. Meaning, Megan Thee Stallion, I'm so happy we started with her because I could use her as an example. She met Klay last year. They got together in the summer. And then it sounds like they weren't even committed to each other because he said he's getting cold feet about being monogamous. Yet she was sitting here throwing birthday parties for him, cooking for him and his damn daddy. Red flag. Living and moving into the house. Why? He hasn't proven anything to you. That's why I said do not rush. I gotta be honest. It looks like I might have to over-explain myself. I thought that this was known knowledge. But then you got people here who don't even know. When you haven't even known someone for a full year, it's not perfect at all. Mind you, you're talking to somebody who got engaged in 6 months. We have been married for 5 years. Our marriage is not perfect by any means. But do I think that he would ever harm me? No. Never. Well, I can't say never. I don't speak in absolute. So I potentially believe he would not. Let's just put it that way. But you cannot put a timeline on when you are doing your assessment. You can go by, again, patterns. And you have to be able to see the person. And you have to be able to get to know them. And I believe that you can get to know somebody. You don't need that long. I promise you. I promise you, red flags start right away. It is very hard for somebody to keep up with a double life for that long. I promise you. More often than not, people are overlooking the red flags that they should be looking at. Sorry, y'all. So like I said, her getting engaged in 9 months is not a problem. The problem to me is the fact that she doubled down on whatever she was saying. I gotta be honest. I've known people who have gotten to, like I said, been together for many years, dated for a long time, and then all of a sudden, boom, demon.
At all. Am I getting married or engaged?
I don't feel like I've known someone until I've known them for like 3 years.
See, so she was saying that.
A lot of people, that might sound like dramatic, but I swear to God, like, especially in the beginning phases of dating men can fake their whole personality. They can mirror you. I think he stalked her content and like was a fan of hers and presented himself in a way that he felt like she would want out of a man. The mask comes down. I would have to know a man for years before I felt like I knew him.
Nope. I promise. Okay, if y'all want, I'll do that another live stream. There's definitely ways you can tell. I do it in my case studies. Even from, for example, the Jay-Z and Beyonce case study. Jay-Z pew-pewed his brother at 11 years old. If I heard that story, red flag. Automatically. When you see a man and his mother, I would highly implore that you meet their family right away. If you can. And even if you, like, for example, in the Korean culture, you have to wait till you get serious, it's okay. You can still make an assessment even while you're dating, just based off of people's characters to see, okay, is he lying to me or not? And trust and believe me, men cannot lie for that long. I can guarantee you that. You're talking to somebody who grew up with 4 brothers. I had my brothers and their friends outnumbered us. Most of the time, my sister was outside of the house. I grew up around guys all the time. Maybe that's why I know all the red flags that I know. They can't keep up with their lies. They're terrible liars. They're horrible strategists at times. I believe women are better at strategizing, to be quite honest with you. They don't even remember where their socks are half of the time. They cannot keep up with the lies. They can only fool women who are delusional and living in airhead land. I promise you that. You can catch them in a lie very quickly.
MJ on a podcast discussing the wizard Liz
I'm sorry,
and how she needs
this
to
damn son is bothering me
by being with him longer. All for her to turn around and get engaged in under a year of knowing the man. And to make
you see, people are equating timeline with trust. No! Do not ever be deceived. Timeline doesn't mean a damn thing. A damn thing. I promise you that.
That is worse, like to make it even more hypocritical.
And another thing, sorry, before I continue, I'm on a tangent. Y'all know my mess right now. There are people you have known in your life longer than, okay, let's say you have a friend that a platonic friend. There are people who you've known in your life within a shorter time who have cared more about you than people who have been in your life your entire life. Red flag. How come that is applicable? But when it comes to dating, all of a sudden, oh, you need to know him for this much years and then you're qualified. Or you need to be married for 5 years before you can give marriage advice. You need to be, you need to have a child before you can tell me how to. Yeah, of course. If you have a child, you probably understand more. But hell, I know some people who are teachers. I know some people who are daycare workers, and they probably know how to parent your child better than you. I know therapists who know how to parent your child better than your ass. And because they came out your coochie, then you think that you have the end all be all know all to the needs of your child. When a therapist or a social worker or a teacher or a daycare worker probably has way more experience than your ass. And they might be childless. Stop doing that. It just pisses me off. That's the reason I'm getting passionate about it. When people think that you have to have a certain number of years in order for a man to be qualified, in order for a woman to be qualified, no. Actions speak louder than words. There are people, like I said, who are in your family right now who don't even call you. And look at how y'all talking in the chat. There are probably people in this chat that have shown you more attention and more care and more love than people in your own family. There are some people out there who are literally caring more for you that you've probably known less than a year, who have shown you so much love and so much action and so much so much time and effort, and your people who've known you for 15, 20 years can't even call you, can't even give you a damn phone call, can't even send you a text. Come on now.
She too
Let's be for real.
met the man on TikTok. They ask, where did you meet him? The gal can say he found me.
Red flag. You see? Oh my God. So does this have a mental illness? I think she's sick, y'all. MJ Gray, has she been diagnosed with something? This cannot be normal life. I think sis is going through a damn psychosis or something. Is she doing this as a case study? Maybe she saw Lizard Witch pop back and was able to make some money. I don't know what's going on here. You literally had Wizard Liz as your example. And you still doubled down on finding a man on TikTok. So he's seen all your content. This man he's trying to break her down, y'all. It's as clear as day. As clear as day. And yet, boop, boop, boop. And then people are going to focus on the timelines. You want to know what matters more? He found her on TikTok and she has all that content. He already knows your mindset based on what you posted online. It's not that difficult. MJ Gray, mental health. Let me see. Did she reveal anything? Hold on, I'm going to read y'all comments, y'all. This gotta be, I'm sorry, y'all. It's got to be, because ain't no damn way she saw Wizard Liz and thought that. But you know what? I lied. It's not mental health. It's privilege. And she thinks she's better than Wizard Liz. When you're not. What is Wizard Liz's birthday? I forgot that sis's birthday. Wizard, what she is? She's a Gemini. Red flag airhead. She's an air sign. So she thinks she's better than Wizard Liz when she's just literally going to get this. She's just got a richer Landon. Landon wasn't broke. He was just a dusty.
On TikTok, being picked up via TikTok, knowing that there's a algorithm that is manufactured to incite outrage and drama cycles, he probably got served her content for a specific reason. Oftentimes, what engages us the most is stuff that we hate. She was making anti-man content. He found her on TikTok where he saw her anti-man content and he said, yep, that's the gal for me. Oh God. The level of hypocrisy is too overwhelming to be mistaken for nuance in this case, or even simply changing one's mind. This was not a bug. This was a feature. MJ is a grifter, but the type of grifter we don't speak enough about. I agree, this is definitely about the chase, and I'm about to talk about that in a second, because I do think a lot of Western dating is not even dating culture. It's just essay culture. It's rape culture. The idea
that I agree with him on. Majority, like, yeah, they don't court you. That's the problem. It's changed. It's all about, like, yeah.
A woman against their will. And essay culture is very much intertwined with Western culture in general. The idea of sales, not taking no for an answer. It's ingrained in the way that we interact. But I get ahead of myself. MJ is an anti-man, girl's girl influencer. And they are basically just pick-me's in disguise, trying to eliminate the competition, which is the type of environment that patriarchy breeds. To zoom out a little bit, I'm not blaming these specific creators. I'm also blaming the system that pits women against each other to do something like this. Bringing us to Clara Dow.
What is going on here? She said her booty's small, she's bloated, and I overcome them by realizing they're not. Flat means I don't have back. What's she talking about? Bloating means I had a good meal. And I'm just digesting. Okay, small butts are cute. Easier to slide through small space. Your body is perfect the way. Okay, I don't understand what's going on here. Well, why would she use as an example our brother? Let me hear your analysis.
That she loves to have small breasts because then she can sleep on her stomach, unlike y'all big titty niggas. Oh God. Clara Dow was a body positivity influencer, and I say that with air quotes because her brand of body positivity was to simply promote EDs. Her content seemed like great slim thing representations. Big up the slimmers them inside the chat, you see me? But the way she uplifted slim gals was to be derogatory towards thick or fat folk them. She also advocated against cosmetic surgery, except somewhere along the lines, she seemed to have changed her mind. What kills me about this is the fact that she had mens rea. She recorded...
Because, like I said, projection. I will never hate on an OF girl or a girl who does her job or strippers. Y'all have never, ever heard me on this channel put down a woman because of her choice. Now, what I will say, though, is it's not wise. If you are in an industry where men are benefiting off of you more than you are benefiting off of the system, I will say that. But I'm not gonna be derogatory and be like, those women cannot get married. They don't deserve to be wives. What the hell? Red flag. Now then, she was talking about her small titties, and there's nothing wrong with that. I honestly didn't see anything wrong with her video. Hell, celebrate the small titty committee. As a big-chested girl, let me tell you, formerly, I had surgery. I had a breast reduction surgery, if y'all don't know. I used to have some big mammaries. It was very uncomfortable. Very extremely uncomfortable. So I would not promote it, having big titties like that, especially if you can't handle the back pain. Good luck! But at the same time, know that she got a boob job. So projection. She wanted the big titties.
Recorded this TikTok before she got the boob job with intentions of making the transformation video. Keep in mind, this guy literally said, there's nothing to fix.
Oh no. It's a cultural divide.
Here we go, finally.
Yay. 40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the music.
Sorry if y'all
Yeah,
they finna get me. How they didn't get you Foreign Fridays? They finna get your girl. I don't care what they think. Good night, whatever your name is. Carly, is that her damn name? Good night, girl. Good night. Okay, here we go. We can put them back on. What? How did you not get copyright?
Love to use a block audio damn blood. Shorty, doing it differently. You could always change your mind, but it's sus to change your life when you've predicated it on values that you have preached to others in order to build a business off of. Much like when white leftists leave the left, as soon as you criticize their treatment of black issues, mind you, I don't think that they was on the left to begin with. If you were all about advocating for body positivity and you shelved it when it either got difficult or simply not as profitable, did you ever believe it to begin with? Me saying goodbye to the body positivity community. She wearing the same dress. She in the same place. She did this the same day.
Goodbye.
But when will I see you again?
Oh, never. Never.
Never?
Bye.
Well,
don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Good night. All right.
Actual people. We forget they're also businesses. And much like how Netflix got people on their platform by providing a service that nobody else was, and it was a cheap alternative to cable, just to hike the prices up once they had a base audience of hundreds of thousands. Or the same way how like Nickelodeon had all these black shows early on in the 90s to capitalize off of diversity. And then they pivoted in the 2000s, once it wasn't profitable anymore. Clara Dow shelved the body positivity brand when her business hit the ceiling, and now she's doing something different. This is her reacting to her first day earnings.
Of course. She wanted to get the big titties for the OF content. Oh yeah. And again, you gotta be careful who you pick, who you follow on social media. This is what happens. When you're thinking about social media as a business, I have to be honest, you're going to operate in what generates income. If I really wanted to make money on social media, this is how like I said, you can test it to be true. Do your research on your girl right here. If I wanted to have virality, trust and believe me, I would release those case studies I have in the members only vault. Because yes, although they could copyright strike me, I do know a few of them would run numbers. Trust and believe me, they would run numbers if I'm only there for the money. Trust and believe me, I could alter it and still, I could alter it just like I do with the Jay-Z Beyonce case studies, and I could leave it up. I could do that, and they could copyright strike me, and then I could just be like, oh, whatever, and put it on TikTok, let it go viral. But I'm not gonna do that. Why? Because that's not my intention. It was never my intention. That I can speak for myself in absolutes because I am me. So I will say this, that when you're thinking about or when you're watching creators and they're living a certain lifestyle, think about the branding. And that'll tell you all you need to know. If all that you see on their channels are ads, and they're a couple or they're an individual like her, and it's all pushing an agenda, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful, because look, as soon as she got her money up, first thing she did was buy titties. Look at that. Look at that.
Why it sound like the Twin Peaks music?
I've never seen. Girl, don't nobody want to see you cry about some damn titties. Good night. Fast forward. I got time for this.
And curves by claiming she was happy with a natural body, which, spoiler, from my video on Clara Dow that y'all should watch after this, but her body wasn't natural at all. And grew different.
Oh my God. I gave up on men. Please, she probably got a man right now. Fast forward. All right.
Once she got the visibility she desired, she pivoted to make money off of men via OF, which brings us back to the industry of romantic capitalism. The idea of romantic capitalism isn't only literally making money off of the male loneliness epidemic by packaging human connection and access to that via OF, but romantic capitalism extends to dating and desirability as well. And y'all might not have seen this coming, but y'all should have. We have to talk about the other side of the pick-me spectrum. Big mama indeed.
Wake up, my man. I take a shit, my man. I make breakfast, my man. I'm driving, my man.
What is Lotto sign again? Is she Capricorn? I think she's a Capricorn. Ain't she a Cap in Capricorn? I gotta look into it. Yeah, no. Wait, yeah? Yeah, she is, Lord. Okay. Lotto is another lost one.
Yeah, I'm bathing, my man.
Was there ever a day you feel like in recent time where you didn't think?
I really need to get on this man too, because low-key, Timu Jalen Hurts is killing me.
No.
It's never happened.
No.
Just my man at all times.
Eat, my man.
I don't think she's lying though. She is that. I don't think she's ever lied though. Okay, I need to see what the point is, because she has always been about her man. That we cannot deny.
Shit, my man.
Her married man at that.
Hey, my man.
Shit hitting the water and then it's splashing in your butthole, my man. You get up for a second and then your dick get clamped by the toilet seat, my man. Lotto isn't the first male-centered rap girl.
But she's right.
She is the most recent hypocrite.
She's right though, because that is who she is. That's what no, she's not right, because I think she's right. Red flag. I don't even think about my husband that damn much like that every day. You know what runs through my mind every day? Damn, I gotta eat something. Like right now, I'm like, what we finna eat today? And then I'll think about him sometimes, like, oh, did he text me? Okay. Oh, he texted me. All right, blah, 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 blah. And then, oh, he sent me something cute. That's it. And then we get back to whatever. I think about multiple things a day. I don't think about him 24/7. But Lotto, I believe her. Wait, what was she hypocritical about? I gotta watch.
And we finally get to address it, because Lotto's whole aesthetic was being a boss gal and not a baby mama, which again.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that part. I forgot about that, because she always been male-centered. I don't think there's ever been any questioning of that.
Single mothers make the world go round. I've said this plenty of times before. The altruism of mothers, specifically single black mothers, is Atlas with the globe on his back. And if they shrug someday, we will be plunged into Hades. But the birds are no longer in the sky. They are now amongst us. And Lotto exhibits bird behavior 10 times down. Caw, 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 caw. After a whole career of claiming she'd never be a baby mama, you have this right here.
Do you guys remember when Lotto had Gorgeous Doll jumped at the club and she had a miscarriage? Do you guys remember that? I feel like that went by too quickly. I don't know if it's...
She did what? Wait, what did she do now?
After a whole career of claiming
y'all know the tea about that? Hold on, let me check the comments. What did she do?
Never be a baby
I don't know too much about Lotto like that.
Do you guys remember when Lotto had Gorgeous Doll jumped at the club and she had a miscarriage? Do you guys remember that? Because I feel like that was...
Red flag! Why would she do that? Hold up. Oh, she was mad she couldn't have a baby. What was going on here? Why would you get somebody jumped pregnant? Did she know she was pregnant? But even then, why are you getting people jumped? Like, this is ridiculous at this point. Like, how old are we?
Went by too quickly. I don't know if it's because Gorgeous Doll is not well known as Lotto, so everyone just kind of forgot about it. But she got that woman jumped and had her have a miscarriage. Now, could you imagine if Gorgeous Doll and Lotto were beefing now, and Gorgeous Doll had Lotto beat up and had her have a miscarriage. Do you guys understand how Gorgeous Doll would be torn to the ground? It just lets me know that for some reason, Lotto, it just gets more grace when it comes to certain things, because even with this whole pregnancy thing,
that's crazy.
She needs to get a little bit more penalized, because think about Cardi. Cardi was still married, technically, and had a baby. So Lotto now has a baby with a married man, and it's like, oh yeah, let's support her. She's, beautiful and young and whatever. But no, I don't think Lotto's a good person.
Colorism allows for many a woman to sidestep the social sanctions associated with their behavior. And those sanctions, those penalties, do not extend to dark-skinned black women. I don't believe in the idea that you can take anybody that don't want to be taken. But Alicia Keys dealing up with Swiss Beats, and she is still revered without a scar. She didn't get dragged even for a yard, a foot. They said Alicia never leaves that bad side because she don't want it to happen to her. You lose him like how you found him. They say Alicia Keys' voice got snatched up from her though. Let's be real, man. Alicia Keys' voice always sounded like Tom Waits, but feminized. She benefited from colorism quite a bit. But this is a facet of romantic capitalism. Lotto makes a career about never being a baby mama, all to become a baby mama for 21 Savage. Risking your life for this nigga, bro? Oh, God. Lotto could do that because she fits this frame of desirability. And that's the currency of romantic capitalism. It thrives on supply and demand.
Okay. Yeah, wait. Who's that? Cooking with Damn, he got everybody up there. Hold up. Is that Cooking with Kaya? And he's right, yes. We already talked about this on the channel.
Lineage, as if that should matter, but anyway. But you also have a corollary with women who subscribe to a scarcity mindset among them, where they compete with other women by preening their flowers of femininity in hopes that they will be picked.
Oh yeah, he's talking about Cooking with Kaya.
And that is
Cooking with Kaya.
Make that man some breakfast before I do.
Go make him some breakfast, please. Please do. Please and thank you. You see, this is what happens when you're reformed, y'all. When you're reformed and you get all that out your mind. And yes, of course, are there some aspects of our lives that we're still social conditioned into? Yes, absolutely. 100%. But hell, I try my damnedest to slap it out of me. I think about what I do before I do it. I gotta be honest. Kaya, you see, I wouldn't be bothered. I remember when I saw her content, I started laughing. I was like, girl, please go cook for him, because I'm not going to do it. So go ahead and do it. Y'all heard him. That's why I had him come here and tell you guys specifically, so you wouldn't think that I'm being like that MJ heifer over there. Now, I didn't get bothered by it. Why? Because at the end of the day, my husband is he's himself. He can make his own decisions. He doesn't need me to sit here and watch him. Oh my God, you're not going to cheat on me, are you? You better, okay, you want to do that. You better not do that. It is not within your it is not a smart idea to do that to me. I'll tell you that much. And this is the funniest thing to me, is that like some women and some married women or whatever, I don't know, whoever, they were upset with her. And for me, I'm like, I don't give a damn about that. Like, if somebody on the internet saying she could cook for him, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. I wouldn't care a lick. But then again, when you're dealing with some people, like what he said, who sacrifice and put themselves in a position where the man is idolized, then this is what happens. You have people fighting in the comments about a young woman on TikTok shaking tail and talking about she could cook breakfast better than you. On TikTok, guys. And they're upset about that, or they were. This is a problem. Now, do I think that her mindset's not a problem? Of course she's a pick-me. Duh! She's sitting here cooking, but she's also trying to get bread. I'm not going to be mad at her for making it. I thought it was a great concept. She said, I could cook better than you better cook for your man before I come get him. Go ahead, girl. Go try. Go ahead. Do your thing. And then if he so goes and decides to want to be with you, then go have at him. Good luck. Good luck and Godspeed. Because if he could do it to me, he gonna do it to your ass. Red flag. Like, what are we thinking here? The logic is not logicking. If you're able to steal someone's man, not only, well, he's never your man to begin with, that is very true, but then that means that he's not loyal to nobody. He's for the streets. So if he's for the streets with me, he gonna be for the streets with your ass. So good luck and thank you. Because then you done the trash done took itself out. Thank you, and thank you for your services. I am never gonna be mad at a woman for that. Thank you very much. I oblige you. Go ahead. Because if that's where he wanna be, then he could go be there. We gotta start thinking like that. But then again, people get upset because she's up here. She cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Okay, let me go. Sorry, y'all.
Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
You never have to twerk next to my...
Now, Kaya, I know you're young. But one thing I will say, though, is I'm going to need to go to the gym. Because, yeah, cooking with Kaya, I will say her aesthetic, like but she's young, so we'll see. But the abs are flat. Do you work out? Because I need to see a workout routine. That's what I need to see from you. Go cook my husband breakfast, and I'll look at your workout routine. Thank you.
Just back short air right next to my ex. That's why I don't understand how niggas is be eating the strip club wings. Cooking with Kaya merged tried wife talking points like, you better cook for your man before I do, with twerking next to the food that she cooked. This resulted in her aggregating an audience of mandem that more than just wanted to watch women throw ass next to food. Again, you could go to P-Valley and you could do that. But those men specifically romanticized the time where that's all women did. Not work next to food, but was in the kitchen, was making food.
There's a bitch that turns 18 every day, okay? So you need to be on your...
As much as India has been in the game for so long, and she is definitely a victim of the industry, we can't ignore the fact that she was groomed throughout the entertainment industry, and instead of becoming an elder that women could confide in as a mentor, she would rather compete with them for relevancy. Sounds familiar? Sounds just like Nicki Minaj. Patriarchy pits women against one another so that they become pick-me's for survival. But the other strategy is one that MJ Gray seems to have weaponized, which is going the girl's girl route. MJ made content that discouraged women from falling.
You cannot be a girl's girl and not give women the autonomy to make their own choice. Because that's the point of being a girl's girl. Just like cooking with Kaya. I don't have a problem with her being a pick-me on the internet. That's her business. I don't really care, to be honest with you. Like I said, that's her bread. There should be a lane for women like cooking with Kaya. Just like there should be a lane for women like me. The problem is that when you think that one is better, like, you don't give people the option to make a decision that suits them and their lifestyle. This is where we go wrong. Not we, because I'm not a part of that cohort. But this is where this whole entire debate goes wrong. That's it. That's all. There should be women like India Love. But why? This is the problem. When women like Cooking with Kaya or India Love, they get upset at a woman like me because I'm not doing none of that. I can guarantee you right now, somebody is going to be in this comment section. Not y'all, but somebody eventually will watch the replay and will judge me because I don't cook for my husband. Well, I wonder how she's able to keep him. She never does this. She never wears makeup. She never does that. Whole time she's worried about how I keep, or I'm with my husband or whatever, keep, quote unquote. And whole time I'm thinking about other stuff. This is the problem. And we talked about it with the natural hair conversation. If you want to wear your buzz down, wear your buzz down. If you want to wear your lace front, wear your lace front. The only reason that we had a conversation about it is because there are women out there who do not love themselves. And then not only that, they do not love themselves, but then they get mad at women like me who do appreciate the natural look, who do love how they look, who don't care about buzz downs and whatever anymore. I've outgrown that. I'm different. I just don't want it. In this time of my life, I don't want to put too much, like, I just feel like I put so much effort when I was younger to look good and keep up and all that stuff. I'd rather just be me now. Because I'm in a space where I love what I look like. And that's, like I said, everybody goes through phases. But the problem is that you don't allow people to be who they want to be and have that option. She's telling women don't get married whole time. She's not allowing people to have that option. Keep it to yourself, sis.
For the patriarchal trap of becoming dependent upon men. Only for her to get engaged to a rich man that she met only 9 months prior on TikTok. Let that sink in. She performed this progressive aesthetic where she discouraged women from the very thing that she ultimately...
All right, that's it, y'all. Let's read some comments. I gotta move on to the next topic. What time is it? Oh, Lord, I gotta get going soon. I'm gonna read a few comments, y'all. Sophie, Nada, and then Sophie. I hope I said your name right, sis. Having a husband adds 7 hours of work to a woman's life. Yes, that is very true. There was research done about it. But wait, what you mean add 7 hours of work, sis? Because I gotta be honest. Hold on. I'm going to use myself as an example. 7 hours of work where though? Like, I don't know. You see, this is why we have to have honest conversations. Not saying that what you're saying is not wrong, because it is true. I have seen the research on that. But what I will say, though, is I'm going to add another layer to the conversation. Who are these women married to? We got to talk about that. And what I will also say, though, is that having a husband and children, and it depends on the type of husband you have too. Because I know there are, I have a friend who is married, and they don't even have to do, like, her husband is so hands-on. Like, he's very hands-on. And these are white folks, y'all. White people. Her husband is very hands-on. He is literally like, she always has girls trips. They allow each other to have breaks. He takes over when he comes home because she's taking care of the baby because she's on mat leave. So there are husbands out there who will do that, who will take care, and they do as much as they can. Because there are times where, of course, baby's still a baby, so he needs his mother more. But majority of the time, she doesn't have to labor that much because her husband is there. When he's home, he's hands-on. Cooking, cleaning, making dinner, that's the thing. So then that cuts down the labor. If I come home, right now I'm doing live stream as we speak. Y'all have not heard Mimi. I only heard her bark occasionally. Want to know why? Dom is in there with her, playing with her, feeding her, doing whatever. Earlier he was at the gym. Now he's home. That's why you don't hear her in the room at all. You don't hear barking. Sometimes she reactive barks. But I don't have to worry about Mimi because her dad takes care of her. Now, if I had Mimi and Dom decided not to bathe her, not to touch her, not to do whatever, and then I'm like watching his behavior with my puppy, or with our puppy, I should say, and I think I'm gonna have kids with him. Hell no, red flag. Hell no. We shutting down for sure. I'm getting on that IUD. Because seeing him take care of our puppy, I'm actually like, okay, like, well, obviously I knew I married a great man. I gotta be honest with you. But seeing him, because it's different when you are taking care of another adult because we're self-sufficient, right? But when you see a man in action and you see how he steps up, especially when you have a plant, even with plants, y'all, he was the one watering all the plants in our house because my mom gave them to us. And I forgot to water the plant. Actually, he was concerned about me. He was like, look, I don't know if I could have a baby with you because you don't even know when to water the plants. I can't trust that you going to be able to feed. I remember we used to have conversations about that. And then I was like, well, yeah, you ain't lying. I don't know. I can't remember. The plant doesn't talk. How am I supposed to know when to water it? You see, that was, and that's Romy right there in a nutshell. But with Mimi, when I decided to have Mimi, I was prepared. I won't lie to you. Is it harder than what I expected? Absolutely. Because damn, like, my goodness, having a puppy is not for the faint of heart. I gotta be honest with you. Now that she's a little older, she's way better than before. But who, Lord, the sleepless nights will get to you, sis. But you want to know what has made it easier? All these months, you guys see me on live stream. You guys see me still pushing out case studies. And that's because I have someone who actually helps and who actually does what he's supposed to do. And I don't have to worry about the house being clean. I don't have to worry about cleaning it by myself. I don't have to worry about doing laundry all the time by myself. He does his part. So this is why I have extra time to be able to edit, film, post on YouTube, do live streams, and work a full-time job at that. And mind you, he works as well. We're both full-time employees. So all of that to say that if it adds an extra 7 hours, then we have to be honest about the conversation of how much is their husband helping? Because it shouldn't be that much time that you have to labor. And if it is, like, if you're working a full-time job, I'm not talking about if you're on mat leave, that's different. But if you're working a full-time job and you both come home at the same time, or you both come home, period, and yet you're the one cooking, cleaning, taking care of the kids, bathing them, doing all that stuff, red flag, that's a problem. Big problem. He gets to rest in the abyss of his masculinity, that's a problem. Continuing. Sarah, you said women have to nurse and nurture their babies while they are healing, and most don't get adequate support from their partner's family community. Exactly. That's what it is. I love how he always defends black women. Yeah, he does. I'll give him that. Foreign, let me not find out, though. You gonna be on my list here. Oh, hold on. Let me read a few. I think I read that one. LOL, some girl, you said that's me saying I wouldn't date Arab men again. I can't date someone who complains more than I do, and I complain a lot. Yo, is that a cultural thing? You gotta let me know. I ain't never dated an Arab man before, so I don't know how they are in the romantic way. You gotta let me know. That Argo, you said I used to like black men, but due to trauma, I'll prefer to date white men or Asian men, sadly. And that's okay. But this is the thing, though. If you have, like, again, I hope that you unpack that and heal. Because if you do not heal, and I will tell you that right now, you are going to find the same man that you were running away from, even if it's not a black man. So all that I ask is that you do it safely and wisely and do not overlook red flags because they are white or they are Asian. You should apply the same standards that you have in your race to other races of men. So I will let you know right now, nobody could ever come to me and say I was hypocritical with how I decided to marry Dom versus another man who tried to get at me that was a black man. Because they know that they are not up to that standard. I lived by what I said. I always lived by what I said. I mean, maybe not when I was in my little, psychosis era, but as a reformed after them 6 years, the man who was able to finally get me to say, okay, let's do it. Let's get together. There's no way that a man that I dated in my past could ever come up and say, oh, you let him do it, but you wouldn't let me do it. Red flag, never. Or I should say green flag, never. So, yeah, just make sure that whatever standards you're placing on black men, as far as the trauma you endured and you got over, and I'm so thankful that you are past. I hope that you are getting past it and you're healing, and I wish you well on your healing journey, sis. But what I will say is that the same standards that you have for the black men and how they treated you, you cannot have those standards for the white men. You better pay it. You got to pay attention, both sides. But yes, I'm happy for you, and I hope that you do it and you recognize all of the red flags. He been saying what I'm saying, y'all. They're white women of the community. That's why I put this vid in the Discord. Oh, I know. It was a good vid, actually. I enjoyed the video. Liz had her baby in a traumatic birth where she almost lost her life. What? I didn't know that. Oh boy, off of Landon, y'all. Landon. And is basically online doing the same stuff I heard. No one believes that what she's saying anymore, though. But I mean, you know what? Now she learned. Apparently, the baby is a Scorpio, just like her father. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, her dad, who hit her mom, and she's basically repeated the same exact thing she saw her mom do in life. And that's, you know what? That happens, y'all. Even me. I'm not going to talk about it right now. But I will say that let's have a conversation. I'm going to see if I can remember. Maybe I'll talk a little bit about it right now because I know I'm going to forget. I know damn well I'm going to forget, to be honest with you. There were a lot of patterns that I was doing that modeled my mom, and I didn't even realize it. The people pleasing. Remember when I said I used to lie about my meal plans? And is because it all stems from people pleasing, keeping up with the image that, you know, you're doing something even though you're probably not, like, you're not asking for help, you can do it all on your own. That's people pleasing. And that comes from mom. It's maternal. My mom was superwoman until she couldn't be superwoman anymore. And I think that definitely, it seeps through because these are patterns that you learn as a child. And that's why I always talk about childhood patterns, because these are things that even as an adult, you do not even know that you're operating in those people-pleasing patterns. And you really have to be cognizant of that and hold yourself accountable. So I'm not surprised that she ended up in the same situation as her mother. Usually that does happen. You model behaviors that you've seen as a child unconsciously. And that's the reality of it. Very much a reality, y'all. You got to slap yourself a lot. I'm telling you, every day, people pleasing comes up. Slap. Slap myself silly. I'll be like this. People please. Like this morning, Dom loves to go out. He loves to go out all the time, especially now that the weather is really great. And he was like, hey, honey, do you want to go somewhere with Mimi? We can have family time. And I had already planned to edit the video because I really want to get everything out this week because I'm already behind. I just want to finish everything out. And so I said, I was almost about to say yes, even though I know I have stuff to do. And even though I had already planned stuff, but not because I want to go out, but because of the people pleasing. Oh, I feel bad because, you know, Mimi, you know, I work all the time, especially Monday to Friday. And I do spend a lot of time with her, by the way, y'all. Like, she's with me all the time. I work remotely, and sometimes I take her out and stuff. I take her out every day, I should say. I take her for walks and stuff. But I was like, oh, maybe we should have family time. And, oh, I feel so guilty because I feel like, you know, oh, maybe I should do this, that. And then I was like, no, let's just do what we plan to do. And we can go out tomorrow, which we are going to do tomorrow instead. And so these are the little people-pleasing things that I'm talking about. And now if I didn't have time to do stuff, or if I can't do something, I'm not going to act like I can do something. I'm just naturally going to say no now. I've been working on that a lot. If I cannot, like last weekend when Dom had his competition, I said, I can't do the live stream. I couldn't. There's no way, because I could have been like, again, people pleasing. Oh, I feel so bad because, you know, I didn't put out the Jay-Z and Beyonce case study, whatever. And I feel like I always do live streams, but maybe like I need to do it just because, you know, it's going to be making me more consistent. And I don't want to just fail everybody. I want to try to fit everything in. No, I can't do it, y'all. See you tomorrow. It's stuff I'm practicing every single day. Why? Because it's subconscious, y'all. I'll read a few more comments and then, how much time we got? 4 hours, damn. Okay, I got to be out of here soon. I'm going to touch on the last two stories very quickly, and then we'll continue tomorrow. Mary, you said, hold up. You said something here. You said bloop. Yep. The one video of her was embarrassing. All the Kardashians are baby mamas. They all are. Yeah. You're right. Kourtney got married, but after, and not with her baby daddy. Is Trump done? Harper girl, not you trying to. I was about to celebrate and be like, he's gone. Oh, y'all, he's still around. All right, wishing MJ Gray the best, y'all. She gonna need it. Need it. Whoever's her fandom, y'all go pray for your girl. Do a fast for her. Moving on. Last story of today, and I think this one will save for tomorrow. Let's see how much time I have. I'm not gonna talk about this too much, y'all. Too long. Let's segue from relationships to real stuff. Since we spoke about Trump, now we could talk about this. I think that's a good segue. Y'all, there's some very suspicious activities happening here. And as of now, there have been a few scientists who have been coming up. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. 11 scientists so far have vanished or have deleted themselves from this earth, unalive, allegedly themselves. And it's starting to get concerning because of what they were studying. And this has been going on for a while. Now, I'm talking about it right now because it has a lot to do with what we've been talking about the last few months. And I believe, that's my opinion, that it has a lot to do with whatever they're studying is something that can actually be helpful. That's what I believe. My conspiracy hat is tingling here. Now, if I really told y'all what I really think, y'all gonna think I'm cray-cray. But maybe they're gonna explain it in this video and I will just, kind of give you my analysis. But let's read this first and then we are going to watch the videos. U.S. launches investigation after conspiracy over, unalived and missing scientists erupt. Workers at NASA, Los Alamos, and MIT are dying or vanishing. And mind you, they have secret clearance, the highest security clearance from government. So these are people who are, I think one of the sisters had her own company. But these are people who are working within those agencies. And remember, just recently, didn't 3 people go up to the moon? And then, the whole push for AI, we saw those videos months ago where I showed y'all where they were trying to push this whole AI agenda and trying to get more resources for that, and how they have pledged to do billions of dollars, or they were losing billions of dollars into AI and they had to find a way to replace it or replicate it. I believe it has to do with this as well. Okay. And Trump says it's pretty serious stuff. Lord, of course he sounds like that. But what's actually going on? All right, let's watch this. Oh, okay. I'll watch it on YouTube because this might have ads. A series of deaths and disappearances involving people connected to secret scientific and government work has coalesced. Lord, I've never seen that word before. Y'all let me know if I had the correct spelling. Coalesced into an alarming narrative that has gone right to the top. Within weeks, what began as a discussion over scattered incidents had become a national talking point, drawing attention from Congress, the White House, and federal investigators. Roughly 10 to 11 individuals with ties to institutions such as NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Los Alamos National Laboratory, MIT, and private industry have died or gone missing over the past few years. For perpetually online conspiracy theorists, it's a goldmine. Some cases involve missing persons. Others are confirmed homicides, while other deaths have been attributed to natural or accidental causes. The incidents are loosely connected and span approximately 4 years from 2022 through 2026. But the narrative largely remains transfixed on the possibility that something sinister has gone on behind the scenes. 100% I believe that, y'all. And I'm going to let y'all know why. There's patterns. The current wave of attention appears to have been triggered by the disappearance of retired Air Force Major General Neil McCasland in February of 2026. His background in aerospace and defense work made his case particularly susceptible to speculation. Online discussions quickly framed him as someone who might have possessed sensitive or secret knowledge. From their other cases, some older and only tangentially. Oh, my bad, y'all. I gotta drink water. Ooh, my throat is dry. Some older and only tangent. Oh my goodness. What? Who? Why are you guys using these damn words? Did ChatGPT write this? Goodness gracious. I guess tangibly related. Why didn't you just write that? Damn it. We're pulled into a growing list. This is him, y'all. Rest in peace, brother. Across social media forums and some media outlets, claims spread that scientists were being deliberately targeted. Theories varied, but commonly invoked explanations were secret knowledge about UFOs' advanced energy projects. Okay, so we're going to park it right here. Let's see what we can find on the good old YouTube. Not this one, sorry, but we're going to probably watch this one tomorrow. Let's see. I don't know why. I think I need to clear my cookies or something. All right. What was it called now? What I said again? That's how you know. It was, scientists missing. And there's a Canadian scientist amongst the list, y'all. All right, this was 2 days ago. Here's what nobody's telling you about the missing scientist. Oh, this 42 minutes. Dang. I really want to see it, though. It looks like he got... Okay, I got to see how many views. This one is getting 229 views. This one's got 202K. I trust you, Mr. Bearded One. You better not steer me astray. It's 42 minutes, but we're not going to watch all... I don't know. We'll see how far we get. I trust you. Let me see. Or I shouldn't say I trust you, but I trust what you giving. Hold on. Let's watch this one. Alyssa, so Amy Eskridge, she's one of the scientists, y'all. We gonna see what sis did. And then you got 346, Jesse Michaels. Oh dang. Okay. Which one y'all trust more? The bearded glasses guy or the this one right here, Jesse? I'm gonna see which one we should watch. But actually, views don't really matter, to be honest with you. Let me check the comments
Newly
first.
revealed messages have drawn even more suspicion about the resurfaced death of one of 11 scientists with ties to America's space and nuclear secrets who have mysteriously died or disappeared. Anti-gravity researcher Amy Eskridge allegedly died from a self-inflicted gunshot in June of 2022 when she was just 34 years old, according to the Daily Mail.
2022, wow.
However, Frank Milburn, a retired British paratrooper and intelligence officer who says he was in contact with Eskridge before her death, shared shocking messages with the outlet. One dated May 13th, 2022 read, "If you see any report that I killed myself, I most definitely did not. If you see any report that I overdosed myself, I most definitely did not. If you see any report that I killed anyone else, I most definitely did not." Milburn says Eskridge told him that she had been the target of repeated physical and psychological attacks, including from a directed energy weapon, a device said to emit focused energy capable of causing burns or other physical harm. The researcher specializing in anti-gravity, which is a staple topic among UFO enthusiasts, also mysteriously warned in a 2020 interview that her life might be in danger while discussing her research company, the Institute for Exotic.
I started the Institute for one reason. One reason, the Institute. I started it as a public-facing persona to disclose anti-gravity technology through, because I told Mark this. If you stick your neck out in public, at least someone notices if your head gets chopped off.
She ain't lying. And let me tell y'all something. The reason I believe sis right here, and I do not believe that she took herself out of this world, is just look at the pattern with Boeing. Remember when Boeing had the the Dreamliner? And people came out and there was a whistleblower who spoke about Boeing. And apparently there were I think there were 3 of them. Boeing whistleblowers. Same thing happened with Boeing, folks. How many of them? Let me check. Hold on. So he worked for Boeing for more than 30 years before retiring in 2017. And days before his death, he had been giving evidence in a whistleblower lawsuit against the company. Boeing said it was saddened to hear. Oh, shut up. Red flag. I know damn well y'all not. He wasn't the only one, y'all. But he was the one that was speaking out the most, who had evidence. He's gone. I do not believe that he did this to himself. And then there was another one. Hold on. It says Joshua Dean. Yup. So that's two of them. John Barnett, Joshua Dean. Here, there we go. Let's watch this.
I know that he did not commit suicide. There's no way.
First tonight, our investigative reporter Ann Emerson has new information in the death of Boeing whistleblower John Barnett. A close family friend of Barnett says he predicted he might wind up dead, that a story could surface that he killed himself. But he told her, don't believe it. Ann?
Tessa, Barnett's family friend Jennifer said they had talked about this exact scenario playing out, but his words seemed like a premonition. He told her, don't ever believe it.
Not just them. Hold up. Oh, there's a long line, y'all. There's a long line. Oh, finally it's working. Maybe. Let's hope it works. There was a Canadian by the name of Andrew Mountain or something. He saw some type of creature on a mountain in Canada. Y'all, it was, yeah. I think that was his name. This guy right here.
Where are they now? The man who went viral for filming a giant human in the mountains. This is Andrew Dawson, and in 2023 he filmed what looked like a giant human being in the Canadian mountains. And the video exploded, gaining billions of views online. His fans instantly begged him to go back and explore. So 5 days later he went back. However, as soon as he entered the road, he was stopped by a CIA agent.
CIA? But he saw it on the Canadian mountains. CIA does not operate in Canada. We have the RCMP and we have CSIS. Red flag. What the hell was CIA doing contacting him? Inquiring minds would like to know. They do not have jurisdiction in Canada, y'all. This is not an... Oh, you want this? Here. You want to play? Oh, now you're not sleepy. Her daddy done got her this toy. Now she... Here. You gonna play with it. Here you go. Let's continue watching.
Who told him to leave immediately. This freaked fans out, but it got weirder. Later that night, Andrew posted a video of another CIA agent camping outside his house, and things began to get very strange. Andrew went silent for a month. No posts, no updates, nothing. And when he returned, things seemed off. Andrew posted what appeared to be a forced video claiming that his previous videos were fake, but he looked so uncomfortable that fans didn't believe it. They believed that he was being held hostage, unable to talk about what he really saw. And they might have been right, as just 2 weeks later, Andrew posted a chilling video where he looks terrified, claiming all of the videos were real, that he saw a giant, and that because of this video, fans may never see him post again. Many thought he was being dramatic. However, then 2 months later, Andrew was reported dead, with no explanation, no reason, and to this day, no one knows what he actually saw on that.
Patterns. And remember, they started out on black people first. Continuing.
Eskridge also revealed that she had been receiving threats and that she had plans to disclose information about UFOs and extraterrestrials to the public. Her death was ruled a suicide, and neither the police nor the medical examiners have publicly released any details of an investigation into her death.
Now, I know some people will be like, you believe in UFOs, Romy? I believe that there are extraterrestrial beings. I also believe that the Book of Enoch may not have been, what they called it, didn't they say that it's Gnosticism and it's not real? This is making me believe the Book of Enoch might have been real. If y'all know what the Book of Enoch is, y'all need to read it. I didn't read it in its entirety. But I'm going to sit down. That's my homework after I finish doing all the case studies and stuff. I got to catch up. I'm going to read the Book of Enoch because what is this? Why does it look like what this man saw? Listen, people can call me crazy all they want to. All I know is that I look at patterns and I look at stories. Those two things will not lie to you. If you want to go on a goose chase, all you need to do is look at the patterns. It will not steer you astray. This man was, people are saying, oh, it was a conspiracy theory. Oh, he's just mentally ill. They always say mentally ill when something like, look at that. He saw that thing. What is that thing? And that's what they kept from the Bible, y'all. They said that this was what was it called? What they said? It's an ancient Jewish apocalyptic religious text ascribed to tradition to the patriarch Enoch, who was the father of Methuselah. Oh Lord, I forget about these names. Great grandfather of Noah. But then they said that this was not in the Bible and blah blah blah, and oh, this is not real. And then they gave us the Bible that we have today. And yet there were the people that look like this one right here. If you read the book of Enoch, it sounds crazy as hell. And then somehow it matches here. And then it matches what she talking about with the UFOs and whatnot. And the pyramids. They still don't know how the pyramids were built in Egypt. They don't even know how were the Egyptian pyramids built? Here, they were so... Hold on, let's see. Let's see how they built them, y'all. You see? We may finally know. Here, this was in 2024, y'all. This is coming from a Canadian source, Global News. How were Egypt's pyramids built? The mystery may finally be solved. After all these years, nobody knows. Red flag. How the hell y'all don't know? How do we not know? How? How do we have all this technology? How? You do not know this? People have leave me alone. People have long been fascinated with how the Egyptian pyramids were built, floating theories from the construction of expansive causeways to extraterrestrial assistance. Here we go. Now, scientists have evidence to support another theory centered around the discovery of a long-lost branch of the Nile that would have run alongside 31 ancient pyramids built between the 27th and 18th centuries BC. Though the pyramids today sit on a sandy desert plateau near the ancient Egyptian capital of Memphis, a newly published study maintains the region was once home to a bustling river branch that was likely a vital means of transportation. Researchers named the 64-kilometer river branch Aramat. I really hope that I didn't butcher that. The Arabic word for pyramids, and said it was likely used to float large stone blocks for the construction of the pyramids. Many of the stones originated from hundreds of kilometers south of where the pyramids stand today, with some weighing more than a ton. The river did that. Also transported other equipment and people. Okay. Geomorphologist Iman Ghanem, excuse me, y'all. Hold on a second, sorry. The study's lead researcher told National Geographic she and her team from the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, believed the Lost River was a superhighway for ancient Egypt. All right. The Lost Waterway was discovered using radar satellite imagery. The technology allows scientists to identify buried rivers and ancient structures under the sand. Soil and sediment samples were also analyzed. Researchers involved in the study published in the journals Communication, Earth and Environment are the first to map the ancient waterway's course. They claim Aramat would have been just short of a kilometer wide in places and more than 24 meters deep in others. By this logic, scientists have added fuel to the theory that ancient Egyptians could have used boats to ferry the pyramids' construction materials and workmen along the river branch. Today, where the waterway would have been covered is covered with desert terrain and farmland. What's his name? Aramat's discovery may also explain why some of the pyramids are situated farther east than others. Scientists said pyramids constructed during Egypt's Middle Kingdom, about 2030 to 1650 BC era, were built eastward because the waterway had migrated since the Old Kingdom era. Okay, this is long as hell. All right, so that's what they're saying. But hell, we don't even know, y'all. We still don't know. Here, 5 days ago, new study. Look how many years we need this. How many years? Nobody does, and nobody knows. Nobody knows. Does this put to bed all of those outlandish alien theories? Mind you, they talking about this 21st of April. Outlandish alien theories. And yet here we go. And here we go. No, yeah, here we go. The scientists right here talking about UFOs. Here we go. I don't know. But I know the Book of Enoch talks about it. That's all I know. Continuing.
Eskridge's death was unearthed after an already growing web of concerning deaths and disappearances of NASA scientists and individuals with ties to U.S. space and nuclear secrets. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer warned Fox News that something sinister could be happening and that the matter raises urgent national...
Isn't he the one? Yeah, the one Jasmine Crockett and that the bad built biddy whatever music bad built bit or whatever her damn name is. That was him. That was like, excuse me, what? Yeah, I remember him.
Fox News that something sinister could be happening and that the matter raises urgent national security concerns.
Yeah, when I first heard about this, I thought, well, that can't be true. That sounds like some kind of crazy conspiracy. I thought, well, that can't be true. That sounds like some kind of crazy conspiracy theory. But once you see the facts, it would suggest that something sinister could be happening. And
why are you blinking so much? Hold on, y'all.
Fox News that something sinister could be happening and that the matter raises...
Notice. Look at his face here.
...to U.S. space and nuclear secrets. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer warned Fox News that something sinister could be happening and that the matter raises urgent national security concerns.
Why are you blinking so much?
Yeah, when I first heard about this, I thought, well, that can't be true. That sounds like some kind of crazy conspiracy theory. But once you see the facts, it would suggest that something sinister could be happening, and it would be a national security concern.
That's because I'm a reserve. Y'all already know where this is going. Y'all already know what I'm about to say. You think we don't know Mr. Kentucky Fried Chicken right here? He looks like the popcorn man. He just don't got the beard. You think we don't know? You think we're crazy? Patterns. That's all people doing. They're looking at patterns. By the way, let's get into the 3-body problem. If you guys have not watched it on Netflix, I watched it. I watched the whole season, y'all. I was hooked. Not recently. I watched it like 2 years ago when it first came out. I think it came out like 2 years ago or something. I was hooked, and I was so mad they didn't even come out with a second season. I've been looking for that second season for forever. We're going to get into that in the next TikTok. Okay, let's continue.
Sinister could be happening, and it would be.
Yeah, we all know. All right, next. Sorry, let's watch
Frenzy, searching for answers about the unsettling pattern. Michael David Hicks, who worked at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Flint Ridge, California, as a research assistant, passed away at the age of 59 in July of 2023. However, there's no public cause of death or autopsy for Hicks' passing, nor any mention of how he died in his obituary, although it does ask for donations in his memory to go to Alcoholics Anonymous. 3 other scientists with ties to NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, or JPL, have either gone missing or died over the past few years, even as recently as February. On February 16, 2026, renowned astrophysicist Carl Grillmeyer, who worked on NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope, was suddenly and shockingly shot dead on the porch of his home in California. His shooter, Freddie Snyder, was arrested and is currently in jail. However, a clear motive has yet to be established. Another researcher at NASA's JPL, Frank Mywald, died in July 2024 at the age of 61. Like Hicks, there's little to no public information about how he died. JPL's former newly appointed director of its materials processing group, Monica Reza, mysteriously went missing in June of 2025 while hiking with friends in the Angeles National Forest in California and hasn't been seen since.
Wait, what? So, hold up.
Like Hicks, there's little to no public information about how he died. JPL's former newly appointed director of its materials processing group, Monica Reza, mysteriously went missing in June of 2025 while hiking with friends in the Angeles National Forest in California and hasn't been seen since. Reza's research in materials science was funded by the Air Force Research Laboratory at Wright-Patterson Base in Ohio, which is long rumored to hold extraterrestrial debris tied to the famous 1947 Roswell crash. The Air Force Research Lab was headed up by retired Air Force
Yo, what is going? Honey? Hello? Are you knocking something? Hello? Y'all, it's a wrap. Why did he... Y'all, he can't even hear what I'm doing right now, by the way. Why did he choose at this exact time to do this? Red flag to my husband. What the hell? I thought it was something knocking on here. Y'all, I was about to say, you know what? We packing this right up. I'm out of here. But seriously speaking, though, this is very alarming.
General William McCaslin, who also has shockingly gone missing. McCaslin mysteriously vanished on February 27, 2026, from his Albuquerque, New Mexico home, along with a pair of hiking boots and a .38 caliber revolver.
I'm going. You see, hiking. We going.
McCaslin was also the former research commander at Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico, which works closely on national security projects with Los Alamos National Laboratory, famous for developing nuclear weapons during the Manhattan Project. In June of 2025, two workers from Los Alamos, Anthony Chavez and Melissa Casillas, vanished from their homes in eerily similar circumstances. Chavez, age 79, was last seen leaving his New Mexico home on foot, leaving behind his car, wallet, phone, and keys. Casillas, age 54, was last seen on camera walking alone on a highway, also without her wallet, phone, or keys, after telling family members she would be working from home, Dateline reported. Other dead or missing scientists include Jason Thomas, who led the chemical biology team at Novartis and was found dead in a lake this past March. Famous MIT physicist Nuno Loureiro.
Yes, I was about to bring him up. Remember that ugly ass man that I talked about it a few months ago. I talked about him and how his the guy who was in the same school as him went and unalived him. I didn't know he was connected to this. But I remember it was in my head. I was like, yo, who was the guy I talked about? But I didn't think he was connected to this. He was pew-pewed by this ugly ass man. Oh, jealous ass, whatever he is. Red flag, whatever the hell that demon is.
Who was shot and killed last December.
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
Steven Garcia, who worked on security for a producer of non-nuclear components in American-made nukes and went missing in August of last year. As of now, no federal agency has publicly acknowledged any connection between the cases. Comer shared he plans to bring the leaders of several federal agencies' offices before Congress and asked that anyone affiliated with America's nuclear program should be on alert.
On alert from y'all asses. I'm gonna be quiet. Yeah, you see, the whistleblower's family filed wrongful death, as they should. As they should. Now, do we have time? It is Saturday night. You know what? This is very important. Hold up. We gonna bye, MJ. Good night. Where's the one that I want? Oh, I took it off. My bad. Hold on, y'all. Okay, let's get to the scientists. Scientists missing. All right, it's your lucky day, Matt Walsh. Do not piss me off. Hold up. It's him or him? How long your video is? Oh, 147. Damn, let me check the comments. I can't choose between these two. Where are the comments at? Okay. The first comments got me intrigued. Okay. What about you, sir?
Beginning in the
Battle of the comments. I'm intrigued by both. All right, it's your lucky day, Matt.
early 1960s, one after another, former Nazi scientists and engineers were targeted for assassination.
Oh, wait. Yo, you're using too many words that we can't use here. Okay, let me hear your voice, mister.
What do you call it when a retired Air Force general, one who once ran the...
Okay, yeah. All right, we got you. Thank you. 146, though. That's a long time. Hold up. We're not going to watch all of it. Let's watch some of it. I don't know why he pounding the dang on wall. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm sorry, I'm fixing our album.
You're fixing our album? Aw. He's fixing photos. Our wedding photos?
Yeah, and I'm switching. You're gonna be very surprised when you finish.
Okay, thank you, honey.
So, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Oh, okay. Well, y'all, I forgot we could swap out the photos on our album. All right. Yeah, don't be doing all that dang on banging. You got me scared.
The most notorious lab in UFO history vanishes from his house in broad daylight.
The general was involved with the Pentagon's most advanced aerospace research.
When the NASA material scientist behind a breakthrough rocket engine alloy disappears 30 feet from her friend on a hike.
She was right behind them, 30 feet behind them, and then she disappeared.
When one of MIT's top plasma physicists is gunned down outside his own front door.
This many top scientists getting killed or going missing in just under a year looks like a major red flag.
Who were the first people the Israelis killed in Iran when they went in? The first thing you do is kill your scientists.
It's the kind of thing that sounds like the Chinese science fiction book, The Three Body Problem. A world.
Okay, let's stop right here. Hold on, y'all. I got a text. Just give me a quick second, y'all. We gonna get into that. Hold on. You know what? Let me let it go through. My bad, y'all. Let's let it go through, and then I'll stop it.
Who were the first people the Israelis killed in Iran when they went in? The first thing you do is kill your scientists.
It's the kind of thing that sounds like the Chinese science fiction book.
Wait, what did he say? Who?
Major red flag.
Who were the first people the Israelis killed in Iran?
Oh, he talking real ish too. Damn. You kept this video up? YouTube not playing. Oh, okay. I want to preface this by saying I don't believe all Jewish people are evil. I'll start by saying that. Hold on a quick second, y'all. Hold on a second, y'all. I gotta message one of my homegirls. I just gotta. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go.
When they went in. The first thing you do is kill your scientists.
It's the kind of thing that sounds like the Chinese science fiction book, The Three Body Problem. A world where scientists don't just make discoveries, but become the front line of a war they don't even know they're in. A world where...
Okay, he said something about weapons. My bad, yo.
Iran when they went in.
Okay.
The first thing you do is kill your scientists.
But why? I'm confused. Okay, sorry, y'all. I gotta go back. I was too distracted. Okay, let's go.
Hike.
She was right behind them, 30 feet behind them, and then she disappeared.
That's because they was in on it. You see, that's why I don't trust nobody like that. I don't trust. I'm sorry. You're not going to get me in a hike. You see, that's why I say you can't be trusting blindly. This is exactly what I was talking about. Those people you think are your friends. How many times have we seen friends unalive their homies or take them out this earth or go up missing? This happens all the time. The person, y'all watch a movie Paid in Full, it made me think about that because I was doing a Jay-Z and Beyonce case study with Mitch, and what was his name? Rico, Mitch, and I forgot the other guy's name. Y'all gotta watch that. They was all cool, all friends, hanging out. And then he got one of them, he got killed by his homie. And then not only that, but his uncle, it was a movie based off of, I think his name was Mitch something in Brooklyn. He was a big drug lord or whatever. And then his brother, he was very close to his brother. His brother got kidnapped by his uncle, and then his uncle unalived the brother because he was jealous. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff. My point is that them people you went on a hike with, sis, they wasn't to be trusted. You can't trust nobody. That's why I say what I say. You gotta be careful.
When one of MIT's top plasma physicists is gunned down outside his own front door.
That was sad.
This many top scientists getting killed or going missing in just under a year looks like a major red flag.
Who were the first people the Israelis killed in Iran when they went in? The first thing you do is kill your scientists.
It's the kind of thing that sounds like the Chinese science fiction book, The Three-Body Problem.
I need to read the book. I'm gonna just read the book, y'all. We might need to add it to the book club list. I know. I'm so behind. Actually, I'm gonna read the book. Because the show is crazy.
A world where scientists don't just make discoveries, but become the front line of a war they don't even know they're in. A world where the future rests on some of the most important minds on Earth.
Yeah, and then they were starting to see things like it wasn't real or something. I remember. And then homegirl got in contact with the extraterrestrial.
And those minds start disappearing. Except here, the names and the people behind them are real.
CS went missing after taking lunch to her teenage daughter at a cafe in Taos Plaza.
Some of them were very important people, and we're going to look at it over the next...
Shut up. We don't trust nothing but what you talking about.
Or pressure coming from nation states, but from an unseen force shaping our timeline from somewhere above it. And a hidden struggle over who gets to control humanity's next leap.
Y'all... it's not funny, by the way. It's mind-blowing. I even heard there's a box somewhere. Y'all, okay, let me read some comments, y'all. I might need to read some comments. Am I still here? Am I still alive? They didn't pack your girl up out of here? When folks say that, child, you ain't lying, Shauna. Hey, sis. Welcome to the chat, Shauna. Welcome. Jacqueline Jackson. Hello, auntie. Hey, sis. Hi, niece. Didn't the guy from Ancient Aliens go to the upper room? Did he? Sis. Hold on. Ancient Aliens. Let's watch it. Oh, shoot. You ain't lying. I think that was a dago red flag. That's him? I didn't know, because I saw it. I saw the news, but I didn't connect it. I didn't know that. He did. He did go to the upper room. He did, y'all. He did. And I think he even said that I think it was the same thing as what sis said. That he talked about it too. He talked about the scientists going missing, and he was like, I'm safe, don't worry. They said that the deputies arrived at approximately 11:02 and made contact with a male outside of a residence who was holding a weapon. Within minutes of the deputies' arrival, he used the weapon on himself. He was pronounced deceased at the scene. The deceased was later identified as Wilcock, a regular contributor on Ancient Aliens. As well as a popular personality on YouTube where he amassed 520,000 subscribers. So we're going to find him. Let's find his video before we continue. Yeah, and we might have to do a 2-parter tomorrow, y'all. I'm not even gonna lie, because there's no way I could get through the 1 hour tonight. But let's watch at least as much as we can today, and we'll make it a separate topic for tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow, because this is very important, I might just only do 2 stories tomorrow and call it a day. Meaning that the time is going to be dedicated, so then I don't have to jump from story to story, because this is really important. Was he the one who did Cosmos? Yo, they better not get the brother who did the Cosmos. Dom's always talking about that show, the black guy. Cosmos, no, not here. Cosmos show. They better not get to the brother next. Where he at? This brother, they better not get to him next. That's all I know. Or it's gonna be up and stuck at this point. This is crazy, y'all. Okay, the latest video was a year ago. We might need to watch his channel. I might need to. All right, we might have to do a deep dive tomorrow on his channel. Oh, rest in peace.
Or maybe none of these cases are connected.
Oh, please, they all are. I mean, I know he's being a journalist, but they all are connected to me.
Really sensitive stuff, and I'm not a big believer in coincidences.
So tonight we're following the trail through missing scientists, murdered physicists, defense world gatekeepers, in the strange shadowland that forms wherever advanced knowledge becomes too dangerous to leave walking around.
So you know what? I personally don't even think the U.S. has anything to do with it, because why would they want their own scientists gone? It doesn't make sense. Think about it. Let's think about it from a logical standpoint. If the scientists are the most important people in your country, why would you want to get rid of them when you know that the scientists could lead to the development in the future and you being still continuing to be the superpower that you are? It wouldn't make sense for you to do that. There's two theories I know that are going in mind. Okay, I'm gonna say it before we continue watching this video. Mimi. Hold on a second, y'all. You see, whenever I talk about something serious, here we go. Can you turn on the... Hold on, y'all. He's watching TV. The sound? You did? I can't hear it. Is it loud? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, y'all. So, what I was going to say is this. There's two possibilities. One would be that you are doing it to the scientists because, I know there's a conspiracy going around that it's the elites that have done this so that, the regular people can stay in bondage and that they're about to help us into the future. Because, there's a I'm learning about this as we go along, y'all. Cyberpunk society and a solar. Let me show y'all. So right now we live in a cyberpunk society. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. So this is what it looks like. Cyberpunk society, right? It's a dystopia. And then we are trying to get to a solar punk society. At least most of humanity is. And this is the utopia, right? So where everything looks good and, it's clean and, everything, basically heading us to the future. So that's the first conspiracy. But my belief is it could be that, but also that there could be another country doing it. And I think it's the country that the brother said in the beginning. He said when they went into Iran, the first thing they did was the scientists. And this whole brotherly love relationship, all I'm going to say is just watch the Jay-Z and Beyonce case study when I talked about DeHaven and Jay-Z. And DeHaven said something very important. He said it's like he was observing me and we was really close and I was sitting here, getting bullets for him. I know I was joking around when I said that he, they have a brotherly relationship. I was just joking because they're that close, right? But the serious part of it was when he said that they were really close and he was sitting here thinking that this was his homeboy. He was willing to take a bullet for him. And he took many shots for him. He ran the streets for him. He was doing all this stuff to protect his little brother. And then the whole time, little brother was scheming on him. I think this sounds very plausible. Continuing.
There's a state that researchers called hypnagogia, that threshold between waking and sleep where the brain is doing something genuinely unusual, the kind of thing that comes up in remote viewing accounts or other out-of-body experiences, and honestly, some of the most fascinating conversations I've had on this show. Since moving to Austin, sleep is something I've thought about a lot more, mostly because I'm not really doing it. That is, until recently. I used to sleep on whatever...
Hold on, this might be an ad, y'all. Hold up, we jumping ahead. Yeah, I have a feeling it's an ad.
...glasses, his phone, which had been... The trail begins in Albuquerque, New Mexico, in the shadow of Sandia Mountains. It's February 27th, 2026, a late Friday morning on Quail Run Court. Neil McCasland, a 68-year-old retired Air Force general, is at home in a quiet neighborhood at the edge of the Cibola National Forest. A repairman sees him at the house around 10 a.m. Then, about an hour later, around 11:10 a.m., his wife leaves for a medical appointment. At 12:04, barely an hour after that, she's back home. But her husband is gone. Left behind are his prescription glasses, his phone, which had been switched off, and his smartwatch. All the things that would make him trackable in the 21st century. But what's missing is a red backpack, his wallet, and a .38 caliber revolver with its holster. Not the best combination. At 3:07, his wife Susan reports him missing, and the official police investigation begins. In a newly released 911 call, she tells the dispatcher he's been gone for about 3 hours.
I have some indication that he must have planned not to be found.
She said he changed his clothes and appears to be
Wait, hold on a second.
on foot,
My bad,
since
y'all.
none of their cars or bikes
Wait,
were
why
missing.
is it frozen?
She also
It's been
tells
frozen
dispatch-
this whole time? Hold on a second, y'all. I think we have to disconnect this. 1 second. Please tell me it hasn't been frozen this whole entire time. Lord. Okay, let's watch it, y'all. I think it was just me. My bad, y'all. My bad. All right, let's continue watching. Do I believe that he didn't want to be found? No, I think he was instructed not to be found.
that he's been
There we
dealing with
go.
some medical issues, and that both of them were seeing a doctor for anxiety, lack of sleep, and short-term memory problems. In fact, it was the same doctor she had seen earlier that day. But Susan chalked the health issues up to garden variety things that you face in old age. She never thought that Neil would actually act in a way to harm himself.
Saying if his brain and body keep deteriorating, he didn't want to live like that. But it seemed to me that was just a, man, I hate how this is going kind of thing.
A comment like that would naturally raise concerns about self-harm. But whether that was a real risk or just a throwaway comment on an off day, we don't actually know. When the police asked about the weapons, she said that her husband had a gun safe with multiple pistols and rifles, but at that moment couldn't tell whether anything was actually missing. Although now we know that one of his .38 calibers was in fact gone. The next day, a silver alert goes out. This is the kind of statewide alert issued when authorities think a missing person might be disoriented or cognitively impaired. New Mexico's state statute doesn't require any kind of formal diagnosis. Given what Susan had already told the police, that was enough to trigger it. But even with those reported issues, McCaslin still doesn't fit the profile of a man who just wandered into a canyon.
Investigators say he's still highly intelligent and capable.
Friends
And by the way, if you believe in the extraterrestrial, you know, there was one time one of my friends, he was like, he believes in aliens, and I looked at him all types of crazy. But you know what? Who, you might have been right, my brother. I apologize. And he's Chinese. Just letting y'all know. This was really a homeboy. UFO. Don't they go into the desert? Isn't that where they seen them? It was in the desert. Yeah, it's always in the desert. Always in the. Ain't that where you could get them in somewhere in Nevada, if I'm not mistaken? In New Mexico, Nevada. Hold on. Where? By country, 2026. Let's Roswell. That's what it was called. Didn't they have a whole show about that? They sure did. They had a whole show about that. Roswell. I think it was in New Mexico. Yep. It sure was. I remember it was in the desert somewhere. We might need to run Roswell back. We might need to run it back. All right, countries, sightings. The most sightings are here. Why there? Why Alaska and United States? I always wondered that. I was like, why does the U.S. have the most UFO sightings? No, I lied. UK does. Look at that dark ass blue. And you know what? I'm connecting the dots Is that why they bought our peoples over here? Because it's all connected, y'all. I don't believe for 1 second it's not. Why the UK? Because remember, the folks that live here originated from the UK, the slave masters. We was all the way over here. Gray. What gray mean? 0, 10, 20 here. Why is it all in North America and here? Why specifically here? Oh boy. I told you I'm going to be sounding crazy today. I'm going to read the comments. Don't worry, I know y'all cooking in there. Somebody's probably saying something. I don't know. Or maybe nobody's saying anything. I'm sure somebody's going to say something sometime. So, if I'm looking at this map, let's use our cognitive functions here. We're trying to recognize something here. UK 87. The same people from there have migrated over here. And they bought our asses here. Against our will. Red flag. We had no problem being up in here. They done bought us all the way. They did the whole trek here. They are here and here. Here too, but for some reason here is here's like 20. Cause remember, Andrew said he saw it on the Canadian mountain. What does gray mean? I guess gray is 0, or they didn't know. Whichever. Notice most of here, Greece, Indonesia, Brazil, South Africa. Look at this, y'all. 126,000 U.S. How the hell is the UK more? Look at that. Over 90. I think they said 87, so it's in the blue zone. Yeah, I already know. Y'all gonna listen. They talk about the Rockefellers and the Bilderbergers and the whatever. They have sightings in France, Argentina, Canada. Canada has been known for pretty remarkable UFO sightings. One of the most famous sightings occurred in Manitoba on May 19, 1967. 2 UFOs were reported near Falcon Lake, where witness Stefan Machalak reported sustained burn injury from close contact. And remember, Sis had the burns. Amy had the burns. The UFO sightings went on to spur 2 different book deals detailing the encounter. Although there have been vocal skeptics about the encounter, in April 2018, Canada released a $20 coin commemorating the strange events. Hold up, let's go back to Amy's story, y'all, real quick. Hold on a second, y'all. I gotta pause this real quick. Let's go back to Amy. Where Amy at? Amy, no, not this Amy. Scientist missing. It was the Amy, the New York Post. Her.
Newly revealed.
They said she had burn marks.
That I killed anyone else. I most definitely did not. Milburn says Eskridge told him that she had been the target of repeated physical and psychological attacks, including from a directed energy weapon, a device said to emit focused energy capable of causing burns or other physical harm.
And then this guy talked about burns. Interesting. Here. Between 1947 and 1969, the U.S. reported more than 12,000 different UFO sightings around the country. There are several eyewitness accounts, but many of the sightings seem to be centered around the activity of Roswell, New Mexico. The town itself has transformed into a UFO and extraterrestrial mecca, bringing people from around the world to catch a glimpse of the unusual activity. Hopefully, there's something in that, their energy, something in that area. The increased UFO sightings in the U.S. even prompted the formation of a top-secret Air Force team called Project Blue Book that was tasked with investigating the strange accounts. Okay, what happened to Project Blue Book, y'all? Listen, I don't know too much, but like I told you, I thought it was crazy, but I don't think it's crazy anymore. There's a whole series about this, too. Okay, y'all, these are National Archives. We might need to read this. All right, not right now, though. Let's continue watching. Sorry, y'all.
Say that the week before he disappeared, McCaslin cycled 60 miles. He hiked those very foothills. He biked them. He knew every trail. This wasn't a man losing his bearings, but the kind of guy who could outski most millennials. This was also a town he knew by heart. McCaslin once commanded the Phillips Research Site at Kirtland, an Air Force base notorious for hosting...
Wait, is he missing or is he gone? Cause I don't know. Now I'm thinking he might have known that they were about to follow his behind.
Advanced weapons research right nearby. He wasn't a stranger to this place. It was basically his backyard. His wife would also issue another statement, saying McCaslin had some risk, but not from dementia. He was not confused and disoriented, but a clear head didn't make him any easier to...
Is he working for another country? Y'all need to also watch Designated Survivor.
Fine. The Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office said that they had surveillance footage from both ends of his street and still couldn't confirm his direction of travel. They made public appeals for doorbell cameras, dash cams, GoPros, anything.
If you have any information where McCaslin may be, contact BCSO's Missing Persons Unit.
Within the span of a week, the search expanded from the Sheriff's Office to the FBI's Albuquerque Field Office to the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, New Mexico State Search and Rescue, Albuquerque Mountain Rescue, horseback teams, 3 types of search dogs, drones, helicopters, and neighborhood canvassing. And despite living in an era with enough cameras to catch almost every delivery on the block in which he lived, no footage of him ever surfaced.
Oh, he's not gone? Okay, if they have not found a body. Y'all, I'm just piecing dots together. Is he working for the other team? Or was he forced to work for the other team? Just leave it at that.
Police accessed his electronic devices and searched his usual hiking spots, like the Elena Gallegos area into the Domingo Baca Canyon. But there was still no trace of him. After weeks, all they could find was a gray Air Force sweatshirt a mile east of his house. And even after testing it, they couldn't confirm it was McCaslin's. So we're talking about a regimented, physically active military vet who vanished from his house without leaving a single digital or physical fingerprint behind. That alone is strange, but it gets stranger once you understand who McCaslin actually was and the world he came out of.
General McCaslin, his disappearance was discussed. UAPs were discussed. So I don't think this story is going away, Jesse.
This was a man who spent his career deep in the black world of American defense. When you read his official Air Force biography, you realize he had access to things that the rest of us aren't even supposed to.
And this is the problem. Why was that even publicized? If you live in the United States of America, it is very easy to find your information. That is alarming. This should not be. People, first of all, if he's doing all of these secret things, why is his profile public? That's craziness. They should not have all this.
Supposed to know exist. The foundation for that kind of clearance started when he graduated from the Air Force Academy, earned a PhD in astronautical engineering from MIT on a Hertz Foundation fellowship, and later studied at Harvard's Kennedy School. He went on to lead the Space-Based Laser Project Office, served as Vice Commander of the Space and Missile Systems Center, was the Materiel Wing Director at the Air Force Research Lab's Space Vehicles Directorate at Kirtland, and spent part of his career in the National Reconnaissance Office, the world of black, off-the-record satellites. His career spanned everything from directed energy to space weapons to nuclear oversight. You probably get the point. This was a man who could out-credential most presidents and probably had more access than them too. And there are 2 jobs on his resume that matter more than the rest. From June 2009 to May 2011, McCaslin served as Director of Special Programs at the Pentagon in the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisitions, technology, and logistics. The title is a mouthful, but according to the official Pentagon training documentation, that office oversees acquisition special access programs. These programs are the ultimate category of secret black projects. In fact, they account for about 75 to 80% of all special access programs in the Department of War. These are the programs built to protect the crown jewels, extremely sensitive research in the process of building something, like a next-generation weapons system, or a craft that doesn't officially exist. This is where sensitive technology moves from theory to prototype to something that the military can actually fly. And if you're wondering where UFO reverse engineering programs would possibly hide, this is the place. In the classified world, McCaslin's office was the motherlode. His Wikipedia page goes a step further, claiming that the role made him executive secretary of the Special Access Program Oversight Committee, the body that reviews and approves every single special access program in the Pentagon. But that's not even the most interesting job on his resume. From 2011 to 2013, McCaslin commanded the Air Force Research Lab, AFRL, at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, overseeing a $2.2 billion science and technology portfolio, one of the largest research operations in the entire Pentagon. Advanced material science, future weapons, and of course, exotic propulsion. And if you're familiar with
What's his
UFO
name
lore,
again?
you also know that Wright-Patterson isn't just famous for Project Blue Book. It's the alleged home of the Roswell crash debris.
What happened there? Hold on, this is going way too fast. So just give me a second.
Material science, future weapons, and of course, exotic propulsion. And if you're familiar with UFO lore, you also know that Wright-Patterson isn't just famous for Project Blue Book. It's the alleged home of the Roswell crash debris.
I called Curtis LeMay and I said, General, I know we have a room at Wright-Patterson where you put all this secret stuff. Could I go in there? I've never heard him get mad, but he got madder than hell at me.
Depending on who you believe, this place houses some of the most exotic materials in the history of the U.S. government.
We gonna wrap it up soon, y'all. We gonna have to continue tomorrow, but give me 10 more minutes because I need to find out. What was the guy's name again? I'm so sorry, y'all. Hold up. What's his name? The missing. Why it keeps going to Jane Fonda, y'all? I don't know. I need to know this man's name. The military guy. The military man. Military man. Hold on, let me go back. What's the military man's name? Missing scientist. U.S. military. I'll find his name. I'm sorry, I forgot his name already. Oh, McCaslin. That was his name. Okay. McCaslin. Yup. Uh-huh. You see? I knew it. I trust her too. Elizabeth Vargas, she ain't never tell no lies. This is what I was saying. U.S. adversaries may have taken them out. Listen. I think it's all. Listen. As soon as I heard the orange faced turd talking about, oh, it's something we gotta investigate. Yeah, you sitting here chumming up to your homeboy. He trying to take your ass out. We seen it in so much hood movies. Y'all need to watch hood movies. They tell us all that. If you're not into hood movies, watch the mafia movies. They always show us he was my man. Oh yeah, breaking bread. Hell, I said Jesus and Judas. Said that Easter Sunday. Breaking bread. Yeah, you mind. How many times have we heard I forgot to talk about the influencers, but they ain't like each other anyways. We'll talk about that another time. But how many times we heard she slept with my husband? And that was my best friend of many, many years. Ultimate betrayal is always by people the closest to you. Or she did something with my kids. Or she took my son. She kidnapped. Whatever. Or he did this, he did that. That's my boy. He smashed my wife. I had no clue. I done told y'all something's off here. Continuing. Let's watch this. Hold on.
We could be one step closer to learning whether the disappearances and deaths of at least 10 national security insiders with reported links to top nuclear secrets are connected, or whether, or even worse, whether they were all targeted. The House Oversight Committee is now investigating and today requested briefings with the Departments of War, Department of Energy, NASA, and the FBI. Committee Chairman James Comer and committee member Eric Burleson wrote that, quote, if the reports are accurate, these deaths and disappearances may represent a grave threat to U.S. national security and to U.S. personnel with access to scientific secrets. News Nation's been out front on this story since the very start. The cases are all very strange, and have a lot of similarities in common. They involve people who left their homes with no personal belongings and then simply disappeared. Some left home with a firearm before they vanished. Others were last seen on a highway or on a hike. At least 2 were killed in their homes. The highest profile person on the list is arguably retired Air Force Major General William McCaslin. There's been speculation he oversaw a classified government UFO program. Last week, President Trump said the White House is looking into the reports, calling it, quote, pretty serious stuff. My next guest agrees.
He knows, y'all. I don't think he don't know, man. Come on, man.
Congressman Eric Burleson was one of the first lawmakers to call for an investigation into these disappearances. He told me moments ago that something about this is not normal. Congressman, you say in this letter that this could potentially be a, quote, grave threat to United States national security and to U.S. personnel with access to scientific secrets. Explain what you're worried about.
But y'all good, though. Y'all got the right to bear arms. I done told you. Get the pew-pews for the demons, but also get the pew-pews for what's about to come, y'all. That's all. Yeah, at least y'all got that. We're sitting ducks right here. We gotta trust in our military to do what they gotta do, and maybe some, hunters. But y'all got it. Just learn how to get yourself protected. I done told y'all to get away from them demons. Use your what's Second Amendment, right? Whatever amendment it is. Learn. Everybody should learn. It's a security issue at this point. There's been a breach regardless. Because he went with the red backpack. Maybe they was threatening to take out his family, his wife. He loves his wife a lot. I honestly believe if you're in those type of fields, you got to think about you might have to sacrifice your sexual life and your life of marriage, because they're always going to threaten your family. Look at what happened with Nancy Gautry. With Savannah's mom. They took her right up out of there. They knew that was the most important person to her. It's quite possible. I don't believe he went on his own volition, to be quite honest with you. What was his name again? McLaren? I'm so sorry, sir. My bad. I know you're renowned, so I really forgot your name. But yeah, they trying to listen. I don't think he went by force. I don't think he went by choice. I think he went by force. I think they threatened the man.
Well, obviously, we know that there are programs in the past where foreign countries have used programs to try to encounter, engage, sometimes get the nation's top scientists.
Okay, so we're gonna stop it right. You know what? Let me read some comments, but let's think about it. We gotta think. Okay, let's finish. I'm sorry, y'all. My mind's all over the place. Let's think about it though. Think of the major powers. Let's put our political theory hats on right now. Which other country would have the most, I guess, the most, I'm losing my words here. But which country has the resources and would have the motive to do this? Now, off the top of my head, if we're looking at large superpowers, we're looking at Russia and China. They would have the resources. But at the same time, do they have the motive? You gotta think about that. And then we got the other country I cannot name. Y'all know which one I'm talking about. Ice cream. So if we have Russia, China, ice cream, I think, personally speaking, if I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on, Russia and China, they have the motive, but I don't think they have the access. Because as soon as your name sound like a Russian name, they're about to pack you right up out of it. They're not giving you no damn clearance. They get the black treatment in this. They get the black treatment. If your name sounds very black, they're like, no, you notice how all these folks look the same. That's why. It's not because we're not smart enough. Best believe it's not. They just won't give us access to it. They're like, oh no, we don't trust y'all. No. They not gonna trust somebody with a last name like Wang. They're like, no, you can only get to this level. If your name is Vlogabesh, they're like, nope. Pack your ass right up out of here. You're not getting no clearance. Your last name gotta be McKinnon or McLaren or whatever his last name is. My bad. I don't want to say it like that, but I don't remember his name. McCaffrey. You gotta look the part. They're like, okay, we trust you now. But if your last name comes from a country with ice cream, they might let you in. And you trust in your brother. Ooh, is it all part of the same? Ooh, is it all part of the same cohort? I'm going to read some comments, don't worry. I don't know if it's all the same people. Because remember, we saw the UFO sightings and it all came from the same place. And based on what I used to hear from other, I dabble and dibble. My tinfoil hat goes on and off. But if I'm looking at what has been said about vampires and all these people who, the secret societies and the illumination of Illuminati, but whatever. And remember I did the Jay-Z case study and they were talking about pyramids and stuff. They talked about that man from the Nubians who came from a spaceship. But he was crazy as all hell. But still, like, they may be mentally ill, but there might be something to it. All right, I want you a little bit more, and then we're gonna have to continue this tomorrow.
To either stop what
I need to really think about this, yo.
they're doing or come and work for that country. And so whether it was Operation Paperclip or most recently you have China that's been doing Operation Fox Hunt as well as Operation Skynet.
You see, I just spoke about China too, mind you. I never watched this video. Operation Paperclip. What is that? What's that? Oh. German scientists were taken from. Oh, okay, that's why they were taken from the Hitler people to the U.S. for government employment. Huh. You know what movie talked about something like this a little bit was Avengers, the Captain America one. Yeah, Captain America, when he they done kidnapped him and took him somewhere in the middle of somewhere. Okay, Operation Paperclip. What was the other one?
These are disturbing, but it is true that for it was Operation Paperclip, or most recently you have China that's been doing Operation Fox Hunt.
Operation Fox Hunt. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's look at here. Leader of the multi-year operation. Hold up. I saw Canadian source. Okay. Here we go. This is from our government in 2023. Unclassified. And it's coming from the NCSB. Okay. I need to read this, y'all. I need to read this. And this makes sense because Canada used to have the largest Chinese population, right? So there used to be a lot of Chinese immigrants, and then all of a sudden I saw immigrants from another country. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Now we have a lot of Indian immigrants that come in. And I was wondering, I was like, what happened? What happened? Because I used to see a lot of Chinese folks And this is why. Now I see why their immigration levels have decreased dramatically and significantly. Operation Fox Hunt repatriation campaign directed by the People's Republic of China sentenced to 20 months in prison. Okay. Kwang Zhang, okay, blah, 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 for acting as an illegal agent of the government of the People's Republic of China for his participation in a scheme to cause the coerced repatriation of a U.S. resident. Okay. Yeah. So, continuing, y'all. Oh, boy.
As well as Operation Skynet.
What's Skynet? Okay. So this has been going on for a long time. Oh, so it's China. Hold up. I was giving y'all the benefit of the doubt, but it just might be Xi Jinping. China launches Operation Skynet 2026 to repatriate fugitives. A campaign targeting the repatriation of graph fugitives, the recovery of illegal assets. I don't know, though. I feel like this would be too easy. I don't think it's them, y'all. I don't know. For me, my spidey senses are telling me it's somebody closer. In your camp. It's always in your camp. It's never the enemy outside. It's very rare. It's always in your camp. For example, if somebody's going to take out KJ in North Korea, it's going to be somebody in the inside. It cannot be the outside. They don't know. They only know what they know, parameter-wise. But somebody inside could take you right up out of here to the upper room, like sis said.
These are disturbing, but it is true that foreign actors do engage, and our scientific community are
But
very...
why? You see, this is where... Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry I keep cutting it off. But this is why I said do not trust blindly. Why isn't ice cream a part of this? Why isn't ice cream a possibility? You got to think about that. Why aren't they thinking about that? Why is it always Russia, China, Russia, China? Yes, they are a big threat. Do not get me wrong. But you also got to look at who you trust too. You know what? We're going to talk about that tomorrow. Let's watch just a little bit more. Why is the person they would never do that. That's my homie from back in the day. Me and him, bro, he would never do that to me. Oh, he would, my homeboy would never. No, it was him. My homegirl, she would never. Oh, my friend would never. Oh, that's my sis, my brother. And it's her.
Very vulnerable topic or targets.
Do you think that, this is not an extraordinary set of coincidences, that in fact they may be linked?
Right. What's fascinating about these individuals, they all were working in aerospace. They're working in whether it was in materials or propulsion. They were working with plasma research, all related to this topic. Well, that's fascinating. But what's really fascinating is the four individuals that stepped out of their home, left their phones behind, left their...
Okay, we already know about that. All right, foreign adversaries. Oh boy! All right, let's watch it. I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. I know y'all sick of me right now.
It's the place where they get studied, stored, reverse engineered, and obsessively hidden from public view. That's not even a conspiracy. This is the place during World War II where the US would reverse engineer advanced Nazi tech, and General Neil McCaslin ran the entire thing.
Wait, that guy did? What's his name? McCaslin ran the attack. He was that old? Hold up, we gotta go back, y'all. I am so sorry. Oh my God, why am I... Wait, what? What was it? Paperclip. Operation Paperclip. Y'all, what? This go deep. He said General, what's his name? This was 1945. How old was that man? The McCaslin guy? What was his name again? Hold on. Oh my God. And it's all... That makes me side-eye ice cream even more. What is going on here? Okay, hold on a second, y'all. They said the General Neo McCaslin, whatever his name was. Damn, I forgot his name, y'all. Okay, let me just find his name. Goodness gracious. Missing scientist U.S. Okay, what's his name? McCaslin. He was 68 though. How could he be? Hold on, maybe I understood wrong. Okay, CNN's probably not a good news source. So, oh boy. Here I kind of trust Reddit. Reddit be rogue. Okay, let's keep watching, y'all. I'm gonna have to probably look it up on my phone. They said he did what now? Hold on a second.
General Neil McCaslin ran the entire thing.
How?
Nazi tech. In general, where the U.S. would reverse engineer advanced Nazi tech. In general...
Oh, they would reverse engineer advanced blah blah tech. Okay, there we go.
Neil McCaslin ran the entire thing.
It's in Germany and Europe. Yes, I know it is, y'all. And Europe was the blue. Yes. And then there was the ice cream whole genocide thing that happened. But then we know that there's some people who would... So them hoteps wasn't wrong. Them hoteps been telling us, yo. Them hoteps, them Hebrew Israelite. You know, I was making fun of them in the other. My apologies to the Hebrew Israelite community. My bad, yo. My bad. Yeah, y'all might not know everything, but y'all on to some a little bit. What's going on here?
But what really put him on the radar of UFO world is that his name showed up somewhere no one expected. In 2016, WikiLeaks published the hacked emails of John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, and one of the most powerful political operatives in Washington.
She's always in some mess.
Buried in that email dump is an email from Tom DeLonge to Podesta. The subject line, General McCaslin. DeLonge writes, he mentioned he's a skeptic. He's not. I've been working with him for 4 months. I've just got done giving him a 4-hour presentation on the entire project a few weeks ago. He tells Podesta that McCaslin just has to say that out loud because he is very, very aware, because he was the man in charge of all of this stuff. When Roswell crashed...
Wait, what the hell does Blink-182 have to do with this? Hold up.
That email dump is an email from Tom DeLonge to Podesta. The subject line, General McCaslin. DeLonge writes, he mentioned he's a skeptic. He's not. I've been working with him for 4 months.
Tom DeLonge, what you part of? Okay, let me let homeboy finish. What's his name? Shout out to Jesse Michaels.
I've just got done giving him a 4-hour presentation on the entire project a few weeks ago. He tells Podesta that McCaslin just has to say that out loud because he is very, very aware, because he was the man in charge of all of this stuff. When Roswell crashed, they shipped it to the laboratory at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. General McCaslin was in charge of that exact laboratory up to a couple years ago. He not only knows what I'm trying to achieve, he helped assemble my advisory team. He's a very important man.
What does Tom DeLonge have to do with this? Hold up. A blink... What? What does he have to do with this? What was the guy's name? Hold on. General... Yeah, here we go. Yo, Reddit be having a lot of... Oh, let me not say that before they come and take Reddit the hell down. General McCaslin email from Tom DeLonge to Podesta. What is going on here? What does he have to do with this? DeLonge spoke on a few occasions about his first meeting with McCaslin, whom he publicly referred to anonymously as the General. For example, DeLonge posted this on Facebook. I landed on the tarmac, walked off the plane, and met a smart and fit man in his 60s. Never seen a multi-star general before, let alone talk to one. He led me to a table in the back of a large room in a cafe at the airport. He leaned across the table and said it was the Cold War, and we lived under the very real threat of nuclear war every day. And somewhere in those years, we found a life form. I said, sir, I need help telling young adults this story. He said, what do you need? Advisors. I responded, I need high-ranking advisors in the military, intelligence, and DOD to help guide me. So I was given 10 advisors, each with knowledge in different areas that pertain to UFOs and the very real national security issues associated with them. I do wish the press would ask me about this rather than write stupid headlines about aliens. I have been given a gift, the ability to tell you all our biggest secret. It will come in books, feature films, and documentaries. It's called Secret Machines. Looking back at a distance of 10 years on all this, I believe DeLong was given the usual disinformation treatment. In other words, some truths were disclosed to him along with deliberate lies, with DeLong then going public with a muddled mixture. For instance, DeLong's 2016 interview with Knapp on Coast to Coast, he frames NHI, whom he says McCaslin and others referred to as the others. What's NHI? Okay, we're going to figure that out. And the phenomenon in quasi-religious light, godlike being, deliberately influencing humanity in order to incite sectarian conflict between us. DeLong also claims, quite improbably to me, given what we now know about Matt Brown, Dylan Borland, and David Grush have been treated, that those working within the government, I'll say of the United States, on the NHI issue are the good guys working diligently for the American public's benefit against the different factions of NHI. What is NHI? Okay, I'll figure that out. We'll work on that tomorrow, y'all. I might need to research a little bit. Which seems like a line DeLong bought too creditlessly. The podcaster's patterns tell stories seem to treat the Secret Machines books like gospel truth. Okay, so Tom DeLong wrote a book titled Secret Machines, while dismissing the testimony of actual insiders like Borland. That would suggest to me that the disinformation campaign affected via DeLong was successful. Others here likely know the full arc, the whole DeLong saga better than me. Would love to hear others' take on it. Who are these people? Who are these people? Red flag to all of this. What is going on here? All right, we're going to have to end it here tonight, y'all. I'm going to read some comments because we got to get up out of here. And remember, Travis Barker was part of Blink-182. If you guys do not know, Travis Barker survived the plane crash many, many years ago with DJ Adam AM. And yeah, the guy who Nicole Richie was with for a long time. I rest in peace to DJ AM. Now, both of them were in a crash. They both survived. They survived the plane crash. DJ AM unalived himself years later, and Travis Barker is the only survivor. Okay, I just thought I'd bring this up. He is now married to Kourtney Kardashian. Okay, we're gonna leave it at that. Now, what I find interesting is that the same Travis Barker who's in a group with this guy is somehow connected to the guy who went missing, the survivor of that plane crash. And I always thought it was weird, that whole thing. Okay. Let me read some comments, y'all. I feel like I'm going down something that it's going to be... I think I'm going to come out mentally ill eventually. Let me read some. I got to really watch what y'all saying, y'all. Hold up. I don't remember who it was. Car Kits. Please do not put your real name on here. Just saying. I don't remember who it was, but there was a journalist who had his car sabotaged once. I think he got in his car and it exploded. No, yeah, there's always journalists. They always get unalived every day, especially when they're covering some stories and they find some information. Some girl, you said the question is why they got rid of the scientists. Is it because they have different morals? Nah, I don't think so. I think it's because I believe is they're using the intelligence somehow. Something's up here. L, you said, for instance, renewable energy thing that goes against the big oil industry, things that expose that they're doing things that are harmful when they don't need to. A lot of the time, scientists are doing research and releasing information on things that will make companies lose money. Yes, because that's their job. That's their job, and that's why they go missing. Doctors, too, by the way, some doctors. Jacqueline, you said read Cipher. It's more accurate Bible with all the book and they took it out. Thank you, sis, for letting me know that. Cipher. Okay, I gotta write that down because oh, we finna go into all of that. All of that. And thank you on the brighter side if you're still on the chat. She's the one who had recommended that I listen to Israel Anderson, and ever since then, who Lord. Now he's starting to make sense too. It's all pieced together. The pyramids also line up with astrological stuff. Yes, some girl, they do. And not only that, but if you look in the Bible and they talk about Aaron and Moses and they talk about his breastplate of the 12 tribes of Israel, there are also 12 signs, 12 months in a year. And the 12 tribes of Israel, the breastplate had all of the gemstones of our zodiac. Oh, y'all, hold up. We finna go. Oh, yeah. Oh, tomorrow's gonna be a great Sunday. Oh, we just gonna read a few comments. I'm out of here. But look, Aaron's breastplate, the stones. Mind you, this is in the Bible, y'all. So let's look here. These are the stones, right? From the breastplate. Okay, you know what? Let's get a biblical source because, some people might not believe what I'm trying to say. So let's see the verse. Aaron shall carry the names of the children of Israel on the breastplate of decision over his horn, when he enters the sanctuary for remembrance before the eternal God at all times. Avni, Zikaron, stones of remembrance also are mentioned in Exodus 28:12. Here we go. So this is from ice cream folks, Israelis, right? So here we go. Here we go, y'all. This is from the text of the Bible. And remember, the Torah, the New Testament, all that stuff. That's what we have here today. So let's read this, y'all. Let's go through it. Hold on. 12 tribes. And then I want to see the actual stones, y'all. But it matches here. Excuse me. Let's go into here. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I want to see the colors. I might have to research this more. But anyways, it matches. It matches, y'all. It matches. Here, what are the gemstones? Here we go. Let's see the 12 gems. Okay, here we go. So in Exodus 28:15-21, the breastplate of Aaron is described in great detail. In the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, a different gemstone is listed for each of the 12 tribes of Israel. They are in the first row, carnelian, chrysolite, and emerald. In the second row, turquoise, sapphire, and amethyst. Amethyst is my birthstone, y'all, right here. Boom, boom, pow. I have an amethyst birthstone. Turquoise, sapphire, amethyst. In the third row, jacinth, agate, and crystal. In the fourth row, beryl, lapis lazuli, and jasper. I figure that chrysolite is crystal, beryl, and crystal is quartz. I have quartz here too. I have rose quartz. Yeah, I have stones, y'all. Yup. So when people try to say, oh, like it's demonic, and I'm like, bruh, it's literally there. Look at that. Look at the stones. He talking about the stones we find today. It's in the earth. Right there. I might have to research it more. Continuing to read comments, y'all, and then we're going to pick back up tomorrow. Let's leave this email up. A second season, yes. The Netflix show is called 3 Body Problem. 3 Body Problem. Watch it. They even made sure that they were gotten rid of in different ways. Professional people usually keep a strict schedule around scientists, especially scientists. They got rid of them too fast. They are Russian. Yep. Some of them they got rid of. I don't think they got rid of the general, y'all. I think they took him. I believe so. They know secrets. Shauna Michelle, you said that? Yup. I believe. Sylvia, you said Neil deGrasse. Yeah, that guy. The guy from the thing, the show. Maribade, you said his latest video was only a few days before he passed. It might have been a live. Okay, I'm gonna watch it tomorrow. I hope they don't take it down. Some girl, you said teacher, and I saw one the same week. It was so weird. Very fast back and forth. It was a bushy area. Too large to be a drone. Planes don't move like that. Don't be surprised, y'all. Do not be surprised. After that incident, I stopped being interested in aliens. It was so weird. I saw it again day and then night. Jesse. Who's Jesse? Oh, Jesse got y'all locked in. Oh, we gonna be locked in tomorrow. I'm gonna dedicate the whole live. To be honest with you, I'm gonna dedicate the whole live to this. Yeah, I'll talk about the relationship another time. This is stuff that's really critical, y'all. Critical. Romy, there was a pew-pew at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I was trying to derail you. Really? Oh, not trying to derail you? No, thank you, sis. Tomorrow we gonna talk about it. We gonna talk about it. Yup, that art, girl. Believe it. I can't say it, but I believe I and R, but I think it's ice cream. It's ice cream, y'all. Anyways, I'm gonna get going now. Let's reconvene tomorrow. We're gonna talk more about this. That's it. This will be our only topic tomorrow. I think I need to spend more time doing this one. I need to dedicate a whole video to this, because this is gonna be tomorrow, and it's gonna be what's been going on in the war. I think it's very important to talk about this, because this is current day situation. Not only that, but it's just a lot going on. I tried to avoid it. I ain't gonna lie, y'all, because it's just so annoying. Maybe I'll have one story, like one throw off story, but this is gonna be a main story. Anyways, y'all have a good night. Thank you for staying with me this late. If you have, I'm so sorry, but this is craziness. We'll talk later, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.